who said, I'm quick to assume that everyone out there is to cheat me. So, got a little bit of...
You're conflicted, is
I'm
what I'm getting.
conflicted, but
Okay.
yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, hence the rogue lawyer as well.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Exactly.
What do you got, Bill?
So I would like to give, I already gave a shout out to Bill Straley, but Peter Williams just donated not too long ago for a battle cry in honor of his daughter Maddie, who was actually recently treated at one of the children's hospital down in Tacoma. So he has a personal stake in this. And the battle cry that he chose is Mighty Like a Rose. It's a little bit winger. It's a little country, little rock and roll. I'm very excited. It's going to get busted out here soon. Good sir.
Yes, my name, Ardre von Wittershins, that's where we say where I come from. I was donated by Gail Senatore. Maybe it's not that Italian. But anyway, my name is Beautiful, and Ben Carver decreed that I am a shameless flirt, and if given the chance, we use bad pickup lines on every attractive person I meet. So pretty much everybody here except the DM I might be talking to.
I feel so left out.
But I mean, sorry. But anyway, my battle cry that Ben also donated for was for Mrs. Bojangles.
Indeed.
Maybe we'll have to reference that later, Rodney.
Yes. Indeed.
So good. It's so nice to hear about everybody's character creation. So mine is a little bit of a legacy name, in case you didn't wonder already. Mike Turian. I played a campaign with him a long time ago, and he was Shlomo, son of Shlomo. So, assumably, I'm his progeny. It was a little weird.
So, are you Shlomo, son of Shlomo, son of Shlomo?
Yes.
Okay.
The third.
But I'm a lady. I'm a little conflicted because
Yeah.
I have gone through training as a man in order to carry on the son of Shlomo.
The son of Shlomo. Oh, so,
goodness.
So literally the phrase son of Shlomo
Yes.
is part of your name,
Yes.
regardless of...
Exactly.
Okay.
I
All
felt
right.
it very important to carry on his name since my parents died.
And
I was adopted by a priest of Pelor.
I can't help but notice that you've really gone all out with the mustache and everything
Thank you.
here,
This
Bree.
hood-
That's fantastic.
This hood is super sweaty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Before we started the broadcast, Bree was commenting that she had no idea how we could stand to have mustaches. So
Yeah, it's
Can't.
real sweaty up in this jam.
Yeah.
So
I can't
let's
do
hope
that.
it makes
No,
the
me
whole
neither.
4
Yeah.
hours.
All right.
That is beautiful, yes.
Thank you. Regal. I like to think regal.
Regal, like
Good.
Taylor.
Good choice of words.
Pelor would approve.
So one of the donors that donated to my fundraising campaign also was mentioned previously, but decided that contributing to character choices and to an adventure just wasn't enough. This donor really needed to get into the adventure. So here in about the next 30 seconds, we're going to hear from one of my donors. For several days, you have traveled east along the Uldoon Trail, heading towards the Greenfields. You set out from Candle Keep, the renowned center of knowledge on the Sword Coast, and your destination is the small but prosperous town of Stead. When you departed Candle Keep, you did so with a mission, to find and speak with a bookbinder named Benjamin Carver in Stead. According to the sages in Candle Keep, Carver may be in possession of a transcribed copy of the Book of Tarkamus. A chance to read this non-magical version of the text from this powerful tome is too good to pass up, and as such, you have been chartered by the sages to find this bookbinder, discover the means by which he came across this transcription, and purchase the book from him using a letter of credit. The journey over the last few days has been pleasant enough. You've had clear, mild weather, and despite the fact that the road you travel is usually a heavily trafficked tradeway, you've had long stretches of time where it's been just the four of you and the open road. Which makes it all the more surprising when you see a cart traveling down the road coming towards you, and you're riding along or walking along probably because you're only third level characters, or flapping along as the case may be. So probably Harley sees this cart coming from a farther distance away, and you're traveling down the road. And as this cart approaches you, you can see that it is in fact a farmer pulling a cart full of a variety of his harvested goods, and this farmer is riding the front of the wagon. It's being pulled by a pair of sort of old and flea-bitten looking donkeys, and he's sort of riding down the road. You can see he's an older man. He's he's got a wrinkled face. He's balding, but hasn't gone completely bald on top. But he's got this sort of pinched expression on his face as he's riding along. He just sort of looks a little sour. But as soon as he gets within shouting distance of your troop, he raises a hand actually towards you and waves congenially. And this sort of pinched face, I wouldn't say it lights up with a smile. It sort of dimly flickers with a smile. It's like, which you probably can't see on the camera at home, but that's okay. So he sort of waves towards you as he's getting closer. Would any of you like to speak up and approach?
Certainly.
Okay.
I'll keep
Way back.
Holding.
So you're flying high overhead at me. Okay, sounds good. You don't have to raise your hand, Davey.
I'm waving back.
Oh, okay.
No, pick me, DM. Pick me.
Got
No,
it.
I'm waving back. It's only the polite thing to do.
It is the polite thing to do.
Hello.
All right. So Shlomo, in her deepest his deepest baritone, sorry,
Thank you.
says says hello, and the farmer speaks up as he gets closer, and he sort of pulls rein so that the donkeys slow down as he approaches, and he says, "Well met, travelers. Good to see you. It's been far too long since I've seen anyone on this lonely Oldun trail."
Same. Quiet indeed.
Yeah, I can't help but notice ye be heading towards Steadhaven,
Yes, that's right, Stead Haven.
Will take my advice. You don't want to keep going down this path. Turn back now, else ye regret it.
Why do dead men tell no tales?
Be that a pirate joke.
No, nobody said anything about pirates, sir.
At that point, he like reaches down, and you see like he's kind of got a blanket over his lap, and he snatches the blanket aside, and you see his peg leg there on the wagon seat, and he says, "It not be very funny, young man."
Would you give me your deepest apologies? I'm sorry.
He said wood.
He sort of gives you both an appraising look. He says, "I never was one for puns." But he looks you all over and he says, "Though you do look like a capable lot, and I'm guessing that bird woman thing up there be one of your companions, aye?"
Yes.
If you're in trouble with the law, she can get you out in a jiffy.
"Oh, some sort of barrister then?"
Yes, or a birdister, if you will.
"Birdister?"
Yes.
He doesn't like puns, man.
Sorry.
He doesn't like puns.
He says, "But if you be set on your course, be forewarned. There be strange happenings in Steadhaven."
What's
Steadhaven.
What's strange? Tell me about strange.
He says, "Well, that'd be spoiling the next part of the adventure now, wouldn't it?"
I suppose so.
He looks you all over and he says, "Some days ago, merchants came through my little village and warned all of us farmers not to take our crops to Steadhaven, that not only was the money bad, but many who traveled that way did not return."
Oh.
No worries. If at first you succeed, you don't have to try again.
"I not be one for puns, but adages go straight to the cockles of me heart."
He likes onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia.
That's good.
Thanks.
All right. He says, I suspect there's darkness there, and legend say that this whole area be haunted by a fierce black dragon."
That's fine. No problem.
Do we need the book a lot? Like, a lot?
Yes,
Oh.
a lot.
Okay.
I mean, it's not Tiamat. It's just a black dragon.
Just.
acid.
What the deal?
Just a black dragon.
Just.
Probably a bad dragon.
Yeah,
I mean, it's chromatic. So,
dragon
yeah.
too. He says, this dragon be fierce and be the bane of this whole area. In fact, there have been many brave men and women who have laughed and scoffed in taverns at the thought of dragon danger. But to the last one of them, they've been gobbled up by the fierce one who calls herself Bojangles.
It sounds to me, I don't remember where I heard that before.
I know this
Bojangles.
name. It's almost like I cry in battle.
Aye, but if you be traveling to Steadhaven, be on your guard.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your ominous warning, pirate sir.
I be not a pirate. I be a farmer.
Of course.
He's a changed man now.
Oh,
Farms now. Bounty of the earth.
I use me peg leg to aerate the ground as I fly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, he tips his straw tricorn hat
Yeah.
at you, and then he calls out to the donkeys, and soon he's pulling away from you in the other direction.
So, a dragon. That's our warning, huh?
It's times like these I ask myself, what would Paylor do?
He would bring
He would
light.
fight some dragon.
WWPD.
Oh, yeah. All right, so it is late afternoon when you start to see the telltale signs that you're getting close to Steadhaven. The myriad farms that ring the town spread out before you, and the Oldun Trail weaves between their fields, giving you a good view of the various bountiful crops that have provided Steadhaven with much of its prosperity in recent years. Most of the fields are in full growth, though not quite ready for harvest, save for one swath of farmland that you can see off to the south, which appears to have fallen completely fallow. It's a strange sight, since quite literally, every farm surrounding it looks to have fields full to bursting. Up ahead, you can see the faint outline of the town on the horizon. By your best guess, you're no more than an hour out from Steadhaven, and the sun is starting to make its way downward towards the western horizon. So, would you guys care to
Investigate the farm.
move on? While you're deciding whether or not to move on, I'm being flagged down by our fearless leader, Greg Bilsland, to let everyone know that we have crossed the $60,000 threshold.
Thank you.
A winner is us. So, good job, everybody. Keep those donations rolling in. Remember, you can actually keep donating during the game to all of our pages, to the Wizards D&D page, to Greg's page, to basically anyone on the team's page. So keep those rolling in. Maybe to David, he seems to be pointing at himself quite vigorously.
As I often do.
Yeah. It's sort of a habit of his.
Yes.
Anyhow, so would you guys like to check out the farm, or do you want to push on? If you check out the farm, you run the risk of the sun setting on you as you make your way to Steadhaven, but it's only about an hour away from here.
Did I feel like he thought it was an immediate threat that we'd need to go faster rather than slower?
The old Smitty, the farmer,
Old Smitty.
Old
yes,
Smitty.
who may have forgotten to introduce himself properly in the heat of the pirate moment.
Tricorn dude.
Yeah. I mean, part of you feels like he might have been, I don't know, sort of trying to scare off the people. Not necessarily like, Old Man Withers in the Haunted Amusement Park scare you off, but more like, look at these rubes that are coming in here on the trail. I can, spread a tall tale. Actually, you could probably give me a wisdom insight check.
I would gladly do that.
Pardon?
Just her?
Yeah, anyone who wants to can give me a
I love
wisdom
checks.
insight.
10.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
We're great.
Maybe
All right.
He was so genuine.
Indeed.
Oh my God.
But I mean,
Yeah, I mean, think about it like,
No.
these kind of tales are told all the time, right? Like, oh, there's a dragon in these parts. And, granted, given the fact that it's Dungeons & Dragons, there are, in fact, dragons in these parts. But he was an old man on the road by himself with a pair of donkeys. So if he was that scared, he might not have been traveling,
the
in
road.
such lonely circumstances. So it seems reasonable that he's giving you the same kind of warning that, anyone who tells sort of tall tales around a campfire would spread.
Just likes to rile people up.
Yeah. But on the other hand, he did say that merchants came through his town recently and basically told him not to go to Steadhaven, that the money was bad and people were vanishing. So there may be more to his tale than simply name dropping Mrs. Bojangles for charity.
Sounds like there's great evil there, though. I
The
feel like I
dragon
need
that
to
sounds
go
like a corgi.
Stamp it out.
That does seem like a thing that you should do.
Harley, what do you think?
Does can I see?
Are you gonna flap your arms the whole time?
Yes.
You're real tired. Around
Like hour
midnight, Jimmy's
4.
gonna pass out.
Does the ugly little farm over there, does it look like it was possibly burnt by dragons?
So you've got a pretty good bird's eye view.
Waka waka waka.
While old Smitty doesn't like puns, I love them.
Yeah.
All right, so Emmy, why don't you give me a wisdom perception check, just because you're up so
No.
high, that way you can see what you can see
High
there.
right now.
So hard.
So high.
She's up in the air.
So 8.
You like puns, though.
It's really dark.
Okay, so the sun is setting. It's difficult to see. You don't see any of the signs of like a dragon attack, obviously visible from the air. There's no like swaths of scorched earth or anything like that. As far as you can tell, it actually looks like the fields simply haven't been tended to at all, right? Like while the other fields have these bountiful crops, this one just looks like, after the last season's harvest, it was just sort of left to go wild. And so you can see it's mostly just dirt, honestly. You can see patches of green where weeds are growing up, but from that vantage point, you can't really tell too much. The farmhouse itself and the barn, they don't look to have sustained any significant damage from this high up.
Okay, we might find a dead body there. It just looks not taken care of, abandoned.
So the fields are fallow, and we don't see anybody walking around.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
No
you see
cows.
no one, no livestock, nothing like that.
Creepy.
Livestock.
It's weird.
Ooh, the mystery of the haunted farm.
And all the other farms in the area, and this town is effectively ringed by farms. They are all doing very well. They're all doing very, very well.
No GMO.
No GMOs.
All right, I think we should check it out. Like a little darkness never scared me, and I make some fire out of my hands. Like it's fine,
Nice.
I mean that wasn't me.
Salamanders.
Salamanders.
Suffering,
Let it go.
Salamanders.
Salamanders?
We need to go fight this great evil, guys.
There could be evil at the farm. It looks evil.
I'll abide.
All right.
Great.
I'll abide.
I love abiding.
Right. So there's sort of on the Oldham Trail, it's sort of a big wide thoroughfare. It's a merchant road, right? But there are these offshoot dirt roads that lead to the various farms, and it takes you a little while. Thanks to your flying companion's help, you're able to spot the path that leads to this fallow farm. And it's only probably within 15 or 20 minutes before you're rolling up to the farm. As you approach, you can see that despite the fact that it didn't look like it sustained any damage from the air, it appears as though the farmhouse has fallen into somewhat disrepair. It just looks kind of abandoned. As you approach, you can see that the front door to the farmhouse is actually wide open, right? And it's just sort of like it blows back and forth as a breeze passes through. As you get closer, though, you start to see signs that there's something strange going on here. The wood the wood of the farmhouse itself is pitted, as though like it was splashed with something corrosive.
Like dragon's breath.
Acid splash.
Interesting. And then, no smoke from the or the chimney.
Nope.
Looks like it's been a while since this happened.
Yeah. And you guys are sort of outside. You kind of come up between the fields themselves and the farmhouse and the barn. There's sort of a yard there that you guys have entered into. So you haven't gone and done too much investigation yet, but you can see this pitting from the outside.
Is there a forest nearby, or like?
No,
is
it's all
forest?
open
Yeah.
farmland.
Just still
Yeah.
Well, I want to go investigate this house with the acid splashes on it.
Okay. All right.
What else is there to do?
Yeah. So you.
Turn around.
What else is there to do but the adventure?
Adventure.
Yes, indeed. All right, so you head inside, and you sort of push the door open, and you look inside. It's dark in here.
I
There's
make some lights.
All right, great. You light it up magically.
Always showing off.
And you can see that in addition to the outer walls, the stone foundations as you're walking in the front door itself, and even the clay tiles on the roof are all pitted and look like they've suffered that same corrosion.
Yeah.
The thing that's strange about it, actually, why don't you give me a wisdom insight check before I see how much you decipher?
16.
Okay, that's pretty good. The thing that's strange
know.
about it is that this corrosion is everywhere. You would expect from a dragon's breath, like an
Yes.
acid breath, that it would be a blast that would scour. This actually, it's more like what you would see with acid rain, right? Where it's just sort of pitted kind of evenly all over the place.
All
And
on the inside of the house?
on the inside and on
And
the
the
outside.
outside, both
Yes.
directions?
Yes, exactly. Like I say, it's just like there's these pits all over the place, and when you sort of step inside, you can see that. You are just inside the door when you notice that a big chunk of the door itself, like the door frame and then the wooden door itself, looks to have been eaten almost all the way through. And it's really uneven, right? Like there's a part where it's been like where there's actually a hole. There's some parts where it's really lightly corroded, but it's very uneven.
I have no idea what happened here.
You want to see if there's any people. There's like no pets. Like the cat's not in there.
Nope.
Maybe this is Smitty's home. He's running away on the donkeys very slowly.
There's no. I don't see any peg marks. All right.
So Artery's inside taking a look around. What are the rest of you guys doing at this point?
So is it? I'm sorry.
Oh no. Can I do a perimeter check, please?
Sure. So you're going to be walking around the outside of the buildings, and are you going to go as far out as like the fields?
How far away do the fields look?
They're not that far away. I mean, these farms are there are lots of smaller farms in the area. It looks like basically a large portion of the population makes their earns their living by farming out here. So
I'll go so far
there's
as I
really only like 3 or 4 distinct fields associated with this farm.
Okay.
I
As long as
can check the fields from there.
You are going to do that every time you talk. It's all right.
Can I do this and fly also?
No, I'm sorry. Unless a donor comes through with transferring you to
Donors, come
Make
on
us
through for the
fly.
Donation
half
Make us
draft.
fly.
Let us-
Sure, Baylor
I'll
will.
I've made
fly.
a huge mistake.
Oh my God.
I've made a
No.
huge mistake.
Yes.
Tinker Bellet.
I've got it ready already. So good.
She's locked and loaded on the whole
Yeah.
flying thing.
Just let me at him.
So I'm assuming it's like a 1-story, like a Waddle and Daub kind of number.
Yeah, it is. It's sizable enough that you can tell a whole family lived here.
Okay.
But it is a single-story house. There's a barn off to one side as well that is a little bit larger, and it looks like probably a place that would accommodate 5 or 6 people.
Okay. I'd like to wander over and see if the barn is likewise pitted and scarred, acidified, whatever.
When you get over there to the barn, you can actually see that it is, in fact, pitted in the same way. And when you sort of push open and peer inside, it's dark inside, but immediately something strikes you as strange. You can see that in the like the floor of the barn, like the dirt floor, right in the central area where you're coming in, there are these like 1.5 to 2 foot deep furrows, and they are some of them are about 5-6 feet long. Some of them are a little bit smaller than that, like 4 to 5 feet long. And they are long and narrow, and like I said, they're about 1.5 to 2 feet deep, and they're just like right there in the ground. It looked like they were just dug out.
Huh. How about, kind of with my knowledge of the wild, I'm going to look at those furrows and see if does it look like something maybe that a creature that I would maybe know of would dig something like that, or if somebody got drugged through there. Or,
So you're half-orc druid, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And what's your background?
I'm an urchin.
You're an urchin. All right, so you're a half-orc druid who grew up in the city streets?
I grew up in the city streets, and then when I was about 12, 13, there was a kindly old man, like they do,
Like Smitty.
came through, and he took pity on me once. I was kind of scrounging, had a couple rat friends that I had made as an urchin, and he said, you know what, there's a young man, ugly though he may be, because I have a face like a kneecap, just not an attractive guy.
Yeah.
And he took pity on me. So he took me out into the country and showed me a better way of life.
Okay.
I take pity on you now.
All right, so yeah, go ahead and give me a wisdom nature check.
Wisdom nature is a 16.
Okay, great. You have seen something like this before, only it's pretty rare to see it in urban or even suburban areas. You think this looks a lot like what you see when slimes and jellies and creatures of that ilk devour a living creature. Basically, as they attempt to digest that creature, they sit in one spot and kind of also digest some of the ground as well. Yeah.
So he's going to sit there for a second. He's going to slimes and jellies. There's how many furrows in there?
There are 6.
The house looks like it could hold 5 to 6 people. So I'm going to wander back to the house, kind of with a heavy heart, and tell my companions. I don't know how, but I think slimes, maybe ooze ate this family. Because now the pitting makes more sense. Because
Pitting.
they burn things. They're caustic. You are so smart and
It
handsome.
means like acidic. Like
Okay.
yourselves.
Okay. They eat through the things.
Yes. Yeah. Slimes.
Slimes.
I've heard of some slimes before, but I don't know why they'd be here.
I
This
don't
is a
either.
simple country village.
Yeah, they're usually underground.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, is there an underground passage around here, do you think?
I hope not.
Well, they couldn't have went through the farms around here, right? Or we would see their trail of slimy destruction.
They're very slow.
Well, they couldn't have gotten far then.
No. Oh.
Be on your guard.
He is at the ready.
Our DM is reading up stats, so
I'm done.
We- we must-
Please listen. Don't take my opening the book as a sign of anything other than simple.
Please,
idle,
continue your conversation.
Flipping through.
oh, of course. Yeah. CR23, huh? All right. great.
What do you know?
So that's my
All right.
bit. Something horrible's happened here.
Well, do you think it'd be connected with this book we're trying to find? The book of Tarkamis? I say
Do we know anything about the Book of Tarkan? What do we know? What do I know about the Book of Tarkan?
Anyone that would like to can make an intelligence arcana check.
Oh, I'm
Nope.
so good at that.
Oh, wait.
Being a
Do
wizard.
that. I don't know.
I
crap.
rolled an 8, so 13.
Okay.
No.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
I did not pay attention in that class.
You know it's a magical artifact, and you know that it is a magical tome, a tome of magical secrets.
Where you bury people or they die, they go in there.
Tome.
Oh.
That's a 2.
Is that why you got an 8?
Yes.
Okay.
I was thinking the tomb of Tarkamis.
Yes, no, the tome. And more than that, it is supposed to be possessed of its own intelligence, a malicious intelligence. That's why
are we getting
having
this book
a
again?
transcribed copy of the book
Got
would be
it.
so valuable.
Oh, okay.
Because then you wouldn't be subjected
Yeah.
to the.
We can't fight back.
Indeed.
We can just read it whenever we want.
Exactly right.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay, well, maybe these oozes have a connection with this book. I don't know.
I don't see how, but it's okay.
Do we see anything out?
Sorry, yeah, you two were going to look around out in the fields.
Yeah.
One thing that you notice is that as you are searching around outside in the fields, it looks like this farm was active less than a year ago. The field, the soil, you can tell, has been worked and is not, hasn't been this way for a really long time. And that there are weeds in the field and there's no like crop growing, but the weeds are relatively young. So it looks like this is something that happened in the last few months. It looks like this farm was being tended up until fairly recently.
Like to talk to the bird? Do you think?
Oh.
If a tree
That's you.
falls
You're the bird,
in
by
the
the way.
woods and no one hears it, a woodchuck could chuck all that wood?
Possibly. This is curious.
It's an important question.
These are the things you think about when you're investigating a,
Yes.
a slime-infested farm.
Yes.
It does. Yep, we're forest adjacent.
That's true.
Do
All right.
we see any like abnormal things in the crops? Like
No, actually,
bumps
it doesn't look. I mean, it looks like like I said, the soil has been tilled. It looks like there was a harvest probably within the last 6 months or so, and it looks as though this family of farmers
just disappeared.
disappeared.
How close is the nearest neighbor?
Less than a quarter of a mile.
Do I see anybody like walking around watering their tomatoes?
Yeah,
or their
in all
leafy things?
in all the farms that you've passed through on their way here, you've seen other farmers tending their fields.
Is there someone that's close enough where I could just dive down and just be like, "Hey,
You're gonna snatch it.
You could, in fact, just dive down towards someone.
I am a rogue.
I'm going to allow it.
With questions.
I'll allow it. And
going
ask
to
them why they're
sn-
such bad neighbors. They never checked on the
Yeah.
farm family over
Do not
here.
check in the Smith's family.
All right, so you are going to swoop down
Swoop
upon
down.
an unsuspecting farmer?
Yes.
Sounds wonderful.
I
Yes.
pooped a little.
All right, so you circle for a few moments, and then you spy in a nearby field a farmer who looks like he is heading in for the night. And you can see sort of slowly trudging back towards the farmhouse.
You're about
He's
to
like
wreck
he's
his
like
day.
wiping his neck with a kerchief, and you come swooping down. and he staggers back and exclaims in fright when he sees you. He's like, "Ah, monster! Oh, please, don't hurt me."
Kind of
And when you see this farmer, like normally you would expect, like, oh, it's a sort of robust, hearty, healthy person, like, you know, salt of the earth and everything. It looks very, he looks very tired and very old and very almost waifish in some ways.
Oh.
Like he looks like he looks like he's malnourished, and he's like, "Ah, please leave me alone."
Oh, I say, you there, farmer. I'm Harley Birdwoman.
Attorney at
Hello.
law. He says, "Oh, you're not gonna kill me, are you?"
No,
Oh.
no, I'm not going to kill you at all. You do look very tired, however, so you look like you're almost there.
He looks like he's sort of lowering his hands, and he's like, "Hey, that's not nice."
But it's okay. It's honest. I'm here. I'm curious about your neighbors. farm next
He
door.
looks. Are you sort of gesturing towards where the farm is, where they are? He looks in that direction, and you see a look of fear come over his face, and the blood sort of drains from his
Even more so.
complexion. Even more so, yes.
Oh, heavens.
And he says, I don't know anything about them.
You
Actually,
do.
We weren't very close. We didn't know our neighbors very well.
I'm going to intimidate him.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a charisma intimidate check.
I'm not here to kill
And,
you.
go ahead and tell me what you're doing to intimidate him.
17. So I have the sun setting behind me, so I'm like this big looming dark shadow, and I kind of fluff out my wings a little bit, and then kind of dust up, like a terrible bird angel.
Wow.
Some dust.
Okay.
You
All right.
cannot fool the Aarakocra.
All right.
We see all.
He is terrified.
Hashtag terrible bird angel.
Well, you cannot fool the Aarakocra. We see all. That's A+. All right. He is terrified, and he staggers backward, and he says, "Okay, I'm sorry. I'll never lie to you again, terrible bird angel." He's like, "Please, just don't hurt me or my family. We've got almost nothing left." That sounds really weird, given that his
got, like, a
farm
great
is
field.
bountiful, right?
Yeah.
Like it is, like the fields are overflowing with crops.
So I kind of give him a look like, but keep talking.
Yeah. He says, they went against the mayor, and he had them vanished.
Mayor. Who's this mayor?
This is Mayor Gurgle, Stead Haven.
That's unfortunate name.
That's of the New Hampshire
Was
gurgles.
this the first of the farmers who've gone against this mayor?
Well, after they vanished, none of us wanted to go against his wishes. We had no choice. I mean, we didn't want anything to happen to us. We have families to protect.
What is his wishes?
He says, well, we don't keep our own crops anymore. We don't sell our crops anymore. Everything we harvest is to be brought into town. We take it into town, and he gives us an allowance of food.
So sad.
Wow, like this Stalin-esque.
And you can see, like,
Stalin,
he is
yeah.
very sickly, right?
Oh.
And it obviously, looks like he's malnourished, so you have no reason to think he's telling you anything but the truth.
Got some. Okay, that's sad. And it's just him who is running this joint, or does
This-
he have?
Well, his wife is there too, Mistress Telfin.
Is she bad as well?
She's not very nice, but it's the mayor who gives all the orders.
Oh, when did this happen? Was he always this evil?
Says, well, he's only been the mayor there for a few months, but, well, I guess it's been almost half a year now, and ever since then, we've had to do what he says.
And the previous mayor?
Says, oh, he disappeared long ago.
Ah. Very well then, little farmer. And I give him some food from my pocket.
You throw it on the ground.
Wait, hold on.
She's throwing seeds.
Right it from,
Is it like breadcrumbs, like you're feeding the ducks, but in reverse? Okay.
or like that stale.
It's like, I got like a pack of I don't know,
Get some rice.
bars of
I can't eat it.
yeah.
All right.
I cooked rice.
Would you like some suet, sir?
All right. Well, we're getting the 5 minute or the hourly break symbol here. So We're going to take our short break on the hour here, and when we pick back up, we will resume with the entrance into the town of Steadhaven.
Dun, dun, dun.
And we're back after a fun first part of the session. So let's go over some of the old prizes that we have.
That's kind of like cold intro, right?
Is that a cold intro?
Right into the donation.
Should I? Okay, excuse
warm
me.
them up a little bit.
So that was a really great part of the first session.
We have to tell them how great they are.
You guys are fantastic.
We love our donors.
We actually, yeah.
You're fantastic.
We are.
Alyssa may not think you're fantastic.
No, I think you're.
I think you're fantastic.
He's putting words in my mouth at this point.
Like, I definitely think you're more fantastic than Alyssa does.
I mean, I was implying it, and I hope that you all understood how fantastic I think all of you are.
And why didn't you say it? Why can't you express yourself?
Well, I just kind of feel like they don't need to be told over and over again.
I think you're wrong.
Okay, excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I think all of you guys are fantastic, and I will tell you more often.
All right.
Okay.
All right, now we can talk about the donor prizes.
Okay, so let's see. What do we have? We have a few more copies of Archmage left. That's going for $50.
But.
Sorry, oh yeah,
I
excuse me. We still have pins. So we have Belafos from Sword Coast Legends, and we have our Tiamat pin. So if you spend $50 or more, please let us know which pin you want. And yes, for instance, Archmage. And we will send those along with it.
I'm a dick. I keep cutting you off, right?
I know, right?
All right, I'll be better.
Yeah, kick me while I'm down. So let's see. We also still have the Wheel of Fine leggings. Those are going for $50. Also, you get a pin with that.
If Bill doesn't take them, because
yeah.
Bill was definitely eyeing these.
Yeah.
I actually was thinking, like, this is kind of cool, right? Yeah, like, you could definitely.
Well, now you have to put your arm in the other one too. If you're gonna go there.
I feel like nobody's gonna want these now. Oh,
I mean, I kind
got
of
them all angled wrong. All right, no, we're not doing that. All right.
Yeah, so you can use them as arm warmers, or you can use them as leggings. But yeah, definitely try to go for those because we do have someone eyeing them currently, and honestly, they look great with his eyes. So you really might want to go for them right now. What else do we have?
That's Bill, not me.
I mean, either at this point, either or. What else do we have?
We still have the awesome art from one of our players. We have two types of minis. We still have some of the Elemental Evil that are at 20, and the Against the Giants, which is at 30. And just a reminder, like, this has some like really huge minis in it, so it's actually a pretty awesome deal. I don't think you can pick one of those up for 30 really anywhere these days, because most of them have been opened and put into people's D&D collections. Bill is nodding, because he probably remembers the days of D&D mini craziness. All right, let's go ahead and bring on our guest. I totally missed what your intro was.
Am I close enough? Are
Yeah,
we
gotta
close
get
enough?
Yeah,
We can get closer.
yeah. Here we go.
Friendly,
You're good.
friendly.
You're perfect right there.
I actually have no context for why you look like this.
Okay. So it was suggested per donation that I was a woman trying to hide that I was a woman, sort of like a la Mulan.
12th night sort of thing, too?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And so, but I need to be paladin, carry on paladin like family traditions. hence mustache. I think it, hides that I'm a lady.
Like a really admirable mustache.
Thank
Like,
you.
I like the texture in it.
It feels
I
good.
actually
You should touch
wanna-
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's real.
it's so soft.
It's real soft.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I feel like there are many men who can't grow mustaches.
if I
I
had a
know.
beard
It's thick. It's
Yeah.
Chuck Norris.
Like
wow.
that, I would
Legit.
definitely
Yeah.
actually have one. and not-
Yeah, it's real sweaty though.
You're giving Chuck Norris a run for his money. Like that's
Thank you.
pretty great.
I suggest everybody get a mustache. It makes you feel like a woman.
It'll be impressive.
Like a
if it
lady?
stays on the entire
Whoa,
time.
whoa,
Yeah, every time I laugh, it goes, no. And it pops off a little bit, and that's why I'm stroking it to keep it in place.
I actually want to see the upside down mustache if it falls off.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will.
The-
Chin strap.
Yeah.
Like
for
right
sure.
here, maybe?
Yeah.
That'd be
That could
cool.
be good. You can almost go for the goatee look.
Yeah, or like a one eyebrow.
You have
see
plenty
that
of
too.
options at this point.
Yeah, mustache, versatile, and best. It's good.
Awesome. Having a good time? Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's
gonna-
been really good.
Gonna dance off stage?
I feel like I want to swear a lot, but then I don't because I'm a responsible adult.
Oh, we got the warning up on the Twitch channel that
Okay.
says watch at your own risk.
Part
so-
2, more adult.
Yeah, and we are also entering the witching hours. Well, not quite the witching hours yet.
9 o'clock's the witching hours. When did we get old?
All right.
Oh.
Let's not go there because I'm standing
Oh.
next to somebody who's a decade younger than me. So
My bedtime's in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Mine too.
yeah, it's
Nice.
actually going to be
Yeah.
great because I'm pretty sure Alyssa's already completely exhausted. So we're going to be watching.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yes.
I've only hit my fourth wind just like 2 minutes ago.
Fourth wind. I saw a tiny sleeping bag. I assume that's yours.
I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, I didn't know it was private.
Private, gosh,
Sorry.
getting personal there.
Donate $1,000. Get to see sleeping bag.
We may
Oh.
do some behind the scenes later on.
Inappropriate. Adult. It just got adult.
All right, on that note, thank you very much, Bree. And we have some new donations coming up for the following hour. So the pins are still available for anybody who donates $50 or more, and that's in combination. So if you get one of the shirts, which we still have some of the Table Titans shirts available, I believe, and there's a link posted to those on the donor page, and other things, you will get the pin. So new things.
New things. Here we go. Okay, so we have some really cool audiobooks. We have Troy Dennings. Well, we did have Troy Dennings. Oh, God.
Keep going. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Oh, and we broke her. Okay. We have Troy Dennings' Sundering novel. And Spellstorm by Ed Greenwood. This is Ed Greenwood's most recent novel, featuring, of course, his beloved character, Elminster. These are actually on some sort of strange plastic disc. I don't actually know what people would do with it. Maybe frisbee, disc golf.
No.
Maybe you have an audiobook, you tell yourself a story as you're throwing
Or you
it.
try to juggle with it like
Yeah.
Greg does,
Okay.
because it's obviously that's what you do.
So in addition to having Troy Dennings' The Sentinel, featuring Cleve Kendrick, and Spellstorm, we actually only have one of each of these, and they're at $20. We also...
I'm so sorry.
8 hours in, people. 8 hours in. No, right.
9 hours and 4 minutes.
So for any of you Extra Life viewer veterans, you'll know that this normally takes me about 20 hours. It was Emmy last year that broke me with her fairy dragons.
At hour 47, we'll see where we are. That's for sure.
So in addition to those two audiobooks, we also have 5 codes for Vengeance the Iron Dwarf. These are actually digital codes, so we can deliver this audiobook to you now. This is part of Ari Salvatore's Legend of Dritz series, and so Vengeance of the Iron Dwarf was one of his most recent novels and sets up a lot of the events of Archmage. So we recommend checking it out. I definitely am a big fan of his novels, and we can get those to you right away. Again, all the audiobooks are at a $20 donation threshold, which is actually a great deal for them. So it's for the kids. Do it. Do it.
Just do it.
Do it. Just do it.
Shia LaBeouf.
All right. We're done. And back.
Hello and welcome back. That hilarious interlude was something. Anyhow, so we are in the middle of the journey to Stead Haven. Our intrepid adventurers have just visited a farm on the outskirts of the town that was strange in that it had gone fallow while all the other farms around it were producing bountiful crops. And our Aarakocra rogue, Harley Birdwoman, swiped,
Yes.
swooped down upon a poor farmer, discovering that he was not, in fact, the hardy, resilient, salt-of-the-earth person that you would expect, but in fact was sickly and emaciated. And as it turns out, he told her, that she then relayed on to the rest of the party, that the mayor of Stead Haven, Mayor Gurgle, has demanded. That's right.
So inappropriate.
That's what I
Oh,
How much money was that?
Oh, that's all me.
Oh,
100%.
You get that for
Okay.
free.
Yeah.
Yeah, first one's free.
He had demanded that the farmers no longer keep and distribute the crops as they see fit, but instead bring them into town and give them to him, and then he provides them with an allowance of food, which, by the evidence that you've seen, is clearly barely enough to sustain them. And anyone who defies him will apparently meet the same fate as the farmers who vanished from the nearby farm.
let's go defy him.
So,
Totes.
you guys arrive in Stead Haven around sundown. It's not quite setting over the horizon just yet, but it's real close. And you roll up into this town, and you can see that it does look like it has even very recently been a very prosperous town. Many of the buildings are quite new. There are several buildings that are 2 and even 3 stories high in some parts of town. It's not a massive town, right? But there's probably 3,000 or 4,000 people that live here inside the town proper. Not to mention all the client farms out around the town. But it looks like it could be a very nice and prosperous place. Except as you head into Stead Haven, you start seeing telltale signs that something is very, very wrong here. It looks like all the people that you see are suffering the same malnourishment as the farmer that you saw. As you ride into town or walk into town, as the case may be, or fly into town, as the case may be, you notice that all of the inhabitants of the town are moving sluggishly. Anyone that you see, they don't have that sort of zip in their step, like, oh, I'm trying to get in before sundown. They're just sort of shuffling back to their homes. They look tired, no energy. Oh yeah, very sunken, gaunt, hollow cheeks, etc. And everyone that you see as you're riding in town kind of looks up at you, and they give you this look as you enter that says, like, you know, that they've lost all hope. Right? They're just sort of beaten down. You arrive in the center of town, and usually this is a central gathering place, but the town square is strangely vacant, even at this sundown hour. The big stone well that sits in the center of town, probably the well around which the town was built originally, actually has been boarded over. You can see that it has been covered up, and sitting next to the stone well is a tin bucket that has no bottom. It looks like that bottom was completely eaten away, and it's now just sitting off to the side, and the top of the well is completely boarded over. Why don't all of you give me a wisdom insight check as you head into this town?
16.
12.
20.
2.
Okay.
Ah,
Wisdom, not what I do.
Not your thing, eh? All right. Well, so Ardry and Harley, the two of you notice something that stands out almost immediately. As you head into the town, there's something that you usually see in these pockets of civilization throughout the world. It's one of the things that is common almost everywhere that you go, from the Sword Coast to Kalimshan. But in fact, you notice a stark absence of this thing. You see no domestic animals at all. There are no dogs in the streets. There are no cats in the windowsills. There's not even, like a pet bird squawking in a window as you come in. But the
Probably happy about that.
the whole ride into town, you notice there are no domestic animals here. You do see some horses latched to carts at the far end of the square, but otherwise nothing.
No dogs or cats, eh?
But you look like a giant flying turkey right now.
There may be one or two townsfolk who are sort of looking at Harley and thinking like, is that a
Like
is that a
Bugs
big
Bunny, like a
chicken?
giant.
Yeah, exactly.
The legs, thinking like,
So a few more things that you notice, and actually you're probably still flying as you come into town, right? So something that you notice from your high vantage point is that off on sort of the western edge of the town, it looks like most of these buildings sort of grew up organically, so there's lots of, sort of side streets and alleys that bend and turn before they finally connect to a main road. But it looks like, despite this sort of organic growth, there is one pocket of the town off to the western edge of the town that is not heavily built up. And as you sort of circle over, you look and see that there is a big building in the middle of that pocket that's not super built up. And it looks like a stone wall is being erected around the outer edge of that big, almost mansion's property. It looks like it's about half done, and you can see that there are people sort of shuffling around back and forth. Look like they're working on building that wall up.
Does the wall just say Gurgle Incorporated on it?
No, actually, he's an LLC.
Oh, of course. In
Anyway,
this economy, it's just
yeah,
weird.
it really is. Anyhow, so you guys have arrived in town, and what do you guys do?
I'd like to stop somebody and ask them where the mayor of Gurgling is currently.
yeah, he needs
Or
a foot in
Gurgle.
his
Is
ass.
his name straight up Gurgle?
It is.
First name?
Mr. Gurgle?
No, it's his last
Mayor
name.
What's his first name?
Okay, so
Master Gurgle?
you stop a person on the street. You can actually see that there's a sort of middle-aged woman who is making her way trudgingly back or past you, and it looks like she's actually coming from the direction that you saw the big house with the stone wall being erected around it. And you stop her, and she kind of looks at you with a sort of slack face, and she's like,
I'd like to wave some ration underneath
"That's
her
cruel."
nose. I want to give it to her.
Oh, okay.
You're like,
No,
All right. She licks her lips as you do that, and you can see that she too is sort of gaunt like everyone else, but she looks like she has lost that. Like she looks like she's lost a lot of weight very recently, and looks like maybe she was, you would say, of the plump innkeeper type build previously,
I know
but
that.
she has now become very sort of emaciated looking, and she
It's
is
the medical term.
she is
That's what I use.
her eyes sparkle a bit as she sees the rations that you are proffering.
Yeah, I'd like to give her a whole day ration.
Okay. She sort of looks around back and forth real quick, pulls out a belt pouch and quickly
yeah,
stuffs
pouch.
what you give her into the belt pouch. And she's like, "Oh, thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me. It's been so long."
it's fine.
It's fine.
That was a cry.
I hope you could point me towards your Sir
Bobby
Gurgle.
thanks you.
She says, "The mayor,
Yes, please.
you should get out of town while you still can. All of you. You look so healthy. You should go."
Where's Mayor Gurgle? I grew up hungry. This is not right.
She points off in one direction, and you can see that she's pointing towards that big house that the wall is being built around. I know we're all shocked.
Crazy.
Really, everyone.
No way.
No one freak out.
We have confirmation. We could have gone to the house.
But you see that she points that way, and she says, "That's the mayor's mansion down there near well, it used to be the slumbering ox. Now it's the storehouse."
Oh. We should open the storehouse so they can eat.
Well, we need
I
to.
I
That's
agree.
not a bad idea. Is there any passageway into the mansion that you know of, or do you know the person who's building it, the contractor, or whatever the generic fantasy term is for who makes houses?
Yeah, so she sort of looks at you slack-jawed for a second, like she doesn't know what you're talking about, and then she says, "Well, the mansion, it's been there a long time. I mean, there's a front door and a back door, and Probably a side door too that doesn't get used very much, but you know.
Side door.
Side door.
Side door it is.
I mean, if you want to speak to the mayor, though, just go up and talk to one of the guards. They
Yeah. All right, you're
Talk to
useless.
the mayor.
Go have fun. Enjoy your food. I can heat it up for you. And I kind of like get some fire, and I'm like, I can heat it
Always
So
up.
her
just
belt
start
pouch
with the
bursts into
fire.
flames.
Nah, I don't. Sorry.
I
All
only
right.
10
Thank
of
you.
those. Come on.
Sorry, viewers at home, if I just shrieked into my microphone. By the way. Anyways, yeah. So she's looking at you. She says, "You don't want to talk to the mayor. He's a tyrant,
That's okay.
and he'll
We
trap you here.
specialize. We specialize in tyrants, I'm pretty sure,
We do.
by the look of us.
You're also tyrants.
No,
No.
tyrant slaying.
Oh,
Reverse
Yeah.
tyrant.
you're
Reverse
You're a
tyrant.
reverse tyrant.
I'm a
Okay.
little tyrannical.
Reverse tyrant. Got it.
TM.
Right. LLC.
Son of a-
Anyways, she thanks you profusely, and she says, "If you need anything, come find me. I work on the wall."
What is her name?
She says, "You can call me Zoisha. My name is Zoisha Acidicus."
Oh,
Acidic?
gonna write that down.
Is there a time period where there are less guards guarding this mansion, perhaps?
Oh no.
Acidicus?
No, the guards are there 24 hours, and honestly, it's they have the most sought after jobs here in the town. So
They get to eat.
she looks at you and she says, "So you know how this works?"
Yes.
Can you put them to sleep?
No, I just light things on fire.
Hey, me too.
I
Oh,
can
wait,
light
no.
the guards on fire, but they're probably not bad. They're just
Oh.
doing what they can to get the money and make a life, you know? Well, that's one trying to sneak in, but this girl is not helping us.
Let's talk to them and just go talk to the mayor. And if we have to, we'll punch him in the
Yeah, well,
face.
front door.
I'm not good at talking. I thought we were side dooring.
No, front door.
As long as we don't back door. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go to the well.
Waka waka waka.
I'm going to go to the well. And is anybody around it?
No, and the square itself is actually pretty empty right now. And people cut through, so it's not like they're avoiding
Okay.
it. But I mean, you can go over to the well, and,
Yeah.
and no one bats an eye at you.
Yeah, I look around and I want to light the wood on fire to try to see in the well and see if there's like a passageway down in there.
Okay.
I don't know what, but I'm not very subtle about
You are
things.
clearly not subtle. So, what are you using to?
Create bonfire? I want to do that.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
You do exactly what the spell says.
Or
And
produce flame, or firebolt, and then control flames. Really all of the above.
You have all the fire cantrips,
Yes.
is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I'm a glass blower. I need the fire to.
Of course. Right. It's difficult,
Or
actually.
Glazier.
Glazier.
Wow.
Anyway.
So multicultural.
Boy.
Okay, so you wave your hands over the wood that is boarding up the well. It bursts into flames, and there goes from being basically no light in this square to a conflagration as
Yes.
the wood that sealed it up goes up in flame. And you hear some exclamations of surprise from people nearby. No one really rushes to stop you or anything, but within just a few minutes. The fire has burned away the wood, and it sort of weakens and then collapses into the well and drops down below. You peer over into the well. You can see that down about probably 30 feet is the faint reflection of water reflecting the moonlight. And you can also see that there is like a thick layer of green slime all around the inside of the well.
This could be a clue, gang. Jinkies.
Jinkies is
Burn it.
right.
Burn water?
No, the green, the slime.
Okay, I'm going to shoot some fireballs down there.
Okay.
Staying in the air.
Okay, you're staying above. All right.
Does it turn your flame green?
I hope so.
Green flame.
Green flame.
Exactly. Ho ho, inside joke.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just going along
For
with it.
coming
I
along with me.
just like it.
So yeah, you can start blasting firebolts down there, and I'm not gonna make you roll damage
Sure,
or anything,
yeah.
right?
Does it do
You're like
something?
blasting that out in there, and everywhere that the fire hits, it burns away the slime. But it's just,
It's going forever.
yeah, like it,
Yeah.
every time you blast, it's like It's like eating a plate of pasta, right? It seems like there's more every time, but it's not
yeah.
actually expanding.
It's
but
like Olive
it
Garden
takes
down there.
exactly.
We eat pasta so differently.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I thought maybe this would go somewhere, gang, but maybe it doesn't.
We should go
So-
talk to the mayor.
All right, fine. I tried my idea.
Front door.
All right, I liked your idea. It
Do-
was
do I
very
see
fiery.
anybody
Yes.
coming to this from
No.
the air? Like,
No,
just
and-
no one.
No, I mean, like you saw some people like recoil when he started setting the fire initially, but it looks like most people are staying away.
No
They're
one's scared that it's open, or they're just fine.
yeah.
Well, they don't want to act up because the mayor's got them all,
Probably
Yeah.
They're
tired.
broken down.
Yeah.
Vitamin deficient.
Exactly.
True.
Got scurvy.
They've got disadvantage on everything they do.
They have disadvantage on everything.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact. All right. So what's the plan?
Front door.
Front door?
Front door.
So you're heading to the
door?
mansion.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like the
So
best place
you
to
start
go.
making your way towards the mayor's mansion, and when you get close, you can see that it is a large house near the edge of town. It's in the middle of a clearing, like I said. But as you get closer, you can see that it looks like this clearing in the town was created by tearing down other buildings. You can actually see that the foundations of many other buildings are still here in the area, and the stones that they're using to build the walls are actually being pulled from the remnants of these foundations. And then, like, you look like in an alley, and you can see big, long pieces of timber that were obviously used as planking for these buildings. But it looks like a whole bunch of buildings surrounding this one house have been torn down, and their foundations are now forming the basis of the wall. Additionally, you can see that though the sun is setting, there are still some people who are working on the wall by torchlight at this point. It looks like they are actually working to seal up the sort of cracks between the stones, and are like you see they're like applying the grout effectively, and then wait a few moments and then keep moving down. They also look sort of sickly as well. At this point, you also notice that there are about a half a dozen guards here on the outside of the grounds. They don't look like they are particularly worried about the workers or anything like that. They are standing though right at the entrance, and then also around sort of the sides of the house as well, and kind of moving back and forth. They look sort of like you would expect town militia to look, right? They're wearing leather armors, they have bucklers and sort of metal helmets. And you can see that they all have spears. They look well outfitted, just like you would expect from a town militia. And unlike all the other people in the town, they look relatively well fed.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And as you're approaching, one of the guards steps forward towards you. You see he's a dwarf. He is sort of big and stocky. He doesn't look super ripped, but he is he does look like he is keeping up with his nutritional needs. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And he comes walking towards you and he says, "Oh there, what's your business with the mayor?"
I'd like to say to him in Dwarvish. Or do I have to do that accent?
No, you don't have to do that.
Do it.
We would like
You don't
an
have to.
audience with Sir Mr. Gurgle.
Says, "Mayor Gurgle, is he expecting you?
No, not yet.
Then you'd best take my advice and head out to the town before he finds out that you're here."
I kind of want him to know I'm here.
He sort of reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder, and you can tell he is he's trying to genuinely help you.
Not
He
like a
says-
hostile hand.
He says,
Like
a helpful hand.
gentle-
Comforting.
yeah, not like a hand on your shoulder that then chokes you. No, it's like a hand on your shoulder like of comfort. He says, "Listen, friend, I don't want you to get stuck here like I have."
Oh, whatever.
Crying.
I'd like to. It's okay, man. I got you.
He like won't let himself be pulled into a full embrace. He's like, "That's okay, thanks." But he says,
Why
Hard.
can't you leave? Why
He
can't you
says-
go?
he shakes his head and he says, "If I don't do what the mayor says, there's going to be a lot of trouble with my family." Oh no! Says the Splinter Shield clan. We're not very large in these parts, but I have an obligation.
Otherwise, oozes will eat your family, huh?
He sort of looks at you and says, "What do you know about oozes?"
There's a
Who's asking?
From a distance, you hear old Smitty say, "I hate buttons."
Anyway, friend, we're here to help. We're very powerful, and I know you went from Scottish to Russian all of a sudden.
Listen.
But we're here on your behalf. Just
My donors did not donate enough for me to keep a consistent accent.
not yet.
Not yet. I'm kidding. All right, so as you're standing there talking to him, he's sort of looking at you, and he's having the same reaction everyone else is, like, get the hell out while you can, right? When there is sort of a whip crack voice from behind him, it is a stern woman's voice coming from the steps leading into the house, and she says, "Henrik, do we have guests?" And you look and see that there is a slender woman. She looks to be probably in her mid-30s, early 40s, attractive but severe in appearance. She has black hair that is pulled back into a tail that actually hangs all the way down her back to about her waist, and she is very finely dressed. She's wearing the kind of dress that you would expect to see at like a noble's banquet or something like that. And she is standing on the front steps of the house. You can see the door leading to the manor is now open, and she is standing with her arms crossed like this, looking at you all sort of severely. And Henrik, the dwarf, turns around and says, "No, ma'am. They were just asking directions." And she narrows her eyes and says, "Don't lie to me, Henrik. I'll know."
Oh, Rodney, is Gurgle a woman? Tisk, tisk.
No. He looks at you all, and under his breath, he sort of leans over to you and says, "Sorry about this." And he says, "Well, they were hoping to speak to the mayor."
Yes.
And she says, "What business do you have with my husband?"
You must be Mrs. Gurgle.
I did not take my husband's name.
I can't
Well
see
played.
why
Good
not.
job. Good on you. Oh my God.
You sound like an empty tummy.
I am Kayana Telfin, and I am the mistress of this town.
I thought you said you were married.
She just said she didn't take her husband's name. That's all right.
That's true.
Kayana.
These
If
are
I may call you that.
You may call me Mistress Telfin.
All right,
Ooh.
Mistress Telfin.
You're a fast learner. I like that. She kind of glides down the stairs at this point. You're still flying overhead,
I
right?
am.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm
She
out
sort of
sight.
glides down the stairs, and why don't we got a little bit of a brief description of your characters physically previously. Of the three of you, which one of you has the highest constitution? What do you got?
16.
16? Anybody beat a 16? All right.
I'm very hardy.
So she okay. So she
constitution.
glides down the stairs. She just sort of glides right past you and Henrik, moves past you, and sort of has approached the three of you on the green here. Moves past you and gives you an appraising look, but then seems to dismiss you before she walks right up to you, Ardry, and she kind of looks you up and down with this look that reminds you a lot of a butcher appraising a slab of meat before cutting into it. She kind of looks down and up, and she says, "My husband is a very busy man. Perhaps you can tell me what it is that you want." And when she says this, she actually kind of reaches out and grabs like your bicep.
How much there?
Yeah, and she kind of grabs your bicep, and she's like, kind of pokes it.
I grab her bicep and poke her.
Maybe this is
I
how
say,
we do that.
She like if you try and
I'm trying to, yeah, I'm
if you
sure
try and
it doesn't
reciprocate, she recoils a bit and gives you an imperious look.
Miss Telfin, my greatest apologies, milady. If you give me just a minute to share time, I'm sure I could be very busy with you talking about why we're here. Is it just hot under the collar? Or just me?
Just you.
I love a good time. I'm on fire. Okay, no. Anyway. Yeah. I tried to persuade her with all my 10 charismatic ability that I want an audience with her or her husband or anybody.
Okay. All right. So she listens to what you have to say and ignores your terrible puns.
Sure.
And then after hearing you, she looks over at you. And,
I am delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And she says, "Tell me, friend dwarf." You're a dwarf, right?
Nope.
Yeah. No?
Drow.
Sorry.
Half
Drow.
Sorry, I don't
Half
know.
drow.
Half drow.
Half
Right.
elf.
Oh,
Tell me, tell me, friend elf. That's what she would think. Where do you come from?
That's none of your business, lady.
Whoa.
There's no need to be uncouth.
I'm not uncouth. I detect great evil. You see me? We're not going to be friends.
I detect great evil coming from you. That's you kind of you went that route for like just a second.
She kind of blinks, realizes that she's not going to get any sort of banter out of you, and immediately looks over to the half-orc, and she says, "You seem to come from a hearty lineage."
Yes,
It means like your family and stuff.
Says,
I didn't. That hurts. I didn't really have a family, man.
Why do you always do this? You always bring it down.
I'm
so
sorry.
Much, man.
"Oh, you're all alone.
Well, I'm with them, but yes, it's me in the world.
How unfortunate that there'll be no one to miss you when you're gone."
I don't think I like where this is going right now.
"Why, it's not going anywhere but inside for dinner.
Great.
You are in luck. My husband and I were just about to sit down to a fine, fine feast, and we would be elated to have you all there for dinner."
For dinner, like, which for? Like, as dinner or eating dinner with you? Because I don't want to do the first
Yes,
one.
that one.
Okay, the second one, let's do it. That sounds great, Game.
Would you like super
I am
salad?
delicious.
I would.
We've been over this way.
Will your foul friend be joining us?
We're all, well, who? Oh, foul as in bird, not foul as in like, okay. Yes,
kind
of
Just
course.
because he gives puns doesn't mean he gets puns.
Harley is one of us.
Well, by
Clickety-clack,
all
little bird.
means, invite Harley down. It would be so rude of us to sit down without having everyone there in attendance.
Yo, Harley, get down here.
Yo,
Yo, we roll.
There's a lot of yo's going on here.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Oh my gosh.
She watches you descend from the sky, and I assume that you land on the green there near her.
in all of my fluttering
Right.
magnificence.
As a what was it? A feathered, the terrifying feathered angel or
Terrifying
something.
angel.
something. Right. And you land, and she is sort of looking at you imperiously as you land, and she glides over up to you. And when she gets close to you, she reaches out and sort of runs a finger along your feathers. And she says, "I have a question for you. How often do you lose your feathers?"
Oh.
Very personal question.
My molting is none of your business.
I'm just curious whether they come out easily or not, or whether there's some difficulty.
Oh, everything's difficult with me.
You got it.
Well, it looks like we'll have our work cut out for us then. But please, I'm being a terrible hostess. Come in, and we will fatten you all up with a fine feast.
How lovely.
I feel like we know where this is going.
Yeah, there's a lot of entendre.
She turns and heads towards the house, and she turns around and says, "Oh, Henrik, you'll be pulling double duty tonight for your little fib earlier." And the dwarf sort of sighs and wilts a little bit, and he says, "Aye, mistress." And she heads into the house, beckoning you all to follow her.
Can I do this a terrible terrible disadvantage. Like slide him some of my ale that I have and just be like, "It's all right, dude, I got
Like
you."
hand him one of your myriad flasks of
Yeah.
ale that you keep on you, right?
Yeah.
You want to do it surreptitiously?
Yeah, I do.
Why don't you give me a dexterity check?
Crazy. Oh, here we go.
Do you have any good stats? Because I feel like every time I,
I
ask
do,
for a check,
we just haven't
you're like,
used
oh,
them
not
yet."
that one.
No.
Here.
She's a martial
We've
type.
used dexterity and wisdom. Not good
Okay,
at those.
all right, just checking.
And Constitution.
And Constitution. I got a 13.
13? Okay,
Oh.
yeah. You're able to hand it off to him, you think, surreptitiously.
As you walk by, can I lean in as you pass him and say, if you hear yelling, you and your friends don't need to come.
He looks at you and kind of nods slowly at the terrifying bird woman who just descended from the sky and didn't say
Yeah,
anything to
yeah.
him before this moment.
Hashtag terrifying bird angel.
Hashtag terrifying bird angel, yes. All right, so you enter the house, and it looks like it should be an opulent manor. In fact, it looks like it was up until very recently, very well appointed inside. However, as you move into the building, you notice strange signs that really conflict with the appearance this woman's giving off. I mean, she's dressed very finely. She speaks imperiously like a noble that you've encountered in, anywhere else before. And it seems like she would only expect the finest. But what you see inside the building is a bit strange. Looks like these once fine like rugs and runners that would be in the hallways, they're stained with like wine stains and like of a couple of different colors. And you can see there's like a crust that's formed on the edge of one of the carpets.
House crust.
Oh,
Yeah.
the worst.
House crust is the worst, right?
House
I always cut off the house crust.
As you enter the house, she actually closes the front door behind you, and you can see that there is in the foyer. There's like a table up against one wall. Like usually you'd see like candelabras or like there's a mirror on or something like that. And it is appointed that way. They're small pieces of like decorative art, a little sculpture, and then there is the stripped carcass of a turkey just sitting randomly on the table.
You know this guy?
Oh my god.
Looks like it's been picked completely clean.
Oh,
Is this one of you?
oh, my people.
I'm sorry about your cousin.
We're terribly sorry for your loss. She says, please forgive the mess. We've been so busy lately, what with the renovations, that it's been very difficult for us to find time for anything other than a quick bite. I assure you, this is not the way it normally looks. But please, come inside. The dining room is this way.
Is there
And she
anyone
goes.
else in the house, or is it just?
So yeah,
Sure.
anyone else or anything else?
Both.
Let's go thing.
I would like to
It-
take this
let's go
opportunity
thing.
to open my divine senses.
Ah, okay.
This floor crust has me
Right.
thinking things are
This
amiss.
floor crust is quite suspicious.
Yeah.
Let's see
crust is-
here.
Large, radiantly evil.
Hey, lady, you got a bad case of floor crust over here. You kind of, I got a guy who can help you with that.
That means from New
That
York.
was so good. So good.
Yeah. Thank you.
You extend your divine senses, and despite the fact that you are unsettled by the appearance of the house around you, you're not sensing any creatures that would normally set off your divine senses. But you are getting a faint tingling in your senses. Your spidey sense is tingling,
Oh, my mustache is flavored.
and it seems to be coming from below you. As you walk through the house, you're getting a.
Like apple.
Rodney.
It's the late night game, folks.
Tell me more.
He's turning pink.
Dungeons and Dragons, ladies and gentlemen.
Family game.
Family game, but for the whole family. But you're sensing like in like a cellar or a basement or something down there, like just that very faint sensation that there's something not right, something unnatural. But it's not anything you can pinpoint, and it doesn't feel like a creature, more like a presence.
I would like to.
But importantly, you're not getting that sense from her.
Oh. I got a wibbly presence, y'all.
Where is it?
Why are we whispering?
Hey, get that check.
Do the microphones pick up our whispering? I don't know. Okay, good.
My mustache.
Not well, but yes. Okay.
My mustache quivered.
And all of a sudden,
It's my divine sense accent.
your divine sense
divine
makes you sound like
sense.
you've come from. Oh, I've got the vapors in my mustache.
I do declare.
Oh my God!
Speaking the language of my ancestral homeland, people.
Yeah.
I don't think she's evil, but I feel like there's some tingly bits that I haven't quite sussed out.
Should one of us go check it out?
Not yet. I'm kind of hungry, but you know.
Okay.
So she leads you down the hallway, and you look off, and like as you're going down the hallway, you can see that there are rooms off to the sides, and they're exactly what you would expect to see as you're moving through a house of this size. There's like a library and a study, and there's actually like a conservatory at one end. Or like,
We're in Clue.
yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
It was Colonel Mustard.
Yeah.
High five from a distance.
DM now. Level up.
But all these things that you would expect to see in a noble's manor, but they've all just sort of fallen into decay, right? It's not even really decay, it's more like it's just been trashed. Like, in fact, one of the rooms you walk by, the library, you can see that the entire floor of the library is almost covered with empty wine bottles.
So it's like a bunch of frat bros live in the manor and have just kind of let it go to pot.
Kappa Sigma Kappa.
Yeah.
Gulpa Sigma Gulpa.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what that
Gamma
even
Rho
looks
Gamma Lambda? I don't know. Anyways, that spells gurgle, by the way.
like. Oh, girl.
So you are, so you're seeing all these rooms that look completely trash. Did you want to do something? I'm sorry.
I was trying to find if there were stairs that I could discern.
Yes. When you first came in, it looked like there was a staircase leading upward, and it was kind of off, like basically like you come in the foyer, she led you around to the right. You could see like there was a doorway to your left, and then on the other side of that doorway was stairs going up.
None going down.
Not that you've seen so far.
Yeah. I make a mental note of that with my arcane senses.
She leads you past a kitchen, and as you pass the kitchen, you see one of the first signs of true, like, fast-paced work and busyness. This kitchen is bustling. There are probably 5 different cooks in the kitchen at this time, and they are working furiously. And when I mean that, like, imagine like every like Hell's Kitchen, terrible opening type scenario, right? Like they are like cooking super fast, and like one of them's barking orders at the other one. As you glide past with Mistress Telfin, she says, "Oh, don't mind the noise. It's so hard to get good help. We've gone through so many cooks over the last few months. I hardly can remember even their names. Oh well." And she sort of walks.
Do they look well
like
fed?
she weirdly like starts picking her teeth as she walks by.
Yeah.
What?
Do the cooks look well fed? Like
No.
The cooks are
They look like they are working themselves to the bone. Actually,
To death?
like everyone else has looked sort of sluggish and everything. They look equally as haggard, but are completely busting ass.
like methy.
Like they might be about to fall over at any moment.
Oh.
But she just keeps going past that and is headed towards a set of like oak double doors.
As I pass by one of the cooks, I'm like, actually, I think you need to raise that a little bit, and I control the flames and like make it a little bigger.
Ardry, I would love for you to give me a wisdom perception check, please.
Yes. 9.
A 9. Okay,
Break
great.
your DC 10.
So you, as you're going by, you're looking, and the kitchen is actually pretty big. And one of the things that you notice is it looks like it's meant to hold a staff of 8 or 10 cooks, like for a big banquet or something like that. But it looks like it is in just as bad a shape as the rest of the house. Like you can see that there's like a cask off to one side that is leaking, something all over the floor. It looks like there was basically like a big iron pot that boiled over at the fire, because you can see like there's just sludge all around this fireplace, but it hasn't been cleaned at all.
You want floor crust? Because that's how you get floor
That's
crust.
how you get floor crust.
That's how you get ants.
That's how you get ants.
Made out?
Say again?
Made out? Didn't come?
She says, "Who has time to search for a maid when you're constantly replacing your kitchen staff?"
Different set of abilities, but sure.
Like you do.
I don't like this lady.
She pushes open the oak doors, and you can see that she is leading you into the formal dining room. This room is dominated by a big oak dining table at the middle with high back chairs that run along the sides, and there's two at the ends as well. You can see there are actually portraits up on the walls. They look to be lined up in several generations of obviously some family.
The Great Gurgle family.
Not
that I know.
Well, it's hard to say because all of these portraits have been slashed.
Oh, like in Beauty and the Beast.
No, more like they have been slash is the wrong way to put it. More like they have been corroded away.
With acid?
I'm seeing a correlation.
Yes.
All right, great.
Yes, acid.
Just as I thought.
Yeah. She leads you in, and she says, honored guest, please allow me to introduce you to my dear husband, the great mayor of our town, Clytus Gurgle.
Of course.
And he is sitting on one of the chairs at the end of the table. This man, to call him a man is perhaps a misnomer. He is a massive sphere of a man. He is at least 7 feet tall, probably when he's standing up. Just massive, and you can see that, like, if he wanted to drop his arms to his sides, he probably couldn't. If any of you played Left 4 Dead, imagine a boomer from Left 4 Dead, but not a zombie, right? Just huge, like, massive guy, and he is tearing into his meal. He's like, rah, 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 and like he's got like a spoon in one hand, like a fork in his, like shoveling into his mouth.
Like Thanksgiving.
That's harsh.
Case John Goodman.
John Goodman, I'm sorry.
Goody is a saint. And so he is, and like you see, like he puts down his fork at one moment, like scoops up a wine glass that like sloshes over his hand and takes a big drink. He says, "Oh, guests, eh? Honored, please come have a seat. Take your fill. Stuff yourselves." He thinks he's hilarious, by the way.
He does.
And his wife takes a seat at the opposite end of the table. So he's at one end, and she is balancing out the table at the other. And she daintily takes a seat and takes a napkin and lays it across her lap. Meanwhile, he has picked up a hunk of bread from in front of him and has just taken it and goes, and like it almost looks like he's trying to like loosen his jaw.
Snake style.
And then he goes, and like he realizes that he's not gonna be able to do it, and then he just takes it and he like runs it across a stick of butter that is sitting in front of him. Like, no, don't, not even gonna waste the time with a knife to slather the bread. Now he's just like, and like starts shoving it in his mouth. And with a mouthful of food, he goes, "Whoa, sit down. Tell me why you've come to Stead Haven."
You just have a little heart attack.
Stead Haven. We're so thrilled to have new blood here in the town. He almost said new meat, by the way.
He did.
Oh, wow. I don't get it. Why would he say that?
No reason.
Crazy.
Okay.
No reason whatsoever.
We are.
And so as he's sitting there, you see at the other end of the table, Kiana, his wife, is serving herself from the plates that are for her, or sitting there. There is a very fine feast laid out in front of you. It is bountiful. There are all kinds of fresh cooked meats. It looks like the cooks are working themselves to the bone to produce an excellent meal. And there are all kinds of fruits and vegetables and dishes of like with exotic spices. Like it is a feast. It is a feast to behold. And while he is digging into it like a pig at a trough, she is very carefully like laying her plate and everything. And she gestures for you all to be seated and take your fill.
Okay.
I need to use the restroom. Do you have a roof? I can go to?
Do you have a carriage? She will spackle your carriage. Don't actually do that.
The mayor's wife sort of blinks when you say that, and she says, you can go back out the way you came in. I'm sure you can find the way, but don't take too long or all of your companions will have sated themselves by the time that you return.
Of course.
And you wouldn't want to miss dessert. It's the best course.
Oh, I love dessert.
I would definitely be back for that.
Actually a fan of dessert.
She is starting to eat, and he's sort of looking at you all expectantly. Doesn't stop eating while he's looking at you. He's just sort of like.
I eat some of the stuff too. Some of the stuff that he's grabbing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I go from those piles.
sure.
Kind of
He's like mangled a plate of potatoes just by like
Yes.
reaching into it with a meaty fist, and like you can see that there are serving spoons and carving knives
Yeah,
stuff like
do that.
that. He's not bothering with it. Like he's just ripped off a turkey leg and is like,
He's just
chowing
an
down on it.
efficient man, all right?
He's
That's
not
all it is.
wasting any time. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way. But it is disgusting to watch him eat.
Yeah, I eat. Whatever.
I kind of lost my appetite.
Yeah.
Now I
I
gotta be
know.
honest. I don't.
So are you leaving? Are you leaving,
Oh,
Harley?
no, I was gonna peek around really quickly.
Okay. You're gonna go search around the house.
Investigate quickly.
Okay. Is there anything particular you're looking for?
Like a room with very creepy things.
No. You're looking for the creep show room.
Anything weird. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. All right. Are you going to be doing this stealthily, or are you
Very
going?
stealthily.
Okay, so you are going to be sneaking around.
Roguelike.
So go ahead and give me your dexterity stealth check.
19.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So you search around. The weirdest thing you find in this house is the fact that none of the doors are locked. There's like nothing is barred, nothing is off limits. Like you're able to just like walk into any room that you want to go into. There's also effectively no one else here, right? There's the
Okay.
cooks in the kitchen. There's the four of you and the mayor and his wife, and there's just no one else. And there's no other staff at all in this house, as far as you can tell. The one thing that you find that you're not able to investigate because you are searching around stealthily is that when you peek into the kitchen, you see the kitchen staff is continuing to work themselves to the bone, but you do note that in the back of the kitchen, like against one wall, you can see a set of stone stairs that look like they're descending down into the cellar.
Oh, I mentioned
All right,
this
so
to
back
you.
in the dining room, you guys are all eating, and one of the things you notice, so you're probably sitting pretty close to the mayor himself if you're
Yes.
eating from the same food. Where are you two sitting in relation to basically the mayor's end of the table and the mayor's wife's end of the table?
I'll be closer to the mayor, but
Okay.
I want to fill my plate and just kind of like drop shit on the floor. It's like, oh,
All right, okay, all right, and you?
Closer to the wife because the mayor is abhorrent, and not really gonna eat. Maybe if there's like a decanter and some water or maybe
Sure.
a little wine, just
Okay.
do that and just.
All right, so you're dropping food on the floor, and you look down at one point because you're like, oh, am I making a mess? There's no food on the floor. Like, you've been dropping stuff, and it's just gone. You notice that as you are sitting there next to the mayor's wife and kind of, keeping an eye on her, she keeps periodically doing this number. She's like, kind of takes a bite, leans over and does this. Takes a bite, leans over and does this.
I will drop my napkin. I've dropped my napkin. And look, is there like a dog under there?
There's not a dog, but you
crap.
peer under the table and you see that there is it's a jelly. It's about the size of a basketball. It's shaped like a Hershey's Kiss, and it's this sort of rusty brown color. And she is leaning over to feed it pieces of food off of the table. And when she sees you looking, she says, "Oh, don't mind my pet. He is absolutely harmless. Aren't you, Bloop?" And she reaches down like she's going to pet it, and then she's like, like right above it.
I will.
So actually, we've just
Oh, we
gotten
got
the
it.
wrap it up signal. So we're going to take our break on the hour, and I'm going to pass it back over to the lovely and talented Greg Billsland. You're watching D&D Extra Life.
Welcome back. Oh, was that?
I
Do you know?
I don't even have words.
I thought that would.
Turn
out well?
They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I think
I thought mine was better.
I think awkwardness is in the
I
eye
thought
of the
mine was
beholder
much.
right now.
Hey, I was in Texas not too long ago, and they had a bunch of billboards that said "Behold" all over it. I was very happy.
Did you want to go and write little R's?
Yeah,
all of them?
ER. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There was once a game called Eye of the Beholder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you play it?
Probably before you were born.
Oh my gosh, we just went there. He just went there.
Yeah.
I'm officially offended.
All right. Do we have
so-
any idea what's going on in the game?
Are you
No.
asking?
Okay. I
Okay.
guess not.
No.
All right.
But it
We
sounds
haven't been
fun.
paying
It sounds
attention.
awesome. We're halfway through it though. We
Yeah.
are officially halfway
To
through.
be clear, halfway through this game, nowhere close to halfway through this whole event.
To be clear.
To be clear.
Yeah, had to make sure you guys knew that this isn't just a 3-session event.
Right. Yes.
It's more like a 12-session event.
Yes, of 4-hour sessions. Yes.
So I'm a beholder.
Yes. And we have things to give away. So we have gone through all of our Against the Giants miniatures. So thank you all donors for that. We'll be getting those sent off to you within the next few weeks. We still do, however, have Elemental Evil miniatures that we're giving away for $20 donations. Those are from our partner WizKids. We still have the Archmage novels, and those are at the $50 donation. Still in effect are the pins that we're giving away for donations of $50 or more. We have a few of the Tiamat pins left, and also quite a few Bellefoss pins from this year's packs in Sword Coast Legends. Few articles of clothing as well. The Table Titans shirts. Those are at 20, I believe. Also at 20 are audiobooks. God, I cannot. hold these
Like, what is
audiobooks.
with you in these? It's like that you just don't even want to hold it.
So
They're gone. They're gone.
We have a few audiobooks.
You're a monster.
That analog is so dead anyway.
You get a new entry.
He said who works on the analog.
In a monster
game.
manual.
We also do have digital codes for audiobooks as well. Vengeance of the Iron Dwarf. We have the lovely dress that I tried on earlier. It was quite tight on me.
But it has pockets.
It has pockets. That's the important thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all that matters in the end.
And we have a couple things from our participants. One is this lovely piece of art for $50 of the character that Kiergan was playing, as well as a delightful piece of headgear. It glows, and it has an eye.
It does glow.
It's on.
What are you doing to me?
I have the eye of the beholder.
Oh my gosh. I'm blind. I literally can't see a thing right now.
Other than the other 10 eyes that you have.
Other than that.
Actually 12, technically.
Well,
all right.
I need my
Very
main
good,
one at
very good.
least.
All right. We have some
better.
guests. Oh,
We
sorry,
do
I cut
have-
you off again.
You
I'm
always
so
cut
bad.
me off.
What did you say? Introduce the guests.
Oh, okay. So please welcome up here Emmy. Hi, Emmy.
Emmy,
Hi.
our intrepid graphic designer for D&D, and also, what were you playing today? Your
As
character.
myself.
Yes,
I'm playing
other than Emmy.
the fabulous, fierce bird angel. Aarakocra Rogue.
Aarakocra
Harley
Rogue.
Bird Woman.
Is this sort of a death from above kind of thing?
Could
Yeah.
be. It sounds like it's
Assassin,
gonna
yeah,
have to be.
aerial assassin.
Yeah. Yeah.
That sounds pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome. I have never played that.
Have you been taking advantage of your powers of flight?
I haven't. I have been flying all the time, and it's been actually really convenient and awesome. I'm glad we're not underground. I was really worried about that for a second. So.
Yes, this is, I think, our one adventure that's not set in the Underdark. Rodney came to me and he's like, was I supposed to set it in the Underdark? It's like, no, Rodney, it's okay. It's cool.
It's awesome.
Any other impressions from the game so far?
No, I mean, it's kind of like a really awesome Scooby-Doo mystery with like butter and goo and gurgles or
What have we been
googles.
missing?
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. I think it's
Can you talk like Scooby for the rest of this?
Not really.
donations.
I'll lose
Talk
my
like
voice.
Scooby.
No.
We also want to think of some.
Oh
Oh my God, guys!
Oh my gosh. What
Is
is happening?
Slurpee gonna come back?
No, I don't think he's in this one. Although donors could make Slurpee appear in this adventure.
Donors.
For $10.
Only
No,
$10.
no,
Okay.
Slurpee's worth
Could
more.
be that.
You have
I just wanted to
no
let you know
knowledge.
Oh my
that
God.
that we can make this happen for the rest of the night.
Everyone, Slurpee back for round 2. That will be amazing. Fairy dragons, Slurpee.
Fairy dragons, yeah, fairy dragons could come back as well. Just donate things to my page and I'll make it happen. Or something.
He'll use the voice.
So Emmy designed our logo for this year, our awesome
Our lovely
our
logo.
Demogorgon has never looked so cute.
Yeah. In fact, she did the entire shirt, pretty
Yeah.
much everything, including the back.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can see it with all
Yeah,
my
not really.
Yeah.
Does this
Okay.
actually have a standard number of tentacles?
No, there's a lot
No,
of
this is way too many. This is totally
You guys are.
not approved. Not,
Really?
not official license.
Well, my eyes are even gone,
Oh.
so you know,
Yeah.
I'm kind of having issues tonight.
You're doing good.
Thank you.
You're doing
Thank
real
you.
good, both of you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was blind, but now I
you
see. Okay, that
All
was too
right.
far.
Scare off Emmy with her bad references. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll see you back in the game. And we have another guest for this intermission, Mr. Bill Benham.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Bill.
Hey.
How are you?
Long time no see.
Like a couple minutes.
A
It's
few.
been all right.
Too long.
Yeah.
So, Bill,
Always.
you donated for the leggings.
I did.
What is the fate of those leggings?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with those leggings yet. They look like they would go really well for my stepdaughter.
Oh,
They would
okay.
fit and be something that she would wear. If I try to put them on, they would explode because they are form-fitting, and I'm too fat for them.
I'm telling you, the sleeves, like those things rock
Yeah,
the sleeves.
arm warmers.
Yeah, arm warmers.
I may have to do arm warmers for the next 2 hours of the thing. So I think I can.
It is
Please
very,
do.
very chilly.
I think
in
I
here.
will.
Yeah, it
It
is.
is. I can't. The hat is.
Isn't it amazing?
It is.
Yeah, it's almost like you
splendid.
want it yourself, right? It's almost like you're at that point where you want to
Deep,
donate.
like
to
right
get it.
here, right here.
Yeah,
I'm feeling like I want that hat.
but yeah, you have to hold back. You have to hold
I
yourself
have
back.
to-
I get it. I get it. We're all there right
You
now.
already got the leggings.
I did get some leggings, which I'm pretty stoked about.
So, what's your character's impression of the rest of the group?
So, as luck would have it, my character is terrified of birds. Just loves cats, terrified of birds. So right now, his issue is all the cats appear to be gone in this town, which is pretty sad. And B, there's a gigantic bird person that is accompanying him. So he's kind of got a low level of anxiety all the time. It's
That's
like
a rough go.
Like, do you like spiders?
I mean,
Not so
they're
much.
they're all right.
No, oh well, then no, that was.
They're not quite okay. I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of them.
Not a fan of.
I will say that.
Well, imagine one of your traveling companions was like a big spider
No,
that
thanks.
could talk.
No,
you
I think
know?
I'm good.
It would, all right.
Thank you,
So
thank
that's
you.
where I'm at, but I'm trying to keep
intriguing.
together for the
I am
group.
so sorry.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
I think we all feel for you right now.
Yeah.
If you need anything, we're here for you, both of us.
Blow it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh no,
no,
sorry,
you
Greg.
can blow
No,
it too. I can
no,
only do
no.
one.
The
Too
moment
late.
has passed. I
No.
mean,
Come on.
oh,
Come on.
oh,
How did this
okay.
happen?
There it is.
Well-
That's happening right now. I feel better.
I'm not saying help me into the camera. Okay. Let's see. Anything else to add? You have done some Adventures League stuff for us, right?
I have. I'm currently the resource manager for the D&D Adventures League, which is has really been an amazing experience. I have some great people that I work with: Travis Woodall, Claire Hoffman, and Alan, and Robert, and Greg. You can't forget Greg. Greg
Yeah.
Marks.
Yeah.
He's amazing. And I hope folks are enjoying the stuff that we're putting out.
Yeah, it's been great. I know we've been putting out some stuff available on Dragon Plus that has been already come out.
I believe that was Harried and Hillsfar was out on Dragon Plus, which was awesome.
Yeah.
So
And it was nice that you're local, so we could take advantage of that fact to bring you on in and get some members of our Adventures League community.
yes, I appreciate the invite. This has been a lot of fun. I really dig this.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah, from
Especially
the
that guy.
Acquisitions Inc. Yeah, we'll be
Yep,
we'll be getting to
Stanley.
Stanley a little bit later.
His name's
Yeah.
Stanley. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually even says Stanley on here. I didn't realize
It
that
actually
was how.
does
It
say
does.
Stanley right
Even his
there.
birthday
Yeah.
as well.
Aw,
Cool.
cool.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. We'll let you get back to the game. Yeah.
You're so welcome.
And
Could be yours.
It's Is that
And
up
it
for
could be
donation
yours.
too?
All of this.
This is the whole
What?
deal. I mean,
People.
not this part, but this part.
People.
Not this part, but this part.
Thank
How's
you for
there-
clarifying, Greg. I was wondering myself after a while.
I want to see
Again,
what
not
the
this
Twitch
part,
feed says
but this
about
part.
that. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe we're at about $61,000, so we are doing fantastic.
Yay.
If we can keep up this pace, we are on track to get very close to our goal, if not hit it. And so keep up those donations. All of the available items are posted. Oh wait, we have one more thing.
One more thing.
One more thing. Usually there's always one more thing because I forget so many things.
But wait, there's more.
But wait. So we have some miniatures from Gale Force 9. These are unpainted. What is the type of plastic called? I always forget this because I'm not
It's a very
miniatures player.
plasticky type
It's
of
that hard
plastic.
plastic that you paint on.
It's the kind that
It
a
doesn't
lot
say.
of miniatures.
Anyway, they're miniatures. They're plastic.
You
You
can
paint
paint
them. We have some awesome videos of people painting some of these. In fact, I believe the Earth Myrmidon here, our art director Dan Jellin had painted over the course of several weeks. And these are, we have a set of 4 miniatures, all themed to elemental evil, available. There's 2 of these sets of 4 available at $30. And
Pretty
so
neat.
for $30, if you are a fan of painting miniatures,
This is for you.
this is for you.
Okay.
And let's not forget why we're doing this. We're doing this because we are helping the kids at Children's Miracle Network hospitals and helping the families by supporting them financially and also helping with financial support for research on things like cancer and cystic fibrosis. It's a great cause. We appreciate everything you can do, and we will let you get back to the game. We'll be back in an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Dungeons & Dragons Extra Life. I am Rodney Thompson, and we are in the middle of a recently described Scooby-Doo adventure featuring the corpulent Mayor Gurgle, his fierce and somewhat creepy wife, and a town that has fallen under their tyranny. So you guys are all at dinner, and you have just recently discovered that the mayor's wife has been feeding a pet ochre jelly named Bloop
Oh, I'm jelly.
under the table the whole time.
Gurgle, gurgle.
You're coming back now at this point from your investigations, and you have, like I said, you discovered that basically the house is mostly empty, trashed all over the place, of course, like garbage and refuse everywhere. But you did find the staircase leading down into the cellar. So you are all at the dinner table. Mistress Telfin is feeding Bloop under the table, and she, pretended to pet it briefly. And you can see it sort of quivers underneath her hand when she does that.
So, Noel is going to kind of that leap back where the chair kind of flips back behind him, and he's going to point under there, and he's going to yell. It's going to be kind of a high, kind of falsetto scream that I'm not going to do because I'm mic'd, and that would be just obnoxious.
Be cruel to the people at
It
home
would
listening
be
with
cruel.
headphones.
There would be so many, all the bad comments. But anyway, that's what's going to happen right now.
Okay.
He's going to point, and he's going to give her like the exasperated, like,
Oh my
look,
God.
like, how are you feeding this goo? Because he no knows.
No nose.
It would.
No nose?
No nose. See how that? Like if he were to put his hand on there, it would eat his hand off.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is not safe. Unnatural.
That's how you get slimes.
You waited for the slime to think this is unnatural?
Well, this just kind of
See
pushed
this
it
guy.
over. It's kind of pushed it over the edge. Like there was a here's the edge. Here's the edge after slime. So like over that. Then there's
So
bloop.
she looks up at you and she says, "There's no need for that. Bloop is totally harmless. I have him well trained." And she does that thing again, and it kind of quivers under her hand. And you can see that like it kind of like bloop, 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 moves over towards you and kind of peers around the leg of the chair. It doesn't have eyes or anything, but like it's sort of anthropomorphized, and you can see that it sort of like twists around the leg of the chair to look at you
It's
and
like
kind of
if Tim
quivers a little
Burton
bit.
did a Disney film,
Yeah.
basically. Like,
Didn't he though? Sorry.
yeah, he did. No, he did. You called me on my BS,
I
man.
did.
So Bloop's like a Pokemon. It just goes bloop, 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 bloop. That's what its name is.
Oh, he went there. He Pokemon'd it.
What? Anyway, so I know oozes are
You
evil,
Pokemon'd
right?
it.
They're evil abominations, aberrations, perhaps.
Evil is a stretch.
Yeah.
They tend to be pretty mindless, actually.
Yeah, they just eat.
But they do consume ravenously
I don't want to be
and,
consumed.
and acidically.
Does fire kill them?
Oh yes.
Good news.
Oh.
Fire.
Good news, everyone.
Fire burn.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep eating if it's good. If it's bad, I stop eating.
It's real good.
That's not how I do it in real life.
It's no, it's really good.
All right. Great.
You're gonna hate eat.
So you don't eat when you're full. You eat when you don't stop eating when you hate yourself. So keep going.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right, so you've been like fake eating and dropping things under the table. You're chowing down.
eating.
You've been
I'm
drinking
screaming,
water,
and
basically.
like throwing the glass of wine at it, like ah!
All right, so you throw your glass of wine. The glass shatters on the ground, and you see Bloop sort of skitters underneath the Mr. Stelfin's chair, and it kind of quivers underneath her chair. And she says, "Oh, now there's no need for that. Bloop won't do anything to harm you. He is just my little Bloop, isn't he?" And she reaches down. This is like the most affection she has showed at all, or like the most emotion, really. Up to this point, she's been rather severe with you, but you can tell she's treating it like a favorite pet.
anyway,
Oh.
Mistress Telvin, have you come across someone by the name of Benjamin Carver? We've got a job for him.
Maybe. Does he live in the town?
Maybe.
Well, I can't say that I know him off the top of my head, but he may have been here for dinner some time ago.
Oh no. Interesting. Well, when's dessert gonna get here? I'm still feeling a wee bit peckish.
Are you ready for dessert already? And her husband at the other end of the table goes, "Yeah, dessert sounds great. I'm almost ready for it." And he like reaches over and grabs like a ham hock and just like pulls it out. And he says, "Nothing better to wash down my meal than more food." And he's like, like a chicken bone spits out of his mouth onto the table.
He's like,
Oh,
you remember the Futurama where Bender got to be a person,
Yeah.
and then he just went crazy?
Yeah, yes.
That's what I'm.
Yeah,
But he just said woo.
you're in the ballpark there,
Okay,
actually.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Ducking Knoll, he's kind of, again, I mentioned the edge. He's kind of gone over it. It was the ooze that did it. He's going to get a little upset at Mayor Gurgle and ask him, "Oh, you eat and you eat like you have all the food and your people, they starve. How can you do this?"
Says, "Well, I'm a pretty hungry guy. I mean, obviously, I need a lot to sustain me. And hang on one second. He takes like a goblet of wine and is like slurping it down. He's gulping loudly as he does so. He sets the goblet down and lets out a belch. Just like, brrr. He says, I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it before, but man's got to eat, and these townsfolk, well, they've got more food than they need to live, so.
This is not the way things should be. You take and you take.
Mistress Telfin at that point puts down her knife and fork and she says, now you are a guest in this house, friend, and I would advise you to be careful what you say. We would hate to think that you were thumbing your nose at our hospitality. It would be such a shame.
Don't call me friend. We're not friends.
But I thought we were becoming fast friends, or at least getting to know one another's choice, best traits so easily.
So can we tell if the mayor is genuinely just oblivious and really super hungry?
You
or
can
is
give
he
me a
like,
wisdom insight check.
Okay. So 3. Still kind of grossed out.
Yeah. you're like, you're like, I wonder if this guy is,
like, oh my God,
is
what
he
is this
really
here?
like this? But on the outside, you're just going, you look mortified, right? And terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought.
What does that look like with a bird beak?
Let's see here. Are any of you trained in religion?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Whoa!
Why don't you give me an intelligence religion?
Yes, well, in my glass-blowing shop, Ardry's ashes to glasses stop on by. I need to make symbols and stuff for other religions, so that's why I know so much about it, and I got 17.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
I'm so great.
And humble.
Super modest.
So there's been something strange happening over the last few months, and it's not just limited to this place, right? You've seen this in a couple of different places, and you know that some of the temples in the cities and towns that you've visited are really struggling to deal with honestly, a rash of mental maladies. Like people are finding themselves, these temples are having to deal with like a far greater degree of people who seem to be suffering like mental breaks and even like true insanity and madness. And you're starting to see some telltale signs that the mayor is maybe suffering from something like that, because he doesn't seem like some malicious tyrant.
Yeah, he's just like gluttony incarnate.
Yeah, like he's just wolfing it down. And like the thing is, the justification he gave you, he just like it's thin, right? He doesn't seem to be thinking much beyond like shoveling the food into his mouth.
He's not a bad guy.
He's just the bad guy.
Okay,
Love that
yeah.
movie.
Do I know anything about perhaps some big evil god of slimes or aberrations or something in my religious or arcana studies?
Yeah, you know that there is, in fact, a demon lord who is very closely associated with both slimes and massive consumption. And that demon lord is Jublex.
Jublex. All right, so these gods, or not, I don't know, something's
Demon Lord.
happening to all these places, and we need to stop them because we're adventurers.
I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Or we're out to kill the greater evil. I'm not evil, wait. I'm not evil.
The greater evil, like you are,
Yes.
trying to kill.
Also,
Yeah.
Paler's not big on slimes and
Right.
stuff, so, all right. So once I figured kind of all this out,
Mm.
I'm like, Miss Telfin, if you'll excuse me, I also need to go to the little boy's room. Not to find little boys, but to, you know what I mean.
She looks at you and she says, "Of course, please tend to your necessaries."
Yes, I get up.
I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, downstairs in the kitchen, is that what you're saying? I don't actually say that. I think it really hard.
Right.
okay, and I go,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get up and I go to the kitchen
Okay.
and I look for staircases
Okay.
and I go down them.
All right. So you head, you leave the room,
Yeah.
leaving your companions there at the dinner table,
Splitting the party.
ostensibly to go take care of.
Yeah. How about when I get to the doorway and I'm leaving, I turn around to the others and I'm like,
Yeah.
The mayor's oblivious.
yeah. I do it behind her back.
Yeah, the mayor's
Yeah.
wife doesn't see.
I like
you,
talking
right?
sign English. I'm like,
Sure.
you know, it's
Right, like
great. We all know sign language.
you like brush off the signs.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're just gonna steal second? I don't understand what's
Yeah.
happening. Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Okay, so while the rest of you are still there at the dinner table, ostensibly having dinner, you sneak off and you find your way to the kitchen. The kitchen staff completely ignores you.
Great. I ignore them.
They are cooking.
I ignore them right back.
Right.
Show them.
Yep. And I want to investigate this downstairs.
Okay.
As I
you-
hope my party members join me shortly.
You pass through the kitchen and you head down into the down the stone stairs in the back of the kitchen.
Is it dark?
It is dark, but there are torches and sconces on the walls leading down. And as you descend, it actually gets kind of chilly as you get down a little bit into the lower reaches of the building. And the stairway opens up into a single room. It's just a room about 15 feet on each side. And you can see that the center of the room is actually dominated by a large stone chest. And you can tell that a lot of the cold is actually coming off of that stone chest. And you suspect that it's some sort of ice chest or freezer or something like that.
Okay. On the way down, I control flame to make the flames bigger as I go down.
Okay.
So my party members kind of know fire is kind of my thing. This is probably where I'm going. I don't know if you guys got that or not.
No, it's...
Yep. And then I want to create a bonfire because I don't like cold things and I like hot things, and make the chest fiery.
Fire.
Okay, so you're setting fire to the chest then?
Yes.
Or you're creating the bonfire on the stone chest?
Yes.
Fantastic. You create the flames, and they burst onto the chest. You see the frost that's on the outside of the stone chest immediately melts away.
Yes.
And then the chest lurches and animates. Its lid flies up, and it kind of twists, and you see rows of jagged teeth burst along the edges of the lid, and a large purple tongue lashes out towards you. Let's roll initiative.
I love initiative.
Just you.
Just you, yeah.
13.
13, fantastic. The mimic, which has been revealed by the blast of fire. Actually, you did create the bonfire on it, so we're going to go ahead and resolve that spell.
Right.
It hit and everything.
Oh, it makes a deck save.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. So dex save.
13.
He actually succeeds.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I say he. It's an it. It's a mimic. So the mimic is unaffected by your initial burst of fire, and it's going to lash out at you with its big purple tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Only a 9 against your AC.
Yeah, that doesn't hit me, buddy.
All right. So the tongue lashes out and swats at you, but doesn't manage to connect.
All right, I take no action and yell for my comrades. I quickly chant their names of Slow-Mo, Ducking, Harley. I'm dying to a treasure chest. Please help me. And then I want to cast spells at
It's
it.
a nice chest.
Yeah.
So okay, you stand up and shout. Or you're already standing.
With
You
my hands up and
right,
shout.
Hey! And so the rest of you all have no trouble hearing this. I mean, the sound had to get through the kitchen, so it's a little faint by the time it reaches you, but it wasn't far from the dining room. And you find yourselves hearing him going, hey, I'm getting attacked by an ice chest.
And I go, slow-mo, not slow-mo.
You correct his mispronunciation of your name.
Yeah, I have
go
that
time.
as a
All right,
It is,
so
definitely. We're going. It's
Oh.
happening.
now the rest
I
of you
think I
guys
have it
can
off
roll
now.
initiative.
All
Yeah.
right.
Go time, baby.
17.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get my pen here.
Maybe it should be slow-mo.
Roll up my
Real not
sleeves.
good.
It's
No bueno.
We got a bunch of not good over in this corner right here.
All right,
Hello.
ducking, what'd you
It's
get?
just good enough
Ducking
for
has an 18.
He
Okay.
ducks so fast.
Yeah, I duck so fast.
All right, and Shlomo.
Thanks, Rodney. I got 3.
Living up to your name.
Yeah, I have -1.
Someone's got to be last, don't they?
They do. That's true.
Okay.
Save.
So
Yeah.
as luck would have it, ducking, you're actually going to be the next one to act.
Help me, I'm dying. And I'm old.
So you're
So
screwed.
basically, what's happened is you're shouting.
Yeah.
Happened off turn, effectively. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Sorry, yeah.
we just create the initiative order,
Great.
and you're gonna go in the order that you
I
would
love
normally
it.
go. Yep.
I love
All right,
Dungeons
so
and
Ducky,
Dragons.
you've heard him shout.
Shout that he's being attacked by an ice chest.
That's correct. Yes.
I've got to see that. So I'm going to dash
Okay.
through out of the dining room, through the kitchen, down the stairs until I see an anthropomorphized angry chest
Okay.
with a huge purple tongue
That's
attempting
correct.
to eat my friend.
I'm
Alright.
for friends?
Oh.
You never told me.
Buddy.
So
I
with
never should
the
have doubted you.
And
You saw here, buddy.
I will not sing because I have a microphone on. Since I dash, that's kind of that's my turn.
so with the stairs and everything, it'll basically take your full movement to
Oh,
get there.
okay.
Yeah.
But you basically get down to the foot of the stairs, and you see this massive, like now undulating chest, ice chest, with the big row of teeth and the whipping purple tongue. You see it, and then your adventuring companion and new friend, Ardry, is between you and it.
I got a battle stance out.
When you leap up, the mayor's wife reaches over and actually reaches into, there's like a carved roast
crap.
beef there,
Yes.
reaches over to the carved roast beef and pulls out the carving knife. It says, "It would be rude of you to leave before dinner is complete."
This bitch.
Does she do that while I'm in that?
No, it's while you leave.
So she did that as I was leaving?
Yeah. Well, like you bolt out of the room and
You're
then
too
she
quick.
does that.
Oh, okay,
Harley.
okay.
You ducked out of the way.
Too delicious to
Oh.
leave.
I mean,
Right.
she's just a tiny little thing, right?
I mean, she's slender.
I'm not right by her.
Bird kicker
How?
ass.
I'm dying. I'm dying.
No, she just started pulling knife
I'm
out.
very slowly dying.
Okay, so
You haven't died yet.
I hear him
Yet.
dying. And I'm
I got a healer's kit.
still
You're fine.
Great.
closer by the door.
That's the problem.
Sure
Healer's
enough.
good.
I have also
Sure, yeah.
I didn't sit down.
Right.
That's what
Right.
I was
You'll be fine.
discussing.
You'll be
Right.
So how close is she to me then?
She's within 15 feet.
Okay, I just like look at her and like just nope, and then just fire down.
Nope. I'm out of here.
Yeah, just, you know,
Oh,
go as
God.
fast as I can.
All right, so you book it down towards where he is. Is it okay? All right, great. Yeah, you flap your wings to propel yourself out of
yeah,
the
yeah,
room,
yeah.
and
Make
you
all
take
the
off,
house
and
crud
like
fly
there's
out
like
and
yeah
stuff.
the feathers and everything. Okay, sounds good. All right, Ardry, you're up.
Ardry, that is I.
That is you.
I want to cast a magic spell.
Okay.
Oh.
I want to cast a sphere.
Spell of magic.
Yes,
spell
a
of
sphere
Intriguing.
that is flaming.
Okay, a flaming sphere.
Yes.
Sounds
and I make
good.
the sphere and I shoot it at the chest.
Okay.
And he has to make yet another dexterity save.
That's correct. All right,
How
you-
dexterous can a treasure chest be?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it doesn't-
So, not good. All right, so you wave your hands and you say the incantation. A sphere of flame erupts on the ground right next to it.
Yes.
And the mimic is sort of like flailing around. Its tongue is flapping, but it can't move. It's a big ice chest,
Yeah.
right? So
know,
you're
right?
actually going to do your full damage. to
My
it, so go
full
ahead and roll the
damage of a powerful
That's
6
huge.
points. 6 points of fire damage.
6
He's
points of fire
immolated.
damage?
He goes down in a torrential fire.
That is not what happens.
All right. Well, you know.
Good
I
try,
believe,
though. Good
Little
try.
believe I ordered the large dice, ladies and gentlemen.
These are so.
They
All
are
right.
more intense in person.
So
than these days.
you can see that the licking flames are actually starting to singe the side of it, and you can see that what looked like the stone that made up its body is actually not stone. It's actually some malleable material, and you can see that its flesh is beginning to sort of pucker and blister
Oh, yeah,
where the
it is.
flames are right next to it.
Oh.
think
Shlomo,
toast.
you're up. So you're the only one left in the room at this point. So it's you, the mayor's wife, and the corpulent, still eating mayor who is devouring his food. Completely doesn't care that your companions just ran off. Doesn't care that his wife has just pulled out a massive carving knife from the carving station and is in the process of threatening you with it.
Okay.
He's essentially my pug. He just doesn't care about anything but food.
You have a pug?
That's adorable.
That's my secret shame is that I love tiny dogs, especially pugs.
Their face is
I
so
really
squashed.
want one. Really
I
want
really
one.
super don't like this lady. It gives me the unhappy wibblies.
The happy
As
Wibblies.
opposed to the
I would
happy
like to-
Wibblies.
It's a technical term.
There's a difference.
Okay. Hey,
If I have to explain to you.
my name's Paul, and that's between y'all.
Anyways,
Moving on.
yes.
Okay, I would like to, righteously kick her face in with my warhammer
Okay.
on my way out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Face
So you're going to
kicking.
strike her with your
Drive-by.
warhammer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, fuck it.
And then
I got 16.
I just imagine that you do, in fact, whisper it like that as you. Like, I gotta go. All right. Okay. So go ahead and make your attack against her.
I will. I love attacking.
Taylor says sup.
Two birds, one bush.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two birds.
Please
It'll be
continue.
15.
A 15. A 15 is going to hit.
I love hitting.
You
Those
do.
are my
Let's go ahead and roll your
favorite.
damage.
I will.
I like fire.
She takes 9 points of damage.
All right. Question.
Don't fuck with Baylor.
Are
Oh,
you?
mess with Baylor. Mess with Baylor. Sorry.
I think it's too late. You can't take it back.
No.
We're not on.
We're not on a time delay.
So you. The question I have for you is: are you striking to kill?
I mean, probably.
Probably.
Taylor always casts the first stone.
Okay.
Not your face. Her face, not your face.
No, thank
Our
you. I got
face.
it.
Our
The
face?
The
The
face.
face.
The
Royal
face.
you?
The face.
All right,
The royal
so
face.
Yeah.
you reach back with your warhammer and you strike at her, and you're like, I gotta go, and your hammer clobbers her right across the jaw. And this woman is not large or muscular by any stretch of the imagination. She just twists out of the chair and collapses on the floor in a heap, unmoving.
You murdered her.
You just wrecked her
Like,
day.
You
Is
murdered
it wrong
her.
that I'm crazy satisfied by what just happened?
So she is.
So happy.
She
pulled out the
is
knife.
face down in a heap on the floor, like her body's kind of unnaturally
what's the ooze
twisted.
doing?
Is he
And
gonna eat
Oh,
her?
Loop's gonna
Bloop
eat her. Stuck
shuffles
in her
over to
nose.
her, goes bloop, 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 shuffles over to her, and it's just sort of sitting next to her, like quivering, like.
Doing what?
Oh, dang it. Sorry.
Don't take it back now.
I'm
Roll
not
with
gonna
it.
take I'm
Bree, we're
fully-
gonna create
Own it.
a Child's Play donation swear jar for you.
Yeah.
Every time you swear,
Yeah.
you have to donate to Child's Play.
And the
Okay,
people on Twitch
all
have
right.
to drink every
Oh,
time.
Yes,
All right.
friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Or
like
extra
10
life,
o'clock.
too.
Excellent. Yeah.
That's what I meant.
I like it.
That's right.
So anyway,
Real.
so yeah, you see the tiny ochre jelly sitting next to her body, quivering in sadness.
Make the sound
I'm trying to.
Yeah,
get
you're
low.
booking it though.
Yeah.
Like you
Help.
you clobber
Time.
her and you take
Done,
off.
it's done.
All right, so the mimic. The mimic
So terrible.
is, well, it's going to try and lash at you with that tongue one more
Bring it,
time.
mimic.
The fire is right next to it. It doesn't really have anywhere to go,
Side
though.
of it.
This room is not massive. So it's going to lash at you with its tongue. Ooh, that's better. That is a 16 to hit you.
That is exactly my armor class.
I had a dog, and his name
Yeah.
was Bingo.
So it misses, right? Right? That's how it
No,
works?
that's a hit. So you're going to take 7 bludgeoning damage.
7.
I personally hate to be bludgeoned.
Well, as his
Rather
tongue
fierce.
tries to lick me, it's
Really,
it's
Are we close to
rebuffed
each
by
other or
a
are we
shield of fire magic in an abjuration way because
Okay.
I'm an abjurer because of my glass blowing shop. Don't drop it! Don't hit the glass! So he specializes in abjuration magic. He has an arcane ward that blocks all of the damage, and I am unscathed.
Very
Wow.
nice, very nice.
I'm not there to see that.
However,
Oh.
the tongue wraps itself around your arcane ward, and it appears to be sticking to that invisible barrier that you've placed between you and it. So basically, like you've got this like arcane shield in front of you. That tongue is like stuck to it like a frog's tongue, and you can see like tendrils of slime sticking it to your arcane shield.
I don't like that.
Ducking,
Please
you
help.
are now at the
Thanks.
bottom of the stairs, and you see this thing's tongue is now lashed out and stuck to his arcane shield.
Well, we can't have that.
Help.
So
I'm dying. Actually, I'm
ducking
not. I'm fine.
is going to utter an incantation, and he's got his club in his hand, and it's going to glow slightly, and then like thorns are going to sprout out of it, and he is going to run up and try and hit that that gnarly eating box
With your shillelagh.
with my shillelagh. So ducking tripped a little bit on his way over there. and
Whoopsie
just-
daisy.
Ping! like digs a furrow
Yeah.
in the floor.
He totally misses me.
Yes.
Did you perhaps roll a natural one?
I
Totally
may have rolled a natural
misses
one.
me.
One. That's
They're
fantastic.
friends.
Yeah.
So
Friends.
Friends don't
you
hit each other.
swing at this thing. You do barely miss your companion.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Fortunately.
Just like-
I would just
But you kind of
light
stumble
the fire.
forward a little bit.
I do.
And that's when you realize that this mimic has now sort of like shifted a little bit, and it's actually shrunk down just a small amount to its, like a smaller, more mobile form.
Okay.
And that's when you realize that the floor that it was sitting on is not solid by any stretch of the imagination. There is a big hole that this thing is sitting on top of. Part of that hole has now gotten exposed, so I'd like you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
I certainly don't want to fall down the hole.
Yeah.
No
Roll.
hole.
Don't roll a 1, man.
13.
13. All right. So you stumble forward, and like your boot kind of gets caught on the edge, but you pull yourself free without any falling into the hole. Harley, you
Yes.
have made your way down to the bottom of the stairs as well, and you see the scene that is laid out before you.
I do see the scene.
Help.
Kill it in the face!
Please help.
Please give assistance.
I require your aid.
Both of you not. Are you, so you can't fight.
I can fight. I can see. I can fight.
So I look like I
Value
have a club,
judgments. Value
and I'm trying to hit
judgments.
it,
But okay.
but I did
Oh.
not.
He's just bad at hitting things.
I'm just bad at hitting, yes.
So bad.
I'm not a hitter.
Alrighty. Then I will
But
also
you're not a
attack.
quitter.
But I'm gonna stay far away. So I'm gonna shoot at it with my hand crossbow.
Okay. So you're going to take a shot at the mimic with your crossbow.
Yes,
Got
and
it.
since my friends are nearby, can I get some sneak attack? If I hit?
Oh, yes. So your companions are right there.
I'm very threatening.
Dang it. Too threatening.
We're not rolling well.
9.
Unfortunately, the 9 is going to miss. Your bolt skitters off of its tough skin and bounces against the rear wall.
Jeez.
Ardry.
Ardry, that's me.
Tis you.
I continue my concentration on this flaming sphere.
You do.
Flaming!
It burns and singes.
Yes. Save me, please.
It's going to fail.
That's right, it fails because Ardry von Wittershins rolled 7 points of fire damage.
You gotta warn somebody.
And with my other hands, I'm shaping this sphere of fire. I then get ready to shoot my fire gun and shoot my ray of fire at it.
So you have finger pistols and you...
Yes.
All right.
And I finger pistol it.
All right, make your attack roll.
19.
19 is going to hit.
Dang right it hits.
Wow.
I'm doing all the damage, and I rolled a 0, which in D&D terms means a 10.
That's correct. He's very proud of himself for knowing this, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please,
Alright.
love me. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I need...
All right, so that's 10.
Yes.
All right, 10 fire damage.
And I continue to be
Fantastic.
choked, sort of, kind of.
All right.
I don't know.
It's not really, it's not constricting you,
Okay.
right? It's just like basically stuck to your arcane shield.
Get off.
All right,
Here we
Shlomo, you took the opportunity to swipe at the mayor's wife, so you have not made it all the way downstairs yet. You'll have to spend your movement to get down there, so you'll be able to get down into the room. You see the fight that's taking place there, and you will still have your action, but you won't be able to move after you take your action.
That sounds great.
Groovy.
I will.
This is a theme song she wrote for you guys.
Yeah.
I love
She's
it.
got the
That's for
Rogers
me.
and Hammerstein
Stein.
effect going
Personal
on right now.
theme song.
Can we get Danny Elfman?
Yeah.
I would like to. Are we all within sort of 30 feet of each other?
Yeah, absolutely. Now that you're all down in this room. Sure.
Party.
Payload's grace be upon you.
I feel a blessing come upon
Raise
me.
Paylor.
Yes. So you feel blessed. That's my holy water sprinkles.
Okay.
Nice. Do you have like the holy waters inside your mace so you can just like shake it at people? and-
It's just my like gloves still wet from death.
Right.
Like you just wash your hands and you're just like, look at me.
Are you making it rain?
I'm making it rain, Paylor. Whatever.
All right.
All right, so you have blessed the party.
I have indeed. So you get
Silly.
D4 and add it to the number rolled on your attack and or saving throw.
Yep.
And or.
Right on.
What?
Very nice. Okay.
It just lasts. It's not just one time. You're
All
welcome.
right. So the mimic is next to the fire, and it has its tongue like wrapped around your arcane shield. It's actually going to lunge at you, and basically this whole big ice chest lunges forward, and this big toothy maw tries to close down upon you.
I dodge it.
Man.
We'll see if you do. That is only a 13.
I dodge it.
You do. All right.
With authority.
The lid, the tooth-lined lid slams down right where you were just standing.
Whoa!
You step off to the side. Now from where you're standing, actually, you can see the hole in the floor. It's actually really big. It looks like this mimic was put in place or was sitting in place to cover up the hole in the floor.
Okay.
And you can see that down below in the hole that, or like in the opening right there, sorry.
That's
You know
okay.
how to talk.
Yeah.
You can see that it drops down about 5 feet, and then it looks like the floor slants at a sharp, like 45-degree angle, but then that's all you can see because the torchlight doesn't go much beyond that.
All right.
All right, so you dodge out of the way of the mimic, and now
I'm
ducking.
great.
It's your turn.
So ducking is going to take it. He's going to take a deep, calming breath. It has a very large mouth, kind of frightening. He is going to again try to hit it with his shillelagh.
Shillelagh.
And I feel blessed. I feel like Paylor is guiding my arm.
Taylor is getting mine. You gotta take it
Ducking.
away.
It's armor class 12.
A 12 is going to hit.
Plus,
Yeah.
plus a D4.
What?
Oh yeah, you also get your extra
Did you
D4.
get your D4?
I did.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Well, it's a good thing you did because 12 is what you needed.
I thought you were gonna flip me off.
No, no,
did it.
no.
I was being sassy.
No.
It's a thing.
For 7 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Oh my
Very
goodness.
nice.
Magical bludgeoning.
That's almost as much as I do.
Even better
Almost.
than just bludgeoning.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. All right, so you slam into the mimic, and it sort of shudders, and you can see where you hit it. It's not like striking stone; it's like striking flesh. All right, Harley, you're up.
I'm sure
All
it's
right,
fine.
let's try this again.
Yeah.
Shoot at it again.
All right, another pot shot with your crossbow.
Darn it.
Roll the die for us.
I don't think it's gonna hit at all. 3, 4, 5. It's like 11 again.
Wait. You're the meaning
What do we
in
really
my
want?
life. You get to roll again. You're inspired.
What?
Oh,
What just
very
happened?
Nice.
Are you sure
Yes,
you
indeed.
want to use it on
What
this
did
one?
What just
just happen,
happened?
Bill?
I happen to have you can't read it, folks, but I have inspiration, which I can then give to one of the players so that they can re-roll any die 20.
There you go.
Now,
Wow.
I kind of want this dead because I have a feeling if it bites one of us,
If you want a
Probably
different,
bad.
no.
Choose one of these.
Don't hate the die.
Are you sure that one just came
gotta
out?
hate the die. Does
You
not
got
work.
it.
That's
You,
why
you
I
got
hate
this,
the
Amy. You got this.
Get a
got
new
it.
die.
New die.
Okay, that
Yeah.
hits.
Yeah.
It's bitter.
Very nice.
Yes.
All right, go
that's
ahead and
it.
roll your damage,
All
and
right.
you will have your sneak attack
I will
because
have my sneak attack.
we're in cramped quarters.
Holy moly.
4, 8, 10, plus 2, 12 piercing.
Very nice.
Holy moly.
All right, so this thing opens its maw, and right as it's doing so, you take a shot, and the bolt zips right into its mouth, and you hear it go.
I love choking mimics.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
artery. I was going right past it. Artery, you're up.
I will continue my manipulation of my great balls of fire. And please make yet another dexterity save, Mr. Mimic.
And do. I fail again. That's only a 4.
Sounds like she's gonna die.
We've killed poor Bree.
7 points of
7
fire
points of fire
damage.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, like one whole side of it is just completely blackened, and you can see like thick blisters are beginning to rise up on its skin.
Yeah.
And it's beginning to quiver and look like it's trying to find a way to get out, but there's not really anywhere to go at this point.
Now I'm going to
So-
shoot my fire ray at it too,
All right.
because I'm awesome.
Do it, Dave.
I got a 12.
That 12 is a hit.
That's awesome. 6 more points of what kind of damage?
Fuego.
Fire.
Fire damage.
There you go.
what
All right.
color is the fire?
Green.
Takes so little.
I'm a fangirl.
It's okay.
Of
It's
someone
okay.
I
You're,
work
you
with.
know
It's
what?
not weird.
You're allowed to be.
It's a little weird.
I like, yeah.
Not weird at all, says Sean from off camera.
Yeah, validation in life choices.
All right, so Artery, you blast it with fire. It looks like it is struggling to stay alive. Shlomo, you have a chance to smite
Finish
a
him.
creature
Finish the
that
job.
has threatened your friends.
Oh, my mustache is so sweaty. What is this?
I had a nickel every time I heard that.
You would have a nickel.
I actually wouldn't have a nick. I've never had a mustache. So.
Yeah, me either, man.
Yeah, it's all
Oh,
You guys should try it, it's
walking
great.
away. Gently walking away. Is anybody damaged?
No.
Good.
No, I have a
Except
shield.
for this mimic.
Don't heal the mimic, please.
Don't heal the mimic.
Yeah.
I was gonna. Oh, I thought you said don't hit it. I was like,
No.
No, don't hit the
Hit
mimic.
it with
Yeah,
Palor's
yeah,
might.
Yes.
Yeah, what would Peter do?
the
Yeah.
power of Paler compels you.
WWPD.
Sorry, you caught me by surprise. With
All
my
right.
warhammer,
With your
though.
okay,
You
with
know,
your
and
warhammer.
a shield. I probably, yeah.
All right,
right
so you
into it.
slam the warhammer into the mimic, or you try to.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
go ahead and make your
yeah.
attack.
I
roll.
Yeah.
suppose there's
You do need to actually check and see if you hit.
there's rules to determine.
Actually, no.
whether-
Now we're going to hit through interpretive dance.
That's not happening.
23.
23 is a hit.
I don't know if that hits or
you're
not.
welcome.
Roll your damage.
That would be 8 points of damages, Rodney.
Tons
All
of
right.
damage.
You
Mostly
bring
bludgeoning.
your warhammer down onto the lid of the ice chest / mimic, and it's like you just drive straight through the top of the chest, down all the way until your hammer strikes the stone floor, or the wood floor below, with a splintering sound. Basically, you drive your hammer all the way down into the mimic and pull it out, and it's just like covered in purple ichor.
And that's how the early bird eats that worm thing.
Your sayings are weird.
They're supposed to be.
I know, they're good.
I mean.
All right, so you've slain the mimic.
Whoa, it's
and
dead.
yes, it is now dead.
All right,
Hooray!
I go. Looks like for you today was Friday.
All right, so you can now see that there is a big hole in the floor leading downward, and as you saw, there is the floor sort of slants down at a 45-degree angle from there. But as you get over closer and take a closer examination, you can see that it's not actually floor slanting down. It's actually kind of curved. It looks like it looks like a slide.
So Scooby-Doo.
Yeah,
And-
Jinkies.
You can see there is a thin sheen of semi-transparent slime
Oh, no.
all down
That
that
is
slide.
not-
All right, so I have my ball for another 42 minutes.
Sure.
I'm just going to shoot that down the slide,
All right.
60 feet. That's as far as I can make it
Yeah,
go.
I mean that would be well out of your line of sight.
Yeah,
'cause
sure.
It actually does curve around,
Okay.
so basically you
Yeah.
get it down as far as you can see.
Sure.
Right.
Does
It
it-
burns
okay.
away the slime, yeah.
Great, that's all
It leaves a few like little traces
Sure.
here and there, but
I just hear that in the distance. And God.
Oh, what was that? Okay.
Yep. Well, gang.
Well, game.
Let's.
Well, I loot the
What
chest.
next?
okay. You find skull bits, teeth, ichor, a lot of ice. Actually, looks like they were actually using it as an ice chest.
I don't like ice.
Raw turkeys and looks like a
Oh,
big
sorry.
casserole dish full of rotten chicken salad.
Great,
Oh.
thank you.
Oh,
I'm surprised they didn't eat
none
that.
of that is good. Not any part of what you said. But I am impressed that they train that beast to hold fowl, like for later use. Yeah.
They could have
to
been
eat
using
it.
him as a slave, and we just killed. Like he may
Oh,
just want to
repressed.
go.
We
free.
set him free.
Yeah,
He did try to eat him.
that's true.
Be free.
Should we worry about Bloop, or you think
We don't have time to worry about blue.
All right.
No, I don't think the fat guy. What happened? I saw the lady had a knife. What happened to her?
Oh,
Yeah, she fine? She okay?
no, that bitch is.
Everybody drink.
Put it in the swear jar, Bree.
How much? Like, I'll do this.
Okay, it's fine.
How much? Gotta make it worth it.
That's right.
Are you gonna roll for it? Is that
No,
what?
no, we're good.
Oh,
All right, so you can see the slide descending down into the darkness. It's mostly slime free, but there are still a few things there.
Oh, is it
sometimes
crusty?
mostly slime free is the
Yeah.
best you can do.
This doesn't look like the sort of green slime or ochre jelly you've seen in other places that looks corrosive. It just kind of looks like slug trail, basically.
I'm sad that in this case that's better. Well, let's go. Let's
Sure.
go.
Do.
We need to go.
You've seen no sign of the bookbinder Ben Carver, but you did get a bit of a hint that he may have been here previously.
For dinner.
Oh, well, maybe we can find his parts.
Yes. Great. Well, normally.
You laugh like Zach Galifianakis. That's
Oh, thank
that's
you.
amazing.
I think I've also.
Or Muttley.
Yeah,
Or
oh,
Muttley,
Muttley,
yes, yeah.
no.
Keep it up.
Anyhow,
This is awesome.
while Bill endears himself to Bree,
We're friends now. We're like best friends. Sorry, Amy.
you're besties.
BFF.
So how about it, guys? What's happening here?
I'm going down the.
I don't want to
down
be
the-
first.
are
I'm
we-
weak.
I'll go first.
I'll go first.
You go
also.
first.
I have like $19 worth of armor class.
Do it. I'm right behind
So
you.
many dollars.
That was not a. Yeah, that wasn't a donation. That was just
No,
points.
Yeah.
no, I got your back.
Go for it.
All right.
Got your
I
back.
am going to.
Back in your Rocky Balboa voice.
I keep forgetting.
Stop playing with it.
It's so itchy.
I know.
It's so sweaty. It's
I don't think
almost
I don't think
there.
anyone will blame you if you want to take it off.
No, it's okay.
All right.
I feel
She's
like
a role
I like enjoy
character
it.
actor.
I hate and love it. Okay. I will go down the hole
All right.
first.
So
First,
I'm gonna
I don't-
fast forward a little bit here, kids.
Yeah.
So here's what happens.
Okay.
We see the scene like you're standing over the body of the mimic, and you kind of all have gathered around the hole, and you're all kind of looking down at it, and kind of look up at each other, and look down at the hole, and look up at each other, and then the camera cuts to a shot inside the slide, and you guys are shooting down the slide in single file. Sort of like
That was
It's
so
like
good.
the Doppler effect in
So
here.
good.
Very good.
sort of like the scene from Goonies where they're all sliding.
Yeah.
So imagine
We love
Goonies
Goonies.
scene, Goonies slide scene,
Yeah.
but with slime. Because as you guys are sliding down,
That
that's
just
what's-
makes it better.
That's what's making you guys go faster. Is basically like there is all kinds of slime. Did you literally just make a Wild and Crazy Kids reference?
I totally did.
Wow. Okay, we'll talk about it. So there is there's a shot of you guys sliding single file, shooting down this slide, and it twists and turns and it splits, and one of you goes off one way, one of you goes off another way.
I like that.
But then it
And
comes
we'll
back
come-
together, and
Oh,
you guys
thank God.
just barely like avoid slamming
Whoa,
into
can
each
I
other.
Turn on Warhammer.
Can you what?
Like I'm just trying to
Like you got the warhammer in front of you to
yeah,
what?
bobsled.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you get single file and you're like
Ooh, running
left and you all
runners.
lean at the same time, and right, you all lean at the same time, and sit down. So eventually, however, the slide ends by tumbling you all out into an underground room, and you can see it's not actually like a well-carved room. It's actually like a cave underground. You can tell that you are quite deep underground at this point, and you sort of come tumbling out of the slide into this open chamber, and you see that the room is. The room that you're in is circular, and there is a pit right in the center of the room. So basically, like the room is kind of donut-shaped. In fact, the slide has spit you out on one side, and you can see that while there's the big hole in the middle of the floor, you've been all spit out here. And actually, I really guess only you can see down here right now because it is probably pitch
I
black.
have dark vision
Oh, that's right,
because
you're half
I am a
orc, too.
Genasi, but it's all red, so it's like red vision.
Right, you
I
have
have black and white.
you have
vision,
infravision, but not really.
Yes.
but for people.
Okay. So basically, only.
Bird vision.
can't see anything. I'm going to sleep.
What is
Sorry.
happening? I can't
Yeah,
see.
that's exactly it.
All right. So you guys can see. What are you doing for light?
Flapping around, panicking,
flailing?
like, oh my
Is that how
God.
you make light?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
She makes light through squawking.
I can
and
make
flapping.
light if you want me to.
Yeah.
Make light, she's scaring me.
Make fire? Being produce some flames?
Yeah.
I'd love
Come
to.
on, please.
Or just lights.
All right.
Lights would be good.
And
All
make
right, so
fires.
you create flames, and basically it creates effectively flickering torchlight in the
Yeah,
room.
yeah. Hooray.
You can see now
welcome.
that the hole in the middle of the room actually looks like it only goes down about 10 feet, and then there's a passage that leads out the side of the drop there. So basically, you've been spit out into this donut-shaped room, 10-foot drop down, and a passage leading out.
Well then, looks like we'll have to save that for
Not
next
yet.
time.
I want to see what happens.
All right, well we go to the passageway.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys are
We
going
go.
now?
We do the
Definitely.
thing.
All right. You guys want to give me a quick marching order first?
Oh boy. Marching order.
I'll go after her.
Always.
I'll go
is it like
third.
sliding order. Or?
All right. Slow-mo, ducking,
Yeah, that's right. You remember.
Ardry, and Harley. Fantastic. All right. So with that marching order, you're jumping down and heading towards the passage?
I am.
Fantastic.
I
So
dead?
Shlomo jumps down
You wake up dead.
and stops about halfway down and then slowly sinks into the gelatinous cube.
I am dead!
No.
And that's where we're summing the wrap up symbol. So
I'm dead.
Alright.
that's our cliffhanger for this segment. We'll be back shortly
Dun,
with
dun,
finding out what happens to Shlomo in the gelatinous cube after a brief message from Greg Bilsland. Sean, take it away.
Are you dragging?
You.
Okay. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are here at hour 11, closing in on the final hour of our third session of D&D Extra Life in our 48-hour D&D Extra Life marathon. Too many extra lives.
That is a lot of words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to tell you a little bit about some of the donation options that we have available. As always, all the donations are tax deductible, so you're getting something awesome, and you get to take it away from your taxes. Great. But more importantly, it goes toward Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
You're such an adult. You're talking about taxes.
Yeah, it's not. That's still 6 months away. Nobody wants to think about that.
I know.
But yeah, more importantly, this is all going toward Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Once again, this is going to help the families of those people, of the kids, and support them, and it's also going to go toward the research. So everybody who is participating, including the WotC team, has selected hospitals around the U.S. or North America to help fund those efforts. So, Alyssa, why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the donation options?
Okay. So some of the older prizes that we still have running include the Sword Coast Legends Deluxe Edition, and that's going for $75. We only have 2 of the 5 left, so definitely get them now if you want them. We still have some of the Table Titan shirts. That's what you can see right here. We just have a few of those left as well.
We also have the standard edition of Sword Coast Legends available at $50. Again, all of these donations are posted to the Extra Life page that you'll see on the screen, and so if you want to check out what's available, you can see it there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Then we also still have the Elemental Evil minis, and those are going for $20. And we have 3 out of 9 of those left, so those are going quickly as well. We still have Archmage, and we still have our deal with $50. We still have some of the Penny Arcade pins that includes Tiamat and Bellefosse. So if you buy something for $50, you will have one of these included. So just let us know which one that you want.
Yep, total. So if you were to, for example, get Archmage, you'd get a pin, or if you wanted to get one of the Elemental Evil boosters, as well as a shirt or one of the audiobooks, and it totaled $50, you're going to get that pin included.
We also still have some of the audiobooks left. Yes, I'm holding them. I haven't dropped them yet. Haven't thrown them yet.
I don't even understand what you're holding in your hand.
What?
Yeah. That's what. It's just these discs. You can't.
They're just
you
discs.
can't help it.
Well, you can't destroy them either. Like
right.
they have fallen, I think, 5 times, and they're
Yes.
still alive.
Yeah.
Don't step on them.
We do.
You
No,
just
actually,
stepped on them.
we shouldn't. We shouldn't because we do value our partners at Audible, who, despite the fact that we're throwing things around, it's all for
He
entertainment.
started it.
Actually, yeah, we have all of our audiobooks available at Audible. So if you want Vengeance of the Iron Dwarf, that's another one that we're giving away
Yeah,
for
super fun.
$20. Yeah.
And then we still have our D&D dress right here. That's still available for $70 as well.
And what size was it again?
This is, I believe, a large.
Yeah, it must have been to fit me.
Yeah. Greg
So,
looked great in it.
for anybody
if you were
joining
wondering.
us, there are things you don't want to see that happened earlier in the stream.
But you can see them on Twitter if you go and visit Twitter. So
I don't even know what site that is.
what? Yeah, never heard of it. Let's see. I think that's about it. We also raised. We are currently at 61,325. So thank you all so much for your donations. We are making great headway, and we still have so much more of the weekend left.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe we can push through for this last group to 62,000 here just in the next hour. We've got a lot of options still available and plenty of donor incentives out there. So let's try to get on through. David, you want to join us?
Hello.
Hello.
So obviously in a magnificent costume.
Thank you. What do you mean costume? This is my normal.
A magnificent
Excuse me.
everyday
Attire.
dress. Yeah.
Excuse him,
A robe, sir.
Yeah.
Not a
Yeah.
dress. It's way different.
Yeah,
Not really.
it is way different.
Yes.
I agree. Yes,
Yes.
I agree wholeheartedly.
It's
Yes.
really good look on you, though.
Thank you. Most things are.
A dress is just like a robe, so I really actually wore
you know
a
that?
robe earlier.
Oh, excuse
With
me, but I don't
pockets.
think you can. I don't think you can justify it.
A robe with pockets.
With pockets, though, I would like
And
to
delightful
reiterate that there were pockets on that
straps.
dress.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about your everyday attire here.
My everyday attire. Well,
Where did it come from?
I made this. I made it out of. No, I didn't make this. I make a lot of costumes, but this one was a spur of the moment last donor incentive. I was incentivized to be a fire genasi wizard, and I figured it's a wizard and it's fire, so they should wear a red robe. So I got a red robe, and this is actually Gandalf's scarf from this thing called Lord of the Rings.
What?
I know it's this. You probably never heard of it.
No.
But it's Gandalf's scarf, and I figured I want to take some of him with me to play Dungeons and Dragons for a child's play.
Did Gandalf really have some sparkles in his scarf?
Yes.
Gandalf is
Really?
very sparkly.
Yeah, he
Yes.
is fabulous. Gandalf,
Also,
50 Shades of Gandalf the Grey.
we're gonna
might
have to
as
center
well.
all that because
No.
it's another brand.
Oh.
Just say.
Yeah. Great.
Are we? Oh,
Yeah.
God. Okay, not Lord of the Rings.
Definitely not inspired Dungeons and Dragons. The best role-playing game around.
It's Gandorf.
Gandorf.
Yeah, Gandorf from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Lord of the Wings.
Wings?
Lord of the
This
Wings.
is- This is
Wings are gonna
devolving,
come
right?
in later.
Oh, wings!
No.
Just you wait, everyone.
Just wait. There's hot wings involved. So, what's your impression so far of the game? What's your impression of Rodney as a DM?
Rodney Thompson.
Yeah.
Rodney Thompson is a great DM, and I think his contributions to D&D, his name's in the book. He worked on the game, is excellent. He's amazing.
And
I
he's
like his voices.
Totally not
I hope he
overhearing
doesn't
this.
kill me.
Are you saying
really-
that for inspiration? Like, I feel like you're
No.
Like, he's got to be around here
I'm
somewhere.
definitely not. But he's great. D&D's great. Ronnie's great. Child's Play is great. Children's Miracle Network is great.
I
Seattle
assume you
Children's
mean
Hospital
Extra
is
Life,
great.
not Child's Play.
Extra Life. Extra Life is even better. I do a lot of charity work, all right?
Right, yeah.
All right,
No,
so-
actually, we
charity.
support Child's Play as well.
Yeah,
We
I do a lot of charity work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Children's Miracle Network. I'm donating for Seattle Children's Hospital. It's a great cause. You know, children are like our greatest resource outside of like, you know, souls of people. I
And
don't
oil.
know. And oil's big up there. Anyway, really, like kids are like our future. You know, we need to donate for them. Like,
Oil is also our
Where is this going,
I don't
guys?
know.
I'm trying to be sincere.
All right.
And these co-hosts
Yeah.
are just like
We're just ruining
pulling me off
everything.
track.
We've been here for a while.
Yeah.
Like, please just cut us some
That's fine.
slack.
Anyway, thanks guys for like watching D&D and watching us play games. It's fun for us. It'll be fun for you. You should play and donate more to us because if you donate, you'll be almost as awesome as Ardry. And that's my character in the campaign
Oh.
that you've been watching.
Yeah, we've been watching.
Yeah,
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 yes.
religiously. Yep.
Yeah.
They've been
We
watching,
haven't
yeah.
blinked since we started.
No, of course not.
Yep.
We weren't sleeping.
No.
Speak for yourself. No, wait.
No.
I
Yeah,
wasn't
but
sleeping.
thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. I enjoy D&D. I enjoy Magic. Everything's great.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, David.
That's great. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Thank you. Okay, so to finish us off and to get back to the session, do you want to talk about our last prize?
Yeah, actually, it's something that's near and dear to my heart. We have a couple of graphic novel / comic compilations, whatever. What would it be? Is it a graphic novel or is it a compilation?
I don't think that this is a I think this is more of a comic book.
I think it's
don't see
comics
any-
that have been compiled into a graphic novel. No, I don't know.
I don't see
know
any
how. I don't know
novel-
what the mechanics are of graphic novels.
Well, it's like they're like the large writing text blocks.
Anyway, I don't think I've actually said what it is yet. It's Dragonlance, Dragons of Autumn Twilight, and Dragons of Winter Night. Apparently, we don't have Dragons of Spring Dawning, so you just walked in front of the camera.
Oh gosh.
We have a pair of them, Dragons of Autumn Twilight and Dragons of Winter Night, available at $50, which will also get you the pin. Dragonlance is near and dear to my heart. It's actually what got me into Dungeons & Dragons and fantasy back in 5th grade when I was looking at the covers and admiring Tika's and Goldman's boobs. So that...
And Greg judges books by their covers.
Yay, 80s fantasy art and puberty.
I guess that counts. Okay.
So
Okay,
we
you're
have
forgiven.
2 sets of those 2. So we'll be giving those away to donors in the next hour, hopefully. Donors.
Donate.
They're donors.
Yeah, they're donors.
Stop making me second guess myself, Sean.
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 Literally everyone in the room just said Sean. Yeah, we all shook our fists. Well, I
All
did.
right, we shouldn't shake our fist at Sean unless it's to cue him to go back to the other group,
Or the dancing mind flare.
or the Dancing Mind Flayer. Thank
Hello and welcome back to Dungeons & Dragons. I realized that in the last 2 times I've sent it to the other segment, I've said I was passing off to Greg and completely omitted Alyssa, so sorry Alyssa if you're over there somewhere, I completely forgot. Oh, she's not even there to hear my apology. Well, when she watches the replay, haha, she'll see that I apologize for forgetting her. So Greg and Alyssa are doing a great job. All right, so when we last left off, our Palor worshipping half-drow had decided to valiantly lead the party deeper into the caves underneath the mayor's mansion, leaping down into the pit, kind of, as she actually jumped right into a gelatinous cube.
You could say stupid when you mean stupid.
No, I don't mean stupid at all. I mean
Un-
bold. I mean
ungrateful.
brave. I mean cavalier, perhaps, but never stupid.
I would like to say thank
Definitely
you
entertaining.
to Bonnie Rutledge, who donated for Critical Hit, which I will probably need like real soon.
Very nice.
So the next crit.
Yeah. All right. So, with that leap into the gelatinous cube, we're going to roll initiative because turns out seconds matter at this
My
point.
favorite part of the game.
All right. Ducking.
Ducking got an 8.
All right. Harley.
18.
Not Audrey.
That's Harley, not Audrey,
Harley.
right? They sound so close.
Harley.
22.
Sorry, would you prefer Bird Woman? Okay, 22 for Harley Bird Woman.
Miss Bird Woman.
All right.
I just.
Ardry.
I don't like this in real life. What'd I say? 18?
Sure,
Yeah,
let's go with that.
Let's go with that.
Oh, we can make up numbers?
That's twice now we've jinxed each other. I don't like that.
Give me a code.
Get out of my head, David.
Ah!
All right, and that leaves Shlomo.
That would be a 15, right?
All right, very nice. All right, so here's the deal. Shlomo has jumped down into the gelatinous cube, but you're sinking. You're not fully in just yet. You are going to take a little bit of acid damage from the drop,
I
though.
love acid damage.
Lucky for you, that's not too bad. That's only going to be 8 acid damage.
Holy crapple sauce. Okay.
That's because you're only half submerged, though. So
it gets
you're
better.
now sinking in. But Harley, you're the first one to react.
I am, and guess what? Is this a big cavern?
You're a bird.
It's not super big. It's basically like 30 feet up.
30 feet is more than not 30 feet. So I'm going to fly up and pick her up with my talons and hands and bird
Okay.
hands.
So
and
you're gonna
pull her
try.
out.
You're gonna try and basically swoop over where she's jumped into that hole
Yes.
and grab a hold of her and pull her up. Sounds great.
I'll allow it.
So why don't you give me a strength check?
Ooh.
Oh.
Are you a strong bird?
I'm so glad we
That's a
put points in this
fun.
game.
Wow.
Oh my god, it's a crit! It's a 20!
Critical.
We just finished the
Crap.
game, everyone!
We did it!
You win!
Victory!
Smoke bomb. We're out. All right.
Oh, they got
So you got a 20?
I got a 20.
Wonderful. Okay. And what is your actual strength?
22.
Okay. Wow.
That's not bad.
What? Your actual strength?
Plus 14.
Oh,
What?
no, your strength is 14. Your strength score is
Yes,
14.
yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, and you're half dry. How much do you weigh?
Enough.
Anyhow, all right. So you swoop over and you reach down and you grab her by the arms and you pick her up and you're sort of like you're struggling to maintain airspeed velocity of an unladen Aarakocra,
Yep.
and you do pull her up out of the gelatinous cube, and now you are dangling above it as she swoops over. Like, but hanging on to somebody while you're in the air like that can be a little bit difficult. So I'm going to need, let's see here, you're holding on to her arms. Why don't you give me a dexterity saving throw?
Uh-oh.
Fun fact. I now have a critical rolling.
Save it?
So my question is, if I roll poorly, may I choose to change it? Or does it need to just
You know what? It was a donation for charity, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll use the crit. Please.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you, Bonnie.
you managed.
Saved my life.
Bonnie did just save your life because you managed to not wriggle free of Harley's grasp,
I can't quit you.
and Harley, you are able to swoop over and drop her off on the far side.
Oh, this is like I just like Ubered you. Thank you.
I know, you're
Sorry.
welcome. Rate
am I-
me.
Can I say that?
5
Is that
stars.
allowed?
Very nice. Okay, with Shlomo out of immediate danger, we're going to go off of initiative at this point. But now you're sort of looking down, and you can see gelatinous cube filling that pit that clearly leads to the next section.
Guys,
So,
there's a Gillette.
We slid down a slide, and there's a pit, a slime at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, like there's this sort of donut-shaped room, and then in the center pit is where the gelatinous
Oh,
cube.
is
There's
a little
nothing else in this
cylindrical.
room.
Yes, yeah, it's really a gelatinous like cylinder.
Yeah. There's nothing else in this room. Like
No, it
Just
looks like
through the ooze.
it looks like if you had more velocity, you would have slid off and down into that little pit right there, but you didn't.
So the only way to go is through the ooze.
Seems like it.
You should burn it away.
Good thing this is a cantrip and this isn't 3rd edition. All right, I'm just gonna start shooting ray fire bolts at it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you start burning it, and it immediately reacts. It can't get up out at you,
That's right.
unfortunately.
No.
So it begins to squeeze its way through the opening that you can see down at the bottom of the pit,
So
and basically like it's like Jell-O being pushed through a Play-Doh mold, basically.
wow.
And so, but you can see along the way it's sort of corroding the edges of the shaft a little bit. You blast it with fire and basically force it to move out ahead of you. If you want, you can jump down into the pit and basically keep nudging it forward with your fire blast.
I want.
Okay. All right.
They
so
call me the ooze herder.
the ooze herder. All right. So you hop down and you wrangle that ooze. And you basically are shooting little blasts of fire, causing it to like undulate down the hallway.
Ooh.
And eventually,
Nice uses of undulate.
I do what I can. And so eventually, though, it pushes out the opening of this corridor and into a larger.
It's real close, right?
It is.
Right?
I would say that's very similar to
Oh my
undulating.
God.
Oh my god.
As much as a bipedal being can undulate.
I also just realized something. I was going to ask all of you a quick question. So you had the revelation about the mayor being mad and Jublex and all that jazz, right?
Go on.
Did you share this with your companions?
I share everything with my companions.
Very well.
We're friends.
Because we're friends.
Okay, cool. All right, so all of you have heard what your adventuring companion, your new friend, told you about, like people being infected by madness and what have you. Now it's time for all of you to open the letters that I placed in front of you before the game
Oh my
starts.
goodness.
Please, no wandering eyes.
So our DM, wonderful DM Rodney Thompson, gave us these things that says, don't open until the DM says to, and it's one of the best things you can do in D&D. Because it's so exciting, and I'm so
Handwritten
tense.
letters.
I'm
All right,
keeping
so-
this forever.
So no wandering eyes. Please only look at your own. But each of you has
It's upside
a
down.
message. Well, I folded it that way.
Really? You're going to be critical of a little note?
I never knew you cared, Rodney.
Well, you know.
It's so sweet.
I think it's important to let the ones you love know.
All
I
right.
don't know what this word
So we keep this to ourselves and don't let no dramatic irony going on with the audience and us?
Indeed.
All right.
I know nothing more than I just.
It actually says nothing on here.
Says
It's
she can't
blank.
read.
All right, so you have
Tell everybody.
you have blasted the gelatinous cube down the corridor. It pushes its way out into a larger room that you can then sort of follow it into, and you see that as you do so, it's entering a sort of big square room, but the cube is sort of pushing itself off to the side, and you can see that there is a grate in the floor, like a big metal grate that's been set into the stone floor, and the cube looks like it's trying to make its way over to that grate and
Go through
sink
it.
down through it. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna use Arcane Recovery and get back my spell slot. I don't know if I tell you that or not.
Sure, sounds good.
But I meditate.
No, that's fine.
That's
All right.
how you meditate.
The room that you've emerged into is quite large in that it's probably like 30 feet along one edge and like 50 feet along the other edge. Biggest chamber you've seen in this underground area, and it looks like it has been deliberately carved out a little bit, just like the sort of tunnel you just came through. And there are bones everywhere. There are literally hundreds of skeletons of animals of all kinds, all over the place in this chamber. You can see like there's cows and dogs and like other things like that. You do see some human skeletons down here as well.
Do I see? Where's?
Mer?
Do I see
Reset.
anything of bone shapes that look like? This is really hard. That look like they could have been of a bookmaker.
Known for their distinct bone structure.
The heads are very large.
Right. His
Yeah,
fingers
like
are
some bird.
fused together by bookbinding glue.
Yeah.
Some
He had
burrs
trowels for
around.
hands
And
for a while.
it says Benjamin
My forever-
right on his like
Right. He's always actually got
grill.
the metal plate. That says
the metal
Ben
plate. Yeah, for
Oh, yeah.
identification purposes.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't
No
see any
book
of those
parts?
things. No,
All
I'm
right.
afraid.
Well,
All
you know, I
No,
gotta
no,
try.
it's okay.
Sure.
There are also a couple of exits from this room. You can see that the back, or several exits, I should say, the back wall of the room is actually covered in 5 archways that lead, they're basically all side by side that lead beyond.
They're just open open archways.
Yep. Yeah,
Are
no
there
doors or anything.
Any symbols or sigils above the archway?
There are none. One other thing I should point out, though, in the center of the room, it looks like someone has lashed these bones together, many of these bones together, to form a large, sort of oversized chair. You would almost call it a throne.
Well, you win or you die.
Wow.
The game of bones.
Yeah.
Ba-dum-bum.
Bone, 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 bone.
Anyways, let's not go there or get sued. Yeah.
Okay, so there are 5 archways. This grate where the slime is. I'm shooting the slime to the gate.
It went over to the grate and just like.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
I look. Is it gone, or is it just there?
No, it's gone. Like you can tell it goes down much further.
Okay.
Looks like maybe this was specifically put here for this purpose.
And is this place lit up? Does it look like people have been here recently?
You have your light.
Yeah,
no, but no, it's not lit up on its own.
When you say it's a large throne, like how large we like could
Like 30 on the edge that you came through, 50 deep, and then like 20 feet tall.
Whoa,
all right.
That's a big chair.
it's a big chair.
The room is that big, not
Oh.
the chair.
How big's the throne?
Oh, the
Glad it
throne. I
wasn't
thought you said
there.
the room.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. No, the throne, it's, 8 feet tall.
It's a chair.
4 feet wide.
Yeah.
It's throne-like. I
Just
have no
enough
way to
for a
describe this.
person
as
to
a
I
chair.
didn't. I guess I misunderstood. I thought maybe it was like of large stature.
No. It's clearly for like a medium-sized person.
Got it. So
Yeah.
the guy upstairs is not his throne.
It looks like you'd probably break this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Wait a minute.
He's too corpulent.
Indeed.
All right.
Immensely.
Is there any weird smells coming from anywhere?
Like, does it smell acidic or?
Super dead.
Actually, yeah, there really are. There's a stench on the air. It seems to be drifting from the far side of the room where those archways are.
Can we? You want to go check the archways?
Let's go check the
Let's go that way and
archways.
kind of look down them and see if we can tell anything.
Yeah, so you go over and give them a quick examination, and as you peer into these archways, you realize that they are all leading into what looks to be a series of passages that are interconnected. Because you're sort of looking down one, and it looks like a hallway, like you got your fire, and you're looking down. It looks like a hallway, and you can see there's like a passage off here, and a passage off here, and then it turns here, and then like you move over to the next one, you see, oh, these two obviously connect, but then there's this other passage even further down that I can't quite see that is connected. It looks like you're looking at 5 entrances to a massive maze. And it looks like the stone has been carved out, like these passages are perfectly square. Looks like these stones were carved out by the gelatinous cube.
I'd like to open up my divine senses again. To feel if the Wibblies are still beneath me.
There is something fiendish beyond.
Which tunnel beyond?
Hard to say. It's basically like sort of straight ahead of you.
Guys, my mustache says
It's
fiendish.
it's not full on lighting up your fiend beacon, but it's
Mildly
there
adjacent.
is a somewhat fiendish creature beyond.
All right, guys. So in situations like these, I always say let's split up and take a passage each.
So you actually you were specifically looking on the skeletons for bones of a bookbinder. Obviously, you're focused on your mission of finding Ben Carver. So I'd like for you to do me a favor and give me a wisdom perception check, please.
I would love to do that for you, Rodney, sir. That would be 18.
Oh, you notice that just about 10 feet-ish in one of the passages, there's some strange markings on the wall. It actually looks like a series of lines and dots that are they're clearly man-made or made by hand, right? This is not just pitting in the walls from the acid of the gelatinous cube. It looks like someone actually scratched these marks into the wall, and it's sort of like a short line of dots and lines in different shapes. Let's see here. Let's see. You were an urchin. What were your other backgrounds?
Guild artisan.
Guild artisan. Okay.
Glass blowing shop.
I'm an acolyte. I have
Acolyte.
many languages. Too.
Okay.
Guild artisan as well.
Okay.
I can
Oh, hey.
speak Undercommon.
Okay. So actually, you would be a great person to know about this. You've spent some time in libraries doing religious study, and You are looking at this, and it kind of looks like a notation system that is used to sort large quantities of information, like in a library. Basically, it's the fantasy equivalent of like the Dewey Decimal System.
Oh,
Right?
guys, library.
What does it say?
I don't know. What does it say?
It looks like a filing for like maps, and you would say like historical maps.
Super
It's a
educational.
filing for
know,
maps.
right?
So I think that like it's hiding something,
Oh, bother.
or it's just directional.
Uh,
Maps. Maybe this way, maybe this tunnel.
Is it the only tunnel that has the thing?
Yeah, of the 5 that you can see right there, yes, it is.
Let's do it.
Can I try to figure it out with my intelligence or wisdom or arcana or history?
You can make a sort of intelligence check here.
21.
Well, it is a book filing mechanism, and you're looking for a bookbinder.
Dun, dun,
I think he went this way,
Let's
maybe,
go that way.
or at least somebody who knows about books.
Could be anybody, really.
If there is a maze beyond, it's not unreasonable to think that maybe Ben Carver is leaving his own trail so he can find his way back out.
Okay, I'm gonna write.
Little
I'm
book
gonna
slug.
make a note of what the symbols are in my magical spell book
Sure, you can do that.
and try to decide, figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah. It basically it's
Yep.
like it's just a filing notation,
Okay.
right? So there's not any like.
Also, it doesn't mean anything.
No, it's
No,
like
it's just
it's
a-
like when you walk into a library and on the spine, it's like it's got the Dewey Decimal numbers on it.
Okay.
Let's follow
Yeah,
these symbols.
seems like a good lead-in.
After
Are
you,
you interrupting?
sir.
Yes, interrupting.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
G. Reginald Billsland interrupting.
So I just spoke to the DM for the next session, and one of the things that we discussed
Down.
was one of the
Come
things
closer, Greg.
one of the things that we discussed. It's okay.
Greg doesn't like physical contact. That's fine. Anyways, go ahead.
One of the things that we talked about was that we might let players stay on for another session if they wanted to, or the DM for that matter. Basically, staying on to fill a wild card spot in the next session. So, if anybody is interested in that, what we'll do is we will let donors donate to the Wizards page. Every $5 they donate will be a vote, so we'll have a little popularity contest for
Oh, I'm done for.
for keeping players on for the next session. But of course, that assumes you are willing to stay up longer. So, are any of you, this would include you if you're willing to roll up a level 3
Yeah.
Yay, Rodney!
willing to do that?
I totally would,
All
obviously.
For the
David,
children.
Bree.
I feel like I'm getting peer pressured here.
You're pressured into a popularity contest.
yeah. Well. Oh, and then I'm gonna lose. Are you kidding me?
No way.
You're gonna be me.
Bojangles.
We
love you,
Rodney.
Sure. Why not?
All right. So David, Bree, and Rodney are your options.
And Emmy.
Amy?
And Emmy.
And
Amy.
That's why I said
Especially
I'm not gonna
Basically,
win.
Each $5
Look at these
you
shining
donate
personalities out
to
here.
The main
Emmy.
Wizards page will count as a vote toward one of these people to
Oh,
keep them
man.
on for another 4 hours.
Yeah!
But obviously, when you make your vote, you need to leave a comment saying who you're
you
voting
vote
for,
for.
right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that.
Because
That
that
would
would
be
only
good.
make sense.
4 more
I
hours.
will-
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm not a crook. I'm a little bit.
The great taste of Charleston Chew.
So that's happening.
There's a lot of tricky dick over here.
I'm just Futurama, man. Just keep it in the line.
All right. So you have found the filing system notation on the wall, and are able to tell that this is clearly the way that Ben Carver went when he headed into the maze. Do you head in?
Let's go find
Yes.
Ben
Nah.
Carver.
But
Nah, it's
I
like
go
this adventure
home.
thing. We're
I go
done.
home.
cautiously.
Dunsies.
Cautiously.
Yes.
Yeah, you run into
I've
a
been
gelatinous cube
gelatinous.
once.
You're welcome.
Once, and you're like, I'm scared.
I mean,
What
I'm
would
kidding.
Taylor do?
Yeah, what would
what
Paylor
would
do?
Paylor do?
WWPD. It's right there.
Paylor isn't afraid of anyone, especially if they're cube people. Or
Worst.
cylinder people.
That are made out of
Rodney.
jello, right?
Words to live by.
J-E-L-L, Paylor. It's a lie.
It's a little jingle.
Oh,
Anyways,
God.
Oh no.
All right, so you are gonna be the front rank of your
Yes.
marching order then.
Yeah.
All right.
One, two,
I approve of that. I approve of
If
that.
the
That's
shoe fits,
that's bold.
Buy lore. Or buy more, pay lore.
Hey, Lord.
Bogo.
It's like
BOGO.
Sounds
BOGO,
good.
Rodney.
it's like a fragrance.
It's like YOLO, but BOGO. Anyways.
Oh, no.
All right, so you are leading the group, and as you get into these hallways, you can see that it is, in fact, maze-like. It looks like the gelatinous cube that you've encountered probably just like carved its way through here aimlessly and has created this sort of intertwining network of passages that creates this somewhat unnatural maze. As you start exploring a little bit, though, you come across very quickly another one of these markings in the
Oh, I thought
library.
it
That was a
Another
cube,
cube.
too. I was like,
Another
no!
one of these gelatinous cubes that kills you all. No,
She starts
another set of these markings that is obviously a sign that someone is trying to keep a path going through here. So here's the question: how do you guys plan to follow this trail? You can either continue to sort of search, eyeballing it. You can try and figure out what he is using these notations to signify, like if the numbers going up or down or whatever. Basically, I leave it up to you guys to tell me how it is that you are going to pursue the bookbinder Benjamin Carver through this stony maze.
Well, is there a difference in the markings between this one and the last?
They are different, yes.
Okay.
I write it down.
Okay, you do so.
Do you share
It
this
occurs.
information? Do you share the information?
I told you we share everything.
Oh, all right. Oh. That touched my heart.
Okay.
Like,
Oh,
right.
God. Are you okay?
Right there.
So we've only seen 2 markings so far.
Yes.
Should we just keep searching?
Can I
for
figure it
others?
I
out, the
think we
markings?
need
Yeah, like
a
is
larger
there-
sample size.
Like,
of
are they
information.
Morse code?
You can make an intelligence check.
I love intelligence. 13.
Okay. It looks like the numbers that you found so far are ascending, basically, or it's like an ascending row of books.
They're higher up in the wall.
No, the numbers are getting big. Smart ass. You're losing the
Put $1
popularity
in the curse
contest,
jar,
by the way.
mister.
Yeah, that's right. in the curse donations.
Yeah.
All right, so you can tell that the numbers are ascending. It's like you're walking down a row of like in a library.
Can we tell that we're going up, like uphill, or we're not dwarves, so we can't tell?
You're not. Like it's flat. Like
Okay.
this is. Remember, it's a gelatinous cube that carved this
Yeah.
out, so it's going to be pretty level.
Are we just kind of going straight? I guess.
You came in and you followed like there is no real straight, right? Like it does twist and turn a little bit.
Are we following like the right wall, like in a maze? You want to follow a wall?
If that's what you want?
Well, we found 2 of them now, right?
You have, yes.
Are they both on the same side?
All right.
No, they like it looks
Well,
like a
yeah.
sort of more circuitous path. There's no like right hand rule
Okay.
to this.
We'll keep going we'll keep going until we find another thingy.
Yeah.
And if it says down, we don't go that way.
All right.
If it goes up, we go that way.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think that sounds fine.
Okay.
That sounds reasonable.
All right. So you search for a little while longer, and you actually find a couple more markings. One of them ascending again, and then another one that actually changes the sort of like the aisle code, basically, right? And you can tell that he's sort of creating an impromptu map as he goes along of like, okay, every time the aisle code changes, that means he's going like in one of these directions. Every time it ascends, he's obviously his path inward or out of the maze. You follow this for a little while, and eventually it leads you stumbling almost right on top of another person. You round the corner, and you come into it's a dead end, but it's a dead end that's not just like the corridor ends in a wall. It actually ends in a small room that's basically like 4 gelatinous cubes in size. It looks like it just sort of carved out this room.
Oh, God.
No,
You're
no,
scaring us so
I know.
much.
I do what I can, but no. And so the person you stumble over is a small, wiry old man. He's bald. He has a pate of white hair. You can see he's got bent spectacles on his face. And when you come around the corner, he's sort of crouching. He's like, "Oh, thank goodness it's you,
Benjamin, buddy.
Do we know each other?
No, we know of you.
I'm just so glad you're not the spawn." Oh.
Spawn.
They said collectively, slightly confused and alarmed.
You didn't see it?
Talking about gelatinous cubes?
Oh no.
The fat guy?
Oh no, 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 no.
The
this
thin lady?
doesn't sound good.
I've spent weeks fleeing from the spawn of Jewelblex.
Bloop?
Jewelblex?
No, no.
quivering
Spawn of Jewelblex. And he sort of looks at you all expectantly.
What is that? Do we know?
You got that the religious training here?
Yeah,
Go
dude.
ahead and give me intelligence religion checks.
That will be
I
a
didn't.
17.
I'm very dumb.
Okay. Spawn of Jewelblex is actually an elemental creature. Basically, at one point, Jewelblex's rival Zugmoy tried to cast him out of the layer of the abyss that they shared, and failed to do so. But a fragment of Jewelblex's essence was hurled to the elemental plane of water, where it corrupted water elementals, and these things became known as the spawn of Jewelblex. They are elemental creatures with a fiendish taint upon them that are highly acidic and
It's like you have Tourette's.
sounds good. Sounds good, and they are highly acidic and share traits with both fiends and elementals.
Rodney Thompson, ladies and gentlemen.
I did not make that up. That's
I
a
know,
thing from
but
D&D.
you remembered it, and that was impressive.
Is this guy being pretty truthful? Can I tell from my idea?
This is Ben Carver, man.
Straight up fancy.
Yeah, I mean, like he's an educated man. He
But I don't. It's just making sure he's a good guy.
he does not appear to be lying in any way. He looks terrified, right?
All right.
Let's
Come
go
on.
before it comes.
You can give me a wisdom insight check.
Yeah, whatever. I miss. He's truthful. Great. I rolled very badly.
Oh, very well.
Let's go before the spawn comes. Let's go.
It says, were you quiet on your way in?
Not so much.
Define quiet.
Oh no.
Unclear.
Oh no, 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 no.
Ben, where's the
Forgive
book?
me.
Yeah.
He says, the what book?
Not so good.
Where's the book of Tarkomus?
Tarkamus.
Tarkamus.
Tarkomus.
Tarkamus. He says,
Tarmac.
well, the mayor confiscated it when he
What?
he took all the rare books from my shop, but it's probably upstairs in his library.
Oh my God! There's wine on the floor
We
there.
didn't even have to come down.
He
Find you.
he forced me to point out all my valuable books before he burned my shop.
Dun, dun, dun.
There was floor crust.
Floor crust.
Well, let's still go. We can go back. Give the fat man, get your book, get away.
Oh yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
Let's come. Let's go.
Do you know the
Quietly,
way
though.
out?
He says, I can follow my signs. I've been putting them up for a while now.
Follow your signs.
Okay. All right.
Why haven't you followed your signs to get out before?
He says, I'm hiding from it here. It's been chasing me through these tunnels for days, weeks.
Weeks? How are you still alive after weeks, man?
And he says,
Can I insight
there
into
are
his
other things that are left
Great.
unconsumed.
Great.
Ew.
Ew. You do what you have to do to survive. I know.
Can I
Oh,
insight
there are like
into
cows and
his
stuff that have gotten dragged
truthiness?
down here.
Oh, okay,
Here,
good,
here.
good.
Say again?
Can I insight into his truthiness?
You can.
I would like to do that, please. No.
He's obviously been through a lot. And you don't suspect he has any reason to lie to you.
Let's get moving, Rodney.
Let's go.
I mean,
Get moving.
Ben. The names are so similar.
No,
So
they're
similar.
You're right on.
All right.
get it.
So,
My jokes don't often appear as jokes because they're not funny. It's usually where you need a joke is to be funny.
all right. So you begin making your way back out of the maze. Ben is leading you, and with him leading you and knowing his own markings, it's going much faster now.
Hooray.
And you start making your way out of the maze, and eventually you see the archway that leads out of the maze into the room full of skeletons. Ben leads you out, and that's when you realize the room is no longer unoccupied. You emerge, your flickering flames illuminate the chamber, and you can see that sitting on the throne is the mayor's wife.
Oh, we thought you
killed her.
You killed her.
Kayana Telfin sits on the throne. One half of her face is just smashed
Wrecked.
in.
Oh, all right. Well, you remember
Her
me
once
then.
severe beauty is marred forever, and she's sitting there, As you emerge, she says, "So good of you to bring Ben Carver to us for the feast."
You can't have him.
He's like, no meat on him.
I want to roll for initiative
Okay.
because I want to fight her.
All right. Then, if you're making an aggressive move, you can roll for
I'm
initiative.
very aggressive right now.
Sounds good.
I'm so aggressive right now.
So
I'm very slow though.
Aggressive.
All right. So, Ardry, why don't you go ahead and give me what you rolled?
9 on the initiative check.
Okay.
We all,
Yeah, everyone's rolling initiative. Yeah.
You just necromancer.
11 for Shlomo. All right. And ducking?
Ducking got a 22.
Holy moly!
very nice.
Dang.
Ducking is
son.
motivated.
All right. And
Is-
Harley?
Ducking what? Ducking.
Also an 11. But
Also-
I'll go second.
Okay.
after Shlomo.
Should be fast mo.
Yeah. A boost you mo.
On Moisha,
A boost
on
mo.
Herschel, on Shlomo.
was
It's
awesome.
Hanukkah, Harry. It's the year.
Lost my stats. Where'd my stats go? There we go. All right. Dex.
Who's bad?
All right. So, ducking, you sense that your companion Ardry is about to do something foolish.
I rolled up my
perhaps.
hood,
Yeah.
which means it's business time.
Yeah. You are actually going to be the first one to react.
He's like,
to,
"Dude, calm
to
down."
this happening.
So, she just. So it looks like part of her face is caved in, as though from a warhammer. Does she like?
Not like her skull has been caved in,
But like her
she,
face is-
like she's taken a severe blow from a warhammer to the face.
If I were to make, like, say, a very
real.
quick medicine check at a 12,
Yeah.
does it look like that was a fatal wound and
No.
she shouldn't be
No.
alive?
No, it doesn't look like a fatal one.
Okay.
Just rallied.
Yeah, God, I guess so.
Sometimes when the dungeon master asks if you're striking to kill or not to kill, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to reduce her to 0.
Okay.
What? Tricks, man.
Is there anything else in the room? Anything else in the room? Just her.
I use
on
my
the
dungeon
throne?
masterly wiles. Anyways,
Just her on the throne.
So there's her on the throne. There's tons of skeletons all over the place.
What, live skeletons?
Skeletons.
Spooky
by their
skeletons?
nature,
No.
unalive.
Not alive. But it's just her.
Inanimate skeletons.
Okay.
Same melee.
Okay.
Why shouldn't we just kill you? You starve your people. You had a knife.
She says, "Oh, you can try, but now you'll see why no one defies my husband and I." And she extends her hand like this, and she says, "Go forth and feast, my minion." And you can see that green slime starts to seep out of her throne and begins to seep out forward. And then you notice like an eyeball pops out in the slime. And then another one pops out. And slowly this slime just sort of makes its way out into the floor and rises up. And it basically looks like this sort of like 8 foot tall cresting wave of green slime.
With eyes.
It's dotted with eyes, and there's like all these pustules bursting in it, and you can see there's like bubbles inside it that look like they're all like rancid and gross, and it's just sort of like looming up and sort of undulating towards you, undulating again, and she says, now my spawn, feast here in the skeletorium."
Skeletorium?
That is the worst thing I've ever heard.
No, it's the
that's
best.
a real
so
word.
good. I'm so good at naming things.
That's
And I'm the winner of naming.
You win at naming, sir.
All right, and so this thing's actually going to lurch for you, and it moves with unnatural
Natural
speed.
speed.
Yes, this thing flows towards you. You were leading on the way out. Ben Carver was probably in the middle of the pack, if I'm not mistaken.
Middle back, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that means that this thing is going to lurch towards you. And were you guys keeping your previous order where it'd be like Shlomo, Ducking, Ardry, and Harley?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this thing lurches towards you guys as a group, and it actually extends these pseudopods out towards you that just sort of grow out of its slimy body, and it's going to slam into Shlomo and Ducking. So Shlomo, Oh, that's natural 20.
Oh.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say it's a natural 20.
He's trying to kill me.
Oh. Oh. Rodney.
I like how she says
So,
it. Rodney.
critical failure, Rodney. Critical failure.
Well,
I have
thanks,
one.
donors.
Thank you, donors. You may have
Yay!
Yeah.
You're affecting us. It's
Yes,
so
good
but you're
job,
here with us.
donors.
Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, well, that natural 20 becomes a natural 1.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
that this pseudopod is just about to slap you right in the face. But at the last moment, it just whiffs right in front of you as it fails to correctly estimate the distance between you. However, its other pseudopod is going to still lash out at ducking. That is a 14 to hit.
That will actually just kind of leave a gooey trail along his
Did a really
shield.
uncomfortable brush.
I think yes. Like I kind of feel funky now.
What would your AC be without the shield?
Without the it would be 13.
Okay, great. So the pseudopod slams into your shield, and it like basically splashes, and it's actually like it feels like a water balloon being thrown against your shield. And when you look, you can see it's covered in green slime, but the pseudopod retracts. All right, and that was them. Shlomo.
Yes. Okay, I would like to. Swear my oath of enmity
Yes.
upon this spawn. And so, let's see here. Just making sure I do this right.
As you kind of point to the spawn, I'm like, I think she's the one controlling it. If we kill her, the spawn might die. It's her minion.
Too late, spawn's my enemy.
All right, great.
Sounds good. You swear your oath of enmity against the spawn of Jublex,
I do,
and
then I would like to attack it.
okay. All right.
Or try to.
Go ahead. You strike it with your warhammer,
Do it,
or you
Dave.
strike at it with your warhammer.
Elor does not abide by your blasphemy.
The dude abides, though.
All right,
always
that was,
abides.
that was not good. So I would like to use this opportunity to use my reroll because it was. Oh wait, I get a reroll anyway because I have advantage. Never mind.
Okay, there you go.
All right, so that'll be 15 to hit.
15. That's a bingo. She's so excited.
I am. I'm super excited because
Can I offer a piece of advice?
yes.
If you have smiting, you should smite.
I do. I think I
Smite
do.
on.
Yes, I have divine smite.
Do it.
I will expend my spell slot. Thank you for DM.
I'm here to help.
DM for the win.
Not really.
All right, so I deal. Is it 2d6? 2d8. 2d8. And it's a fiend, I'm guessing, so I get an extra d8, right?
Right.
Right.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
1, 2, 3.
Right.
And then
Tell
1
it.
for the
Smite him.
weapon.
Weapon.
Oh, that's
Wow,
so many
she's
dice.
fiercely
I know,
shaking
I'm
those
super
dice.
excited. I'm trying to randomize as
Slow-mo
well
your
as
roll.
possible.
RNG.
All right, it's looking good.
That was not bad. It's a good roller.
10. That will be 23 points of radiant. Oh wait, sorry, 26 points of radiant damage.
Very nice.
Dang.
Thank you, thank you.
That just happened.
It did.
Oh.
Payload.
Very nice. All right, you drive your warhammer into it, and there's a flash of brilliant sunlight as it strikes it, and you can see the thing recoils in horror from your divine power. Harley.
So it's spreading out, or it's still
A
within
little
her
bit.
chair?
It's sort of lashed out at the two of them.
Like it's. Okay. And Ben is like right in front of me because I was bringing up the rear.
Yeah.
Okay. Ben's tiny, right?
Yeah. He's a frail old man.
He's a frail
He's an
old
old man.
Yeah.
And the room was the room I flew in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's like 30 feet tall, so.
Close enough. And then how far away is the lady?
She's about 15. No, I guess she'd be about 30 feet in front of you right now.
Oh, about 50 flying. I grab Mr. Carver
Okay.
in my little bird arms.
Okay. He's tiny. You
He's
you have no
tiny.
difficulty grabbing
And
hold
as
of
the
him.
terrifying bird angel, I grab him up, and I push forward and fly up, and I drop him on the lady's lap.
Okay.
Because I have been a cultist of Jublex. And I have just delivered Mr. Ben.
Wait, what?
Fucking bird.
What?
God. Oh,
What?
you look delicious. I should have eaten you.
Is this? You hear this?
All right. So
All right.
Can I quit D&D?
Ben
Can I quit D&D?
Ben Carver is dropped in Kiana Telfing's lap, and she turns towards you and says, "I had such a good feeling about you."
But we're friends.
I hate birds. I hate you most of all the birds.
I thought we were friends.
I thought we were friends.
No.
You lied to me?
That shit was a filthy ass lie. Who's next?
I blame
Ardry.
you, ultimately.
I'm in
Ardry.
shock.
Ardry.
Who do I kill, her or the other girl?
It's a target-rich environment, man.
Maybe Miss Shlomo.
She's the only one I don't want to kill.
You don't know.
All right, I'm going to cast another spell, the same as before. Whip up a ball of fire.
Okay.
And in the rage of being betrayed, I'm gonna look at this bird and be like, "It's time for dinner." I'm gonna shoot a fireball at her for Mrs. Bojangles. All right,
A fireball or a flaming spear?
a flaming sphere,
That's what I thought.
but it's a ball of fire.
Okay.
So make a dexterity save, please, bird lady. PvP is my favorite part of D&D. I rarely get to do it.
PvP's my favorite part of
I
D&D.
sincerely hope you die.
13? That is that's the DC.
Oh, pudding.
But I'm going to. I
Right,
can't.
so a ball of fire erupts next to you, but you dodge out of the way deftly.
I have a reroll. Can I use it on her? From Benjamin Carver? I yelled his thing.
You haven't used it yet.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling generous, so
All
let's
right.
go yes.
Reroll
Yeah.
that beautiful
Reroll.
beautiful bean footage.
I get even better.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying. All right. Okay. So that brings up ducking.
So how far off the ground is she?
She actually is like above Kiana Tefling. How you'd probably be like 15 feet up, right? Yeah.
I hate you so much right now. So, the old man is sitting in her lap,
Yeah, effectively.
effectively sitting in her lap. So this is what's going to happen. How far away is the throne from where I would be standing, roughly?
About 30 feet.
About 30 feet. Good, I can move 30 feet. So, ducking, his eyes are going to kind of turn reddish, and he's going to break into a run.
Okay.
And he's making eye contact with the lady in the chair. And as a bonus action, his skin is going to stretch and his bones are going to pop. And right in front of her is going to be a big-ass bear.
Whoa! Holy moly!
And as he's changing, he is going to shout, before he turns into kind of like a bear roar,
Right.
would be, "Mighty like a rose!"
Nice.
And then a sharp claw and some teeth are going to lash out at what's-her-nuts on the
right.
Gelfling.
What is her?
Okay.
On,
what I wanna know.
so an armor class, hold on now, an armor class 16 and an armor class 20.
Both are going to hit.
Right on. So,
Kill her.
she takes 10 points of slashing, and then his jaws clamp around her throat for 11 points of piercing.
What?
All right.
They're the best.
You slay her. You pounce upon her and slay her.
With the-
However,
Like that kayak
when
in the
you
bear.
maul her,
Oh, crap.
you bite down, and it's not just meat and bone and blood like you expect. It's like biting into a sack of slime.
I don't like this!
Like green slime bursts from like in your mouth and just like everywhere. It's like she was a slime on the inside, and you can see that there are little like eyeballs and pustules inside her.
It's
just
in my
like-
mouth!
Sorry. All right, she is effectively dead, but
have to
the
make a
question
con
is
save or
really. It's really for you, Harley. So you've just seen this fellow Jublex worshiper get mauled by a bear.
I did.
Do you
Don't like bears.
stay behind, or do you flee? Do you flee the scene?
I'm kind of thinking flee.
Okay, that's
If you
fine.
don't flee,
You
I'm gonna
see a lot
feed
of
you.
anger in my
I'm
eyes.
gonna eat you.
I'll tell you that much.
I'm gonna have turkey burger.
You cut me so deep.
All right. So Harley, you're gonna flee.
I think I'm gonna
All right.
flee.
So
I'm
in
gonna
a
grab Ben and flee.
you're gonna grab Ben and flee.
Oh hell no!
No, that's not going to happen.
I'm right on top of Ben.
You
yeah.
can Ben pull a war if you want.
All right. So go ahead and make your opportunity attack as
Oh,
she
hell
flees.
yes. This is happening. God, I hope I crit you so bad.
Do you have like an
Do you have
incentive?
this ability?
God damn it. That's only an armor class 11.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not
All right. You snatch Ben up off the throne and wing your way towards the entrance that you came through. By the time that you guys are done dealing with the spawn of Juoblex, which would eventually happen over the course of the next few rounds,
Yes.
Harley is long gone and Ben Carver with her. You get upstairs and you find that the mayor has choked on a turkey leg.
Good.
Yep. Saw it coming.
And there is no sign of the transcribed copy of the Book of Tamarcus.
We failed at everything.
No, we've had a setback, but now we have a focus.
All right.
To murder her in the face and get the old man back.
Nothing
So
brings
I'm-
people together like murder. You know?
I'm getting the wrap it up signal from our fabulous engineer over here. So I'd just like to thank everybody for taking the time out to watch this live stream. To everybody that donated to Extra Life and donated to Help Children's Miracle Network, thank you so much. On a personal note, it's really great that you all came together to support me and all these crazy kids in doing doing this fun, exciting 48-hour thing. I guess the last 2 years we've done 24 hours, but this year we're doing 48. So thanks so much. And now we're going to cut back to Greg and Alyssa soon. But first we're going to go to a dancing Mind Flayer or something. Dancing Baphomet soon. So thanks a lot for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed The Insatiable Hunger, which was the name of my adventure.
Oh.
Awesome. It was awesome.
We have read many stories about Dritz. We have never really seen him before in quite this way, so that's very exciting. If you know anything about the character, one of Dritz's problems is when he's alone in the Underdark for any length of time, he kind of goes insane. He becomes this sort of primal, fierce, savage, merciless predator. So like the Demon Lords, he kind of loses control of himself.
After the War of the Silver Marchers, after the Sundering, after all of that, he's going back to Menzoberranzan. And he's going back there with the shifting sands under his feet because of the phase rest, with a mindset that, is any of this even real? So everything is like slipping just out of reach for him. To be certain that he's not in a dream state, he's not being deceived by wizardry or demons or whatever.
The duality that's represented by an entity like Demogorgon, that really fits in, that you can see, Drist has that madness just tugging at him. Doesn't just give in and become the pure machine of destruction. Set aside all those regrets, set aside his emotions, and just become the ultimate killing machine. Always having that temptation, tugging at his soul. And Demogorgon, literally representing that path he could follow down. And to me, that's fantastic. It becomes a personal struggle. And I think that's the root of great storytelling, it's the story of an individual at the end of the day.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We just finished the third session. Yay! Yay! That howling in the background was not banshees; it was actually the cast. No, actually, it was banshees. Yes. So we are thrilled that we are now a quarter of the way done. But we're brewing up some coffee for a lot of folks. Not me. I'm
Nope.
gonna hold out. You're gonna hold out as well.
30 hours,
All right.
hopefully, maybe 25.
So we're gonna tough it out a bit. We're getting the next set of players ready. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the incentives that we have available, and then we will tell you which player is going to be sticking around till the next session. Do you want to tell us a little bit about some of the extra incentives that we have available for donors?
Yeah, so we still have Archmage ready to go, and that's going for 50. We also still have the pins, so if you spend $50 or more, you can get a pin with your purchase, and that includes the Tiamat pin and the Bellafoss pin. Or the Bellafoss pin. So let us know which one that you want between those two. They're both super cool. And then obviously we still have the dress, which is super cool, the one that Greg wore earlier. And
Sword Coast Legends. So
Sword Coast Legends.
we actually have a couple of the deluxe edition Sword Coast Legends codes left. That deluxe edition is going to include some monsters that you can use in creating your dungeon, like the Beholder, which we saw featured in one of the adventures earlier in the form of a hat, as well as some tile sets and the soundtrack. That deluxe edition is at $75. It's just a smidge above the retail price, but if you're going to get the game anyway, it's a great way to just give the money to charity and also get a tax deduction. Hey, I'm big on the taxes.
You really are. You're
Yeah.
really good on that.
Yeah.
We only have 2 of those left, so definitely try to get those soon.
But we do have the standard edition
We
as well.
do have standard edition.
And that's at $50.
But deluxe, standard.
Why would
deluxe.
you? Yeah, you're going to end up buying the DLC anyway for Sword Coast Legends, so you might as well just go for the deluxe.
Might as well.
Yeah. All right, so without further ado, we're going to let you know which player which person, I should say, won out in sticking around for another 4 hours. For a second, Bree had the lead, but at the very last moment,
Very last, neck and neck.
we have Mr. Rodney Thompson. Who thought?
Yeah. No sleep till 4 a.m.
Who thought he would get away without playing this year and just DMing?
Jokes on
well,
him.
it's not a terrible thing.
And that was a $175 donation, I believe. Who is that from? Do you have a
Ross?
first name?
Is it Ross? Is that right?
Ross?
Yeah,
Ross.
thank you, Ross.
All right. Thanks, Ross.
That's a very generous donation,
Yes.
and despite the fact that it now keeps me up for another 4 hours, really appreciate your donation.
I feel like that's the gift that's going to keep on giving.
At least for
for 4 hours.
4 hours, yes.
So how did the game go, Rodney?
It went really well. I was worried that I hadn't actually prepped enough because I have been sort of doing this intermittently over the last couple of months. I was like, is this going to really fill 4 hours? But I kind of forgot that, okay, well, when we're all having fun for Extra Life and
You forgot the bullshit factor.
Yeah, I did forget the bullshit factor a little bit. But at the same time, I had plenty prepared and I was able to basically cherry pick everything that I thought would be fun or exciting or interesting over the course of that 4-hour session. And I think it turned out really well. And the traitor thing at the very end, where it turned out that Emmy's character had actually been a cultist of Jewelblex the whole time, that was a donation that I had received.
Awesome.
Actually, it was a threshold. I had said basically when I hit the $1,000 threshold, that would be the point at which I would put a traitor element into the game.
Cool.
So that got pushed over the edge earlier today. So in none of my planning up till about 4 hours ago had I planned on this. In fact, I think that donation came in while I was driving home from work today. So I was
my gosh.
I got home tonight. I was like, well, I guess I better figure out how this whole traitor thing's going to work. So. Yeah.
Yeah, pro tip, shut down the donations on the adventure creation
I
earlier.
probably
in the
should
year.
have done
Yeah.
that, yes. I actually was adding NPCs that I got donations for when I walked in here at 7 o'clock and you guys and the other game was running. I was like, okay, this character's name is this now, right?
Still, that's awesome because
Yeah.
you're
No, it
getting
was
so
great.
much extra money.
It was great.
Do you have your adventure notes? Were those available for donation or?
I didn't put them for donation just
Okay.
because they are pretty sparse. What I had said I was going to do was I put up an option where people could buy a DMG where I would write the notes in the liner, but no one actually bought it. So
Oh, no.
I didn't do my notes in the liner, but I did have someone that's going to get my in-session notes inside the inside of a monster manual. So that's that was a pretty generous donation.
Maybe maybe if you've got some scribbles down, we can post those to the Tumblr or to the chat later on.
Yeah, probably can. There's a whole lot of stuff that got cut. There's a lot of cutting room floor. Let's put it that way.
That seems to always be the case on adventures.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thanks, and it sounds like we're going to get to enjoy you sticking around for another 4 hours.
You haven't seen the last of me?
Yay, peer pressure.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Like the last 2 years, I've done the full 24 hours. The least I can do is 8 this time, right? So that's awesome.
Much appreciated. Cool.
Donate
Awesome.
more, stay longer.
Shut up, Sean.
Yeah. We may end up doing the wild card for the next slot. We'll see how it goes. Maybe not you. Yes. Is that
no. Do not want.
All right.
Awesome. I will let you guys
Thanks,
get back
Rodney.
to shilling.
Yep. You want to talk about the
Yeah.
next things that are up?
All right, so we have some new prizes ready. Most of them are comic books, and I believe one graphic novel. So we currently have the Baldur's Gate Go for the Eyes, and that is a signed copy. I think we have 2 of those, and that's going for $20.
Yeah, just signed by Jim Zub, the writer of that, and that's the special cover with Boo on it.
Cool. And then we also have Neverwinter Tales, The Legend of Drizzt, and that is actually signed by Salvatore. So that's really cool, and that's currently going for, I believe, where is it? There it is. It's going for $40.
Did you mention this yet?
Not yet.
Speaking of Neverwinter, one of the things we have posted a little bit in the chat but haven't mentioned in a while is that anybody who's donating during this entire time, we're going to get you one of the codes for the temporarily exclusive Neverwinter companion, a sentient gelatinous cube.
What more could you want?
That will
from a
follow you
companion?
around and aid you on your adventures.
I've always wanted a sentient gelatinous cube.
I feel like it's actually better than a dog. Like,
Probably.
It's
Well,
like a built-in garbage disposal.
That's true.
You just toss stuff
There's
into
a lot
it.
of efficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would
Also,
want one.
burglar detector. So, like, I feel like you'd get a lot of house savings. You can tell I just
Yeah.
bought a house because I'm thinking about these things.
I mean, you couldn't really cuddle. I guess. I don't know. That could be very weird. I don't know. There are pros and cons to this. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, dog,
so we got
gelatinous cube. The
Eberron
last one we have Eberron, and that is going for $20.
Yep. And then the Fells 5 hardcover is $50 because you didn't mention that. You mentioned that. Anyway.
I didn't mention that.
All right. We'll post all of that to the Extra Life team page.
Yeah. Thank you guys again. I believe that the race pushed us over $62,000.
Yeah,
so
$62,000.
Thank you all
Woo,
so
yeah.
much.
Let's keep it up. $1,000 every team will get us up there. So
Yeah.
thank you very much, and we will send you off to the next adventuring group.
Oh.
Woo.
Is that yours?
Probably is.
Yeah, okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a drink and a snack real quick and I'll be right back. What?
Just giving you a chance. It's going to be a little bit while I grab the chairs this week, so we're not going to make you fancy, so we'll just wait until they get back down, let them see these nice fancy dancing demons. We got from our trailer, our vendor sent us a bunch of an illithid doing kind of a little fun jig, and then Baphomet doing a little fun one. So we're using those as our interstitials today.
How come we can't use the music with it?
Because music is currently copyrighted.
That's what I thought, okay.
And I didn't have time to go digging through a bunch of non-copyright stuff and then or play something on it.
Thanks for playing. I hope you had fun.
Hi guys. I was just sad about being here still.
was not my plan.
Bye, Rodney.
It's so good to see you. Hopefully see you soon.
Oh God, what were your names again? Yeah. Manchar. What is it? Manchar. I should write that down.
I'll write down these names.
I'm Peaches.
So I heard you got your black spindle.
Right.
Delightful. I haven't even gotten to try it yet. I've had to work late both nights.
Celine.
Celine.
S-E-L-E-N-E.
I work on Destiny. Yeah.
I helped her get some.
Brolani. Brolani.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I do work on only D games, actually. Yeah.
Manchar.
It's a lot of gaming notes in this book.
Yeah.
History.
Yeah.
I see you online all the time.
Anytime you see me online, you need a person to fill out. Just hit me up. If I don't want to play with other people, I'll hide
So
myself.
do we know each other at all?
If I'm visible, that means
yes.
yeah.
So, you know.
If I'm visible, it means I'm available to play. But yeah. Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we know each other?
No. No,
There will be what?
I maintain characters on both.
Okay.
I started on
One more
Xbox,
time.
but then
Manchar.
when I started working at Bungie, I went to
Like
went to
Charizard.
PlayStation as well. Fortunately, Taken King makes it easier to do like one on each platform because I don't have to level up one character basically.
Like you were hit by a fireball.
Manchar. Yeah.
I feel really underdressed. I'm not loving this whole surprise down for 4 hours and be the.
Would you like a tie?
We
got
can
ties.
get a tie.
No, I'm not wearing a shirt that way. That's good for a tie.
Wear it around your head.
I'm good.
All right, let's do a mic check from you guys. Katie, will you talk for a minute?
Testing, hello, this is my mic. Yep, I'm talking. I'm talking because I'm wearing a mic.
Thank you very much. And let's go down the line.
I don't know. It's a presume.
Testing. Mic
I
one,
have done
me
nothing yet.
Talking on the mic, testing. Mic one, testing. Continue
Awesome.
test. Okay.
And Jordan.
Hello, my name is Peaches. I'm a druid, forest gnome. I'm considered talking. I don't like squirrels.
Thanks, Jordan. Rodney.
Yep, I sure am talking. All right.
You still work. And we'll move on to Eric.
Me, Eric. Yes, am I coming through?
You are coming through.
Excellent.
We have a coffee and somebody.
I'm totally talking to my microphone right now. This is kind of what I sound like.
All right, I'm getting coffee. Sorry.
That's a good idea.
Rodney's grabbing coffee.
I got up at 4 o'clock this morning. Oh, 5 o'clock. Yeah,
Well,
right here.
You're going to be
What's it got
playing
in it?
until 5 o'clock in the morning.
Is there like half and half or
He's gonna be
anything?
running like
Or
25
cream?
quarters, I guess.
Bring him in for the next one.
Rodney.
Somebody should bring that up.
Yeah. Half and half, put half and half in it. If not, cream. Coffee's complicated.
Okay, so
Really loud, bro.
What now?
Just commenting your clothing is really loud.
Oh, it's because this thing keeps folding over it.
Gotcha.
so $1,000?
What?
$2,000?
What?
How much would they have to pay to have you stay for the next one as well?
I will already be at 24 hours by the time this thing ends, so.
$5,000?
I mean, it's for charity, right? So.
That's true.
All right.
You got nothing going on tomorrow.
Actually, I have a super busy day tomorrow.
You guys.
Sorry.
In 5, 4.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the next session of our D&D Extra Life 48-hour extravaganza. My name is Katie Lawrence. I'm your Dungeon Master here for the Midnight Hour, and I'd like to welcome all of our players here. So what I'd like everybody to do really quick is go around and introduce yourself, a little bit about what you do, and then go ahead and introduce your character. So Chris, do you want to start?
I'm Chris D'Andrea. I'm a fraud data analyst here at Wizards of the Coast. My character am Banchar, powerful dragon warlock, smartest of all dragons.
Yeah, so I'm Jordan Komar. I am the trade marketing department, and I write articles on the WPN website. My character is Peaches. He's a forest gnome druid, and he was raised by dire wolves, and he's deathly afraid of squirrels.
Hi, I'm Rodney Thompson. You
Yeah.
just spent 4 hours with me. I'm a senior designer at Bungie. I work on Destiny, and I used to work here on Dungeons & Dragons. I have been roped into playing for another 4 hours thanks to generous donations during my dungeon mastering session. So the very fast character that I have just come up with is a cleric of the Tempest domain, a former pirate whose name is Shipwreck.
I love it.
Awesome. I'm Eric Scott DeBee. I'm an author. You might have read some of my Dungeons & Dragons novels or some of my other novels, whatever. I do a lot of stuff. And I do some game design, and I play a lot of games, and here I am. And my character is, well, her name is Celine, but that's not how she'll introduce herself. And she is a half-elf rogue. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, my name is Bojan Ardakovich. Everyone calls me Bo. I'm a game designer and I teach game design and history at DigiPen. But I'm best known for being one of the producers on a show called Tabletop and creating Tabletop Day, so that's awesome. I am playing Brolani. He is a human badass warrior, pretty much just a bro. And he's got dwarven sympathies. He basically wants to be a dwarf as much as he can, and he likes to punch things. So there you go.
This sounds fun. So the next thing I want to do, we're actually going to go in reverse order, and I'd like to go around the room, and if each of you wants to mention maybe one bonus that you'll be using in the game that was generated by donations, or perhaps something about your character that was given to you from our generous donors out there. So I'm actually going to kick off this one, and I wanted to let you all know that thank you to Gina Richards. Each of you will be getting one extra D6 to use one time as an add-on to your attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Love it. Thanks, Gina.
All right. Bojan, what do you've got?
Actually, I ran a slightly different campaign where I basically said that throughout the night I'm going to roll the D20, and if your number comes up, my backers basically bought a number on the D20 that they get a chance to win tickets to Gen Con. So throughout the whole night I'll be saying like 14 and 12 and whatever. So there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So my character is sort of an amalgam of several of my novel characters. Thank you to my fans. And one cool thing that she can do is an old 3rd edition mechanic where she has shadow dancing, and she can teleport up to 120 feet, which she can split into.
Broken.
Yeah, that's right.
So broken.
Which she can split into increments. So
all right.
Thank you to a couple of people.
Great.
Because I've gotten dragged in, I have no bonuses, so I'm doing this Iron Man style.
Yeah.
Well done.
You have endurance is what you have.
Indeed. Endurance and my natural charm.
Hey.
So all of my stuff for my character was designed by my donors. I didn't get any perks from my donors. But one personality trait about my character is he's completely hairless. He collects trophies from his enemies, which is mostly hair, to put on himself. And he is searching for the cure to his baldness. That's his main goal in life. And he also doesn't trust civilizations. He's afraid of squirrels, as I mentioned. He has a couple of battle cries or slogans that we might be able to hear tonight.
Excellent.
Nice.
Manchar?
My donors really did not give me any bonuses, but they chose the class, the race, and the name for this character, so I have them to thank for all of that. And Manchar is just a dragonborn trying to make his way in the world, building up a little stash of treasure for his horde. We'll see what happens.
Great. All right. So, as the audience can probably tell, we are dressed for a festive occasion. And all of these characters have been brought together on a very special night. A warm summer's evening. The sun has just set. There's twinkling bugs in the air. And we've all just attended a wedding. So earlier this week, our players received a wedding invitation for Rodney. I'm going to read for his benefit.
Thank you.
So you were all invited to join in celebration at the union of Risa Black Griddle and Bushel Inloft by Smiley Black Griddle, innkeeper and purveyor of fine foods. Where? The Black Griddle Inn. When the second moon of the fading, food, drink, and merriment shall greet you at the door. So you all received also backgrounds and kind of telling you a little bit about why it was important that you make it for this special day. Rodney, you happen to be a traveler that made friends with some of the kitchen staff there at the Black Griddle Inn just days before the wedding, and so have been generously invited to join into the festivities. So, as I said, it's a beautiful night. The wedding itself commenced there at the Black Griddle Inn. The Black Griddle Inn is a well-known establishment on a traveling road deep in the heart of Faerun. And the town, or village, I should say, that it is a part of is small but wholesome. The inhabitants owe a lot to the Black Griddle Inn because it brings in a lot of travelers looking for a good, clean, warm bed and delicious foodstuffs to keep them on their journey. And due to that, it also brings a lot of other business to the area. So the blacksmith owes a lot to those travelers that come through, farriers, those who would put up travelers that maybe can't fit all of their animals or wagon wares in the barn attached to the inn itself. That also means that because so many travelers make their way to the Black Griddle Inn, that Smiley, the rather rotund human innkeeper that keeps the place, has a lot of friends. Everyone is a friend of Smiley's.
Sure, everyone knows Smiley.
Everyone. You can always hear his boisterous laugh down the hallways as he's carrying a plate of delicious mushroom pies. And so when his only daughter, his only child, was to be married, you can imagine the throngs of people from near and far that have made their way to this wedding. So that brings you here. The ceremony was brief. It was lovely. It took place on the back steps of the inn that opened up into a nice grassy field area ringed by picturesque trees. The sun has set below these trees, and once the ceremony, standing room only, had commenced, the crowd dispersed to make way for tables trucked out by the staff from inside the inn, laden with delicious foodstuffs. Smiley's famous mushroom pies, his jelly donuts, these cupcakes, which are this new fad that Smiley has cooked up in the region.
I don't trust those cupcakes.
And
They're so tiny.
and of course grog, much grog. Everyone has been given license to mingle, and Risa and her blushing groom are up at kind of a table at the far end of the field greeting guests. So, how would you like to explore this sumptuous wedding banquet?
I think Brolani's kind of in the middle of like the gang of folks. He's already well into his cups, maybe shirts open. He looks like gratuitous bodybuilder from the 80s, like long mullet and all that kind of stuff. And I think he's mostly there for the show of being in the group and talking, even though no one really seems to like him all that much. So he's just kind of in the middle of the thing,
all right,
making an ass of himself as he does.
You
and he has a jaunty hat on as well.
It's very fetching.
Thank you.
You mentioned grog and cupcakes. That's my plan. So, the very well-dressed young half-elf lad sitting at a table near the back, staring up at the happily wedded couple, drinking very heavily. Probably near Brolani.
Sure.
Kind of glancing over at Brolani occasionally and just going,
You know, Grog and Cupcakes is the name of my band's first album. So I think probably what Shipwreck would be doing is there's musical entertainment here,
There
almost
is
certainly,
a
right?
mad smattering of travelers who brought, portable instruments.
Fantastic. Well, I think there is nothing that says wedding festivities so much as sea shanties, and so I will begin, teaching the simple musicians the finest musical fare that my years on the decks of a pirate ship had to offer. So basically, I will be joining in with the musical entertainment.
So upon hearing this kind of new tunes, the sort of rollicking jig-like tunes that you might hear aboard a seafaring vessel, you actually spy Smiley, and you can see he's not terribly tall, but he's got quite a bounce in his step. So you just kind of see the top of his head bobbing as he dances around and mingles and says hello to the hundreds of people that he knows.
I will immediately run for Smiley. I'm not comfortable in this situation right now. So seeing a friendly face that I understand and know, I'll try and approach him.
Okay. All right. So he's been spinning around. He spins around and sees you coming towards him. Peaches, my boy.
Smiley, how you doing?
Oh,
Great wedding.
it is the best of days, the best of days. Quiet days leading up, it made the wedding so easy.
Great. I'm happy for your daughter and for you as well.
Why, thank you. It is good to have a son in the house.
How is he?
Oh, Bushel is a sweet boy. Risa will take good care of him.
I wanted to thank you again for bringing me in on that one night. It was a bit of a scare.
Oh, no. Do not mention it. Do not mention it. Our home is always open to you.
Thank you.
I must go, my boy. There are so many people that I need to speak to. There are so many ants.
I will
so
follow
many ants.
you. Yes.
All right, so he makes his way, shaking hands, giving hugs, kissing little old biddies on the head, and making his way towards the head table where Risa and her new groom are seated.
I'm going to try to head him off to the head table and get up there and strike up a conversation with Risa and the groom.
Okay.
Oh, congratulations! Many happy returns for your wedding.
Oh, I thank you. I'm so glad that you were able to make it.
Manchar.
Manchar, thank you. It has been such a busy day, week, month. You must know how it is. It's just, I'm just so glad that everybody is here.
A toast!
Oh, so the crowd starts hearing toast.
Rolani hears it
toast.
from like 100 feet away. Cheers!
Toast sense tingling.
Oh.
And Smiley overhears the loud toast that you are clamoring for, and so he raises his rather large metal mug and grabs his ever-present spoon that he wears around his neck and just starts clanging on. It's not a dainty glass and fork sound. It clang, 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 to get everybody's attention, and says, "We have calls for a toast. And I can't think of a better time to wish good fortune upon my beautiful, sweet daughter and her new husband, Bushel. Everyone, please raise a glass to the happy couple. Here.
Yay.
Happy couple.
Now, actually, now that everybody, I want to hold on this because I do want to say, I want to thank you all for coming to this joyous occasion. You can't tell, maybe, but it means so much to us that you all made it here today. I take it as a good omen that the summer has been so quiet here along our little road, and perhaps it meant business is slow, but it allowed us to prepare for this joyous day, and no ill fortune has befallen anyone in these recent months. It must mean that good fortune is coming for the happy couple. So raise a glass to Bushel and Risa.
Bushel
and Risa.
Glug, glug, glug. And the crowd huzzahs, huzzah, as is customary, more to have excuse to keep drinking and here, and keep drinking, refill, here, re-drinking, refill. The music starts up. And the clamoring, usually a crowd of this size, it'll clamor and then die down, and the music will play, the dancing will begin. But the sound keeps getting louder, and so people keep clamoring, here. And then you hear a crash. It's loud, but far away, maybe on the other side of the inn.
Crash of pans or what?
Like maybe a chair falling over.
Like
that
a
sort of
person in
thing.
a chair falling over, or just a chair?
Just wood hitting wood.
It was the squirrels. They did it.
And then you hear A little bit of shuffling, more wood scraping noises. And then all of a sudden, just this horrible scream comes from inside the inn. And if you turn to look back at the inn, you see through the open double doors that lead out onto the porch and out into this field, this large looming character is backlit by the light coming from inside the dining area. Very large, larger than any human, and reflective and slick, but it's hard to make out the features. Does anybody here have dark vision? Yep, okay. What you make out is the looming shape of this huffing, puffing bugbear. He has seemed to have been running for an age, and he's kind of just standing there. You also see he's glistening, is maybe the best way to put it. And the whole crowd has kind of gone silent. The strings have kind of died away, and there's a moment's pause. And then the bugbear lets out this huge roar and comes barreling through the crowd. Now, where all were you when you were cheering the happy couple?
Right behind Smiley.
Right behind Smiley. So up by the head table, you were up there as well, right?
Sort of in the middle of the group.
Pretty much closest to the open bar, I think, is where Bromani would be.
So the bugbear starts making his way through the crowd. He's shoving tables, he's shoving chairs, he's shoving a multitude of guests. There's screaming and pandemonium as all of these guests start running in different directions. And the bugbear is continuing to make his way fairly quickly towards the head table.
You see that too, right? That's not just...
So I don't want to be racist about it. It was the bugbear cultures and stuff. Is this like a normal way of shoving for them, or is this like a hostile way? I mean, Rolani's been around. He's seen bugbears. Like, is this like a typical bugbear type of thing?
It is typical bugbear aggressive behavior.
Like he's got a club and is going to kill people?
He does have a club in one hand, but he's not using that more than just to shove tables out of the way. He's not attacking, but he is shoving forcefully and people falling to the ground.
Yeah, that's trouble.
So as he makes his way up towards the table, you two who are near the head table, you hear Bushel let out and duck under the table, the head table. Risa, however, stands up and puts a bracing arm or hand on his shoulder and reaches out for her father's hand. And the bugbear is almost upon them, so he's actually probably going to shove just past you, making his way up to this head table.
Well, I'm dashing towards the front table then.
Okay.
I try casting command on him.
Okay.
I'm going to cast
Sit down.
I'm going to cast sleep on him.
That's my bad.
Hopefully aimed correctly.
Okay. I would like both of you to go ahead and make your rolls if need be, or tell me if there's
I
a
think
saving
sleep
throw
just
that needs
requires him to make a save, but I'll look at
Okay.
it. And he went first, so.
Great.
You just need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
DC is 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, is the command just a telepathic command, or do you say a command word or a phrase?
You say it. Sit down.
Okay. And then what is, do I need to make a saving throw again as well against sleep?
If he has fewer than 36 hit points, then yes. Otherwise, he's just unaffected.
Okay. So the bugbear remains alert, but just as he reaches up to the head table, he hears your command of sit down, and his feet buckle underneath him, and he is down to his knees, but not fully seated. He lets out this roar, and Smiley and Risa do that kind of cartoon flail back in the face of his spittle. And neither of them are terribly tall, so he's kind of at face-to-face view there. Once he passes by, you also notice he is an unbugberry color. He is tinted like greenish, and you also see that his fur is somewhat matted and with something slippery, and especially it's more gloopy in places, but he's gone a bath in some foul thing. After his feet buckle, though, he puts his two meaty fists down on the table in front of him, the head table, and pushes himself up, looming over Smiley, and makes a grab for him, just around the waist.
Okay, at that, I won't have any of that. No, sir. At first, it was no big deal. It's no squirrel. It's all right. But he's going for Smiley, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm going to try and thorn whip him. Say, down, boy.
All right.
As the bugbear was like charging at them, was he like throwing chairs and stuff aside, basically creating like a path of destruction towards Smiley?
Yes.
I smile approvingly.
Okay, so
Are you
26
following
to
in
hit
its wake,
with the thorn whip. There's
That'll hit.
Okay. He takes 5 points of damage, and I pull him 10 feet towards me.
Okay. So, when it hits, you see that it kind of mats into the goop and is kind of stuck there for a moment. He roars, and he is pulled towards you, but he's got a firm hold on Smiley. Is there a check that he needs to make if that hooks him?
Probably
in order
a
to
strength
escape?
check.
Okay.
We'll say strength check.
Yep.
On a bugbear. Versus a gnome.
I got this.
You'll be good. You'll be good.
It's all good.
What could go wrong, right?
Thus the D20.
Oh, yeah. So 16.
19. All right, so
Pretty good.
he twists away and dislodges the hook, has Smiley still about the waist. Risa screams as his hand is torn out of hers, and he goes barreling back down the path that he had made through the wedding party. At this point, most of the crowd is running and screaming for the trees or any other exit point that they can find. And he makes much quicker headway back up to the door of the inn. Yep.
Is Bugbear wearing clothes?
Bugbear is wearing clothes.
Okay.
The Bugbear
Loincloth, at least, probably.
Well, I don't like to assume.
The Bugbear is wearing
Seems racist.
kind of the
Right.
normal
What's a cultural norm here? We don't know.
garb, something you would expect on Bugbear. So there's skins involved with not so artful draping and barely covering the lower half. He does have his Morning Star in one hand. He's also wearing a jaunty hat.
Nice.
Somewhat similar, perhaps to yours, though maybe a little bit larger scale.
Well, it's relative, because, you know,
Right,
human
right.
stuff.
On him, it looks more like a wee jaunty hat, something like that.
I love it.
Fabulous.
Nice.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
It's ready for the wedding.
So I'm guessing that means that he has a belt of some kind. That if I
Yes.
were to undo it, he would then trip. Because that's what I'm going to do with my mage hand.
Okie dokie.
Good to be an arcane trickster. All right, here we go. So I'm making a sleight of hand check. I assume that would work?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. I only got a 10.
Ooh, not quite. He
Not
is
great.
going quickly.
Oh.
Just barely snatch it.
Less grog next time.
So I'm probably with the musicians, kind of off to one side. That
Yes.
seems reasonable, right? And he'd be kind of running towards the inn, like across in front of me. What's sort of on the other side of him, like across from me?
It would be now kind of open spaces as the crowd has dispersed. There
Okay.
may be a couple more figures running into the trees in that direction, but there's a fair bit of clear space.
Okay. I'm actually going to try and knock him down or away with gust of wind. Basically, blast a gust of wind. Like it seems like the area is kind of cleared a bit, so I shouldn't get too many other people on the blast. So I want to hit, basically hit him with a gust of wind, and I want to try and do it so that he's kind of dragging Smiley along. Is that correct?
He essentially has Smiley around the waist and is carrying him football style.
Okay, right, like
Out
Heisman
the-
Trophy.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, so I'm basically going to try and hit him with the gust of wind and try and knock him down, make him drop Smiley, etc.
Okay.
So I'm creating a line of wind. It's 60 feet long, 10 feet wide, blasts out in the direction I choose. So I'm choosing towards the bugbear. And he needs to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, yeah. What's my DC then?
DC is, hold, check please. DC is hiding from me, 15.
I like how everyone's trying to strength check the bugbear here.
I'm working with the tools I got, man.
Maybe we should just like start arm wrestling.
Oh,
him
sorry.
also.
Hey, the sleep spell should have worked.
I be
Actually,
working
that
with the tools I got, man.
All right. So, the bugbear is just barely impacted by this wind. So he spins around off course and does kind of fumble over his feet. So he's not making as quick a getaway towards this, towards his exit point.
Oh, so here's my mistake. I cast Puff of Wind. That was foolish of me, realistically.
They're very similar. They're right
yeah,
next to each
they're
other.
right next to each other.
Yeah.
Someone should really do something about that.
All right, so he is staggering to regain his footing. He semi-drops Smiley at this point, but Bree picks him up and has made his way up the stairs and into the inn space and is running full bore out.
He's going upstairs?
Up, so the inn is a raised building by, say, 3 steps. So he's run up the steps and then through the dining room, which abuts the front door of the inn out to the traveling road. And has...
I did what I could.
So, to the long, lingering yells of Smiley making vague, huffed protests as his ribcage is being squeezed by this bugbear, and Risa screaming, "Somebody stop him!" The bugbear makes quick, crashing gait out and into the night.
All right, I'll turn into a raven and chase after him. Or, I'm sorry, a falcon.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run after him as well.
All right.
Does it
Metro
look-
will also chase them.
Okay.
Does it look like the people here are kind of in a
Yeah.
panic or upset or anything?
Most of them have left. A few of them are sitting kind of trembling and weepy. But Risa and her father were kind of their only ones in their close family groups. There's no other family around. Risa is trying to comfort Bushel and see if he'll come out from under the table.
I lean over to like one of the musicians that I've been hanging out with who's probably equally upset, and I say, no, this be a good thing. He jinxed everything earlier, but now that the bad things happen, what worse can happen, right? Am I right? Hey,
Damn it, you just
anyone?
did it again.
Anyone? No? Oh, damn it, I did.
I think we're staying in the party right now, and
Okay.
these guys are chasing. Is that
chasing,
right?
Is it night?
So
It's
we
night.
officially split
Okay.
the party in case people are.
Yes.
It's a great plan.
Already. How many minutes in are we? I don't know, but what?
I actually
Fantastic
probably
plan.
would. I would probably get up and start actually making my way in the direction that he went. Mostly just because, if there's going to be a tussle, I want to see it.
Okay.
It's sort of a religious thing for me, guys.
Yeah. Originally, I was trying to get to the head table and make sure, like, it looked like he was being super heroic in this moment, like trying to be there at the moment and save the couple. But I think that has already passed, right? Like, Bugbear came, snagged the dude, and is out.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I think he's going to go over to the lovely couple and assure them. And it looks like he's there for Risa, but in fact, he's there for Bushel. And he's like under the table and is trying to pull him out.
Okay. All right. So Bushel is clinging to the leg of the table. No, I don't want to go. No.
You be a brave
so,
lad.
It's just like the Knoll attack. You can do this. Come on. Hold on to me.
The Falcon
When I said falcon, I meant owl, because it's at night.
Okay.
And by owl, I meant squirrel.
Never.
Never.
Flying squirrel.
Okay,
Flying
so,
squirrel.
So, so do you kind of immediately take flight,
Yeah.
or okay? So if you soar over the top of the inn, it's only a 2-story inn. It's actually not that large. You see the bugbear has kind of clambered down the front steps and has run kind of full tilt to the road. This situation with the inn is it's back on a little side lane that leads from this kind of heavily traveled trading road. And so, but there's heavy trees on this side. The inn is on the south side of the road, and so there's heavily treed. There's more trees on the north side of the road, and then kind of a mountain range that kind of lines the whole road. So the road's actually along a valley here. So when you soar over, you see the bugbear kind of quickly make for the road, runs to the east, and ducks into the trees.
I follow.
Okay.
Hooting.
Okay, hooting.
From my
All right.
nature,
Running
fellow
along
friends
Sure.
follow me.
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
19.
Okay, so you are going to be able to follow as for the next little while here, if you wish to.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Again, calling my animals.
Okay.
I can speak
right.
with small animals.
When you call for the animals, it's strange. You don't get response. It is very quiet in this area. Peaceful, but devoid of normal night noises. Who else has given chase? You given chase? Okay. So,
Sort of.
I'm last.
Yeah.
I will eventually get there.
So
taking your time.
as you
Sure
can chase,
everyone's
the bugbear is moving very quickly. What's your speed?
30.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. So the
Although
bugbear.
I have this thing that allows me to double my speed.
Ooh.
Is that in
For
shadow
how
form or
long?
out just regular?
I assume that flavor-wise, I kind of do take on a shadowy form because
Yeah.
shadow dancing is super broken at night.
Yeah.
So, I think that, how fast is the bugbear moving?
The bugbear is moving about 40 feet.
Okay, well, then I am outpacing the bugbear.
Okay.
But I'm not going to try and attack the bugbear. What I'm going to try and do is get ahead of the bugbear and find somewhere to ambush him.
Okay. So the bugbear is winding and weaving through the trees, is what you're seeing, and skirting and following the road eastward, but not running on it. So he's kind of thrashing through. You can hear him, but you can't hear any other forest noises. For the rest of you that are following, those thrashing noises get further and further away as he outpaces you.
Can they hear me hooting?
Yes, and he's a little distracted, but.
Cool.
Cool. So, as he makes his way further west, he's been running for maybe 10 minutes or so, running, and not slowing down. Those of you that are following, I want you all to make perception checks for me.
17.
16.
15.
Okay.
I got distracted by a tavern brawl. I'm like, hey, those guys are fighting over there.
So, what you see is as he's running, he's leaving these breadcrumbs, but they are these little goopy drops that are kind of flying off of him. That green stuff that you saw on his body when he kind of came and took Smiley is shedding off a little bit and leaving this slightly glowing trail behind. It's not frequent, so it's not but if you're looking for it, you can see a drop and then a little further into the distance. So with your shadow dancing, are you able to keep sight on him, or are you following by sound?
Well, I made the perception check. So I assume that I'm both watching and hearing him.
Sure. So the perception check was allow you to notice these like faintly
Okay,
glowing.
okay.
Yep.
Understood. Yeah, I assume that I'm running slightly ahead of him because I'm kind of waiting for him to slow down.
Right. Okay. So.
Because I don't really want to fight him all by myself.
Right. The bugbear is running and doesn't seem to be slowing, but those of you that are following behind and following the trail of globs, suddenly, as you keep going east, they suddenly stop. Like there are no more globs. For you that's following him, he actually makes a hard turn north. Deeper into the trees. It's really through this dark layer of tree cover.
Okay.
Guess I better attack him then.
All right.
Oh, geez.
All right, well.
The owl does fly at 60 feet, so I think I've maybe caught up.
Oh,
maybe?
yes. Okay.
So you and I are probably
then you guys are
both caught
probably
up
in
with
a
him.
similar
Cool.
space.
Or you're
Okay.
in the owl's shadow. And like.
Okay.
That'd be sweet. Yeah.
So both of you have probably lingered, and the other two that are chasing are still following these three globs. And
Hey, we're live.
I know.
My mic died.
Take it off, Sean.
Can't hear Rodney. Oh no.
You can just imagine like a jaunty tune.
Sorry, guys, we're trying to fix a different.
All right. So
I'm going to shoot him with my crossbow from an ambush position.
Important stuff.
Sorry, everybody. So
All right, let's start over.
All right, so
You're
everyone who
pesky
couldn't
dog.
hear Katie,
Raise your hand.
we caught the bugbear. Victory.
Yeah.
He was loaded down with so
Rodney
much
could go to
treasure.
sleep early.
Right.
Yeah.
It was liquid gold all over him.
Good night, everyone.
It just turned into coins.
No, thank you.
As he turns north and makes that switch, you cut him off. Then?
I'm shooting him with my crossbow.
All right, and you see you kind of shadow dance in front of him abruptly, and the bugbear.
Sweet.
Does that mean I surprised him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I have advantage.
Yes.
Excellent. Here we go.
Game on.
That's okay. So 16.
All right. That will not hit.
That will not hit.
Ooh.
Well.
He's a beefy, dodgy bugbear.
What's all that the candy coating on him?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
Is this
what
the
were
candy
you
shell?
attacking with?
I was shooting it with my crossbow.
With the crossbow.
It was-
So yeah.
it was
So the
somewhat out of range.
the bolt goes ahead and slides kind of right through the gluey stuff along his arm and just kind of drops down to the ground.
Goo
The
armor.
bugbear spins around
That should have
and
worked too.
roars at you, and then runs quickly further into the forest. And that is where we're going to take our first break.
Cool.
All right.
Nice.
See you all soon.
So it miss, right? You just.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was a pretty good miss.
It was.
Oh yeah, it was good.
It bounced off his hide. We'll go with.
Well, 16 probably would have hit a normal thing.
I mean, it wouldn't have hit
So
me. I'm
he's,
just saying.
well, okay.
Whatevs. But
Are you running around
We're
in
good,
a
right? We
loincloth
can-
and a jaunty hat? Or
we can
just
talk?
the
Yeah.
jaunty?
Does anybody need to
Did you
take
hear my
a-
description?
That's true. That's true.
Yep, we're good for break.
Oh. Sweet. Yay.
Hey everyone, and welcome to our 1 a.m. intermission, 1 a.m. Pacific time for any of you internationals. We are now just an hour into the fourth session, and we already are crazy. We actually
we are not crazy.
Yeah, so we have some notes that we have here.
It's the royal
and
we.
These were stealthily hidden face down on the table. And Alyssa accused me wrongly
That may have
of having
happened.
thrown them away.
Hey.
But here.
Rightfully so. But
I'm
hey,
glad
we have them now. That's all that matters, right? That's all that matters, Greg.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we still have a few products that that are still around from last time, and that includes this hardback Fells 5 book, and that is going for $50. And remember, $50 or more gets you a pin, a Belafos, or Tiamat pin.
We have a whole load of other comics, a couple of which are signed, one by R.A. Salvatore and one by Jim Zub. You can check those all out on the address that's on the page. We still have a whole assortment of clothing as well that is also posted there. See, we have lots of stuff at this
Lots
point,
of
so.
stuff. I would like to remind you all that just for donating, you will be receiving a Neverwinter code. And the Neverwinter code, which can't be redeemed until November 17th, will be sent out to you. And that will be for a sentient gelatinous cube companion within the game.
Is it sentient? I think I always say sentient.
I think it's sentient.
Sentient?
Sentient?
Vote.
Sentient.
Sentient. All right, I'm just weird.
I win.
Yeah, it's not a Canadian thing, is it?
It is not a Canadian thing. It is a normal person thing.
Well, I'm sorry that I don't pronounce it right.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that.
In addition to clothing and a few books, we've also got Bob Salvatore's novel at $50, and did you already say that one? No, you didn't say that one.
No, I didn't say that one.
And we also have more Sword Coast Legends codes. So again, it's just a little bit more than the standard price, but for that you're helping out kids, and that's why we're doing this, is to raise money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, which is going to help support the families of those kids who are being treated there, as well as to help fund research into things like cancer and cystic fibrosis and all those other horrible diseases that afflict kids. And adults as well.
And adults.
But we care about the kids.
Specifically.
All right, let's bring on our first guest, Jordan.
Hello, Jordan.
Hello, how you
look
doing?
very dapper.
Thank you.
Dapper indeed.
It's all an illusion, though. My
Uh-oh.
character Peaches would not be wearing this. So he's actually just wearing a loincloth made of squirrel skin.
Wow.
Mhm.
So, okay, I heard some references to squirrels. What's that about?
He's deathly afraid of squirrels. Yeah, not a fan of squirrels. It's kind of a fear-hate relationship.
Is this like from a childhood trauma? Is there a justification for them?
Yeah, they're just scary, furry animals.
Scary furry animals.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can
Simple.
be rabid.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to
That's
things
true.
like lions and bears.
Oh, yeah,
like
those are
really,
cute.
Yeah.
Really
cute,
fun, cuddly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, squirrels are plague carriers, so it's probably
That's true.
justified. Yeah. I mean, a lion, if it bites you, you don't have to worry about getting plague from it.
It probably still hooped though, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What are your impressions of what's your character's impression of the other characters so far?
He hasn't noticed them. He doesn't care
He's
about
just
them.
on his own adventure.
Yeah, that's right. He's out to save Smiley.
They're happy
Smiley?
to be. Oh.
Smiley.
Who is Smiley?
Smiley is his dear friend who saved him from a near-death experience one night from one of his many heroic adventures.
Does Smiley exist?
That's a good question.
Well, yeah. I think. Yes.
Huh.
What's going on here? Are you mind messing with me?
All right, no. Okay.
I mean,
So
just slightly worried.
All right.
Has
Okay.
the Bears risk gotten to you yet?
Has what?
What?
No, never mind. The
Okay.
phase risk. If you don't know about phase risk, then don't talk about phase risk. It's the first rule of phase risk.
Sorry.
Fight Club? Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us,
Yeah.
Jordan. We're going to get on to one of our next guests.
All right.
And we'll see you back in the game.
Just wanted to thank all my donors as well.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are great.
After you.
What? I was just going to welcome the next guest. Like,
Oh.
I don't have any like witty banter
Are you
to
sure?
fill in the
I don't
awkward
believe
gap
that.
between guests. So let's bring on Chris. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. It's good to be here. How you doing tonight?
We are slightly sleep deprived.
That's a good question.
Really, it's not even that late yet, but I'll actually have been up for 24 hours in just like another 5 hours.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, we don't have much to go.
Oh, you're fine.
I mean,
You'll
we don't
be
have much to
fine.
go till we've been up for 24 hours. We have a lot to go.
Why do you
in the
have
whole
to take this and then just throw it away? Just like ruin our self-esteem throughout this entire thing. Anyway.
You opted for the late night shift.
That's true. I said I could be available anytime.
All right.
That's awesome.
And they took me up on that.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Because as it turns out, filling these slots is a little harder.
Sure.
Why
So I
don't
hope
you
I
get a
can
little
make
bit
it.
closer to us?
Oh.
You might be
Cozy,
blocked by the mushrooms.
Oh, that's fine.
Tell us a little bit about your character, like other than like what you've already covered there. Are there any donations or anything interesting that maybe you want to share with the group?
I just want to do a shout out to Brett McInville and Steve Scarote for their donations for helping to create the character. Really appreciate it, guys.
Cool. All right. And what is your character's impression of the rest of the group so far?
He's not really sure that there are other people here. He's very self-centered.
Okay.
So basically, he's going to rescue this guy himself. He's the hero of this story.
All right.
And he appreciates all these other people who may be helping, but we'll see.
All right, so it seems like some pretty thin ties between the adventurers
Yeah.
here. Everybody's kind of off in their own deluded world.
Yeah, I feel like you guys could disband very, very easily.
That's possible. Or we all learn a valuable lesson about teamwork and friendship.
companionship.
That's a very good point.
That's
yeah,
great.
Yeah. I'm sure, with the squirrel loincloth guy, that's
Yeah,
gonna be
I did not realize there was a squirrel loincloth guy until
kind
just
of
now.
friendship.
Yeah.
A whole cloth friendship.
That was bad, and you should feel bad.
The puns are not getting, they're getting worse and better all at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know what to think at this point.
All right, well, thanks for joining us,
Thank you,
Chris.
Raj.
And we're going to talk a little bit about what our next item is.
Oh, after me.
What?
Okay, so we have the Angel Fire Booster Pack. They are miniatures. We have 2 examples of them because they have pretty cool box art. So.
But we actually have more than just 2 of them.
Yes.
More than just 2.
Many, yeah.
It wasn't necessary to bring them all on camera, though. The Angel Fire miniatures are from one of the old D&D miniature sets. Now we do our miniatures with WizKids. This is when WotC still used to do its own miniatures. And so a lot of these are actually sort of classic miniatures. They used to be part of the D&D miniatures game. So you're going to find a whole assortment of kind of cool old monsters. Some of them are odd, but there's a lot of classics in there as well. I think the Angel Fire kind of is like demons and angels themed, not surprisingly.
Not at all.
Looks like we've got a Hezru on the outside there. Yeah. Anyway, those are available at $20 a piece. So again, if you're maybe getting those and some of the other stuff, and you're doing $50 or more, you'll get the pins as well. So the pins, that's a big selling point.
It is. It is a very big selling point. They're pretty cool. You should check them out.
All right, thank you for bearing with us at this point. Again, all the donations are for the kids. All the players also have their donation pages up, and we'll have people sharing that on the chat. We will see you in about an hour. Thanks.
I can't tell if it's hot or cold in here.
Okay, Alyssa, I just want to make sure. I'm just.
No, you can't do this to me. You can't
It
do
doesn't
this to me.
exist. It exists.
What?
It doesn't exist.
Huh?
It's
What?
It's Schrodinger's.
You're magical.
It's
That is
Schrodinger's paper.
object permanence is what that's called. So I put in the chat that they should donate and leave a comment as to how we should help you two stay awake.
Okay. That's good.
We might follow any good suggestions we have.
We're not there yet, I promise.
We are not even halfway there. The thing
Maybe
is, like,
if I had gone to bed by 10.
And welcome back. Our adventurers are deep in the woods chasing after a mad bugbear and his captive father of the bride. It's very sad. Just recently, Celine has fired a crossbow dart to the bugbear, but it glanced through this oozy muck that's matting his fur. Meanwhile, there's an owl in hot pursuit that is circling around. But before we get to the action, I want to go back to where we are at the inn and the very sweet comforting that you're giving to Bushel.
That's what it looks like until he actually stands up, and then he's just like straight up, "No, man, come on. Let's do this. Get up here." And so there's this strange juxtaposition between true Brolani and his outer appearance. So at that time, he's trying to make like a big show for everyone else that's there, like he's like a big hero, and he's trying to pull Bushel out, and
all right,
he's doing it by strength in this way. Whereas like about a second ago, he was all very sweet about it.
So Bushel is a tall and wiry fellow, but easily yields if you pull with any strength.
I mean,
and
Brolani looks like he's
shivers.
been like working out with people that size. Like if he wants, like,
Right. So you could bench Bushel.
pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not that that's the thing that they were doing. That's inappropriate. But he's certainly pulling him out and helping him.
Sure.
Although he does remember working out with Bushel in the old days, like before the Knoll attack and stuff, and that was probably like the best part of his childhood. Yeah.
As you
Single
pull,
tear.
single tear. As you pull Bushel out,
Bro tear.
he's
Bro tear.
shaking, wiping his eyes, very obviously very embarrassed for his crying. But Reese is there comforting him.
Yeah, Brolani's his body language is totally locked onto Bushel. Like he's completely ignoring Risa. Maybe doesn't even recognize that she's there.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not like super charismatic about this.
So Risa starts muttering under her breath, "What will I do? What will I do? I have to go. I have to go to him. I have to find him." And she starts to make her way off the platform, and at that moment, that is where you actually see a small bit of Bushel's strength. He reaches out, grabs her hand. No, you can't go. I won't let you go too. She says, "But what will I do? We can't do without him. What will we do?" And she's obviously very upset.
Brolani steps into the heroic lighting. He's like, "I got this."
Oh,
He's not even like smooth about it.
Yo, I got this.
Yo. I don't think he had his weapons with him at the wedding. I don't think it was quite appropriate, but he does kind of make a like big old beefy. It's like, "I got this. I got your dad. Don't worry about it."
Was Brolani staying in the area?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for some of the guests, there were rooms made either at the inn or in the lofts near the inn, and at various homes around town. Everybody kind of opened their doors to wedding guests. So if you did bring any gear with you, it would be accessible there if you wish.
Yeah, so that like pirate singing guy and like all those casters, are they, you know them? What's up with that?
Risa says, I know some of them. They've done favors for my dad or they're friends with him, but everyone's friends with Dad.
Sure. Yeah, everyone loves that guy. I mean, even that bugbear, right?
His name is Smiley. Like, how can you not love the guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's probably the villain. All right.
Well,
this is getting very meta in here.
I got this. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna pick up my axe, and then we're all good.
Okay,
I'll probably be back like in a couple hours or something. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
I'll try to clean this mess. And she starts down towards the lawn and picks up, a chair that's thrown, kind of shrinks back a little bit and grabs the hem of her dress and kind of starts rubbing down the goop that's on some of these tables that have been pushed aside. What is this? It's such a mess. starts cleaning.
Brolani's got like this blank stare, like no registration at all. Like he's probably equally likely to eat that thing as he is to like analyze it.
You're pretty sure it's just like bugbear hair gel. you
Yeah,
know?
I don't know. It's like,
What, the guy likes to make himself look good. What are you talking
I mean,
about?
I had that phase too, but you know.
What's wrong with that, bro?
Right. So all right, I'm just gonna grab my axe real quick, and as long as everyone's looking, he's like, "Yeah, what?" And then there's like slow motion moment, the lighting, not Risa, Bushel, and then
Right.
leaves. Yeah.
Okay.
Was that obvious? Did you catch that? You didn't catch that yet? All right. I got a secret note earlier today, so try to play upon it.
I'm pretty perceptive, and even though I got it kind of left in the dust by, you know, guy that turned into a bird and or a girl that turned into shadows, and bugbear that is super fast. I'm pretty perceptive, but I'm going to go ahead and cast Enhance Ability on myself and choose Owl's Wisdom, and basically try and follow the path of the little blorps of. This is a technical term, by the way. Blorps.
Blorps, yeah.
Blorps of
bugbears.
Yeah,
They were goops.
right,
Yeah.
right. The bugbear hair gel, and try and follow that sort of at my own pace. I mean, I figured like, you know, Smiley was kind enough to invite me to his daughter's wedding, despite the fact that I've just been staying at his inn for a few weeks. So, least I can do is, you know, follow after the guy and maybe be a witness when he gets his ass beat.
What a friend.
Seems legit.
Well, you know.
Right.
But yeah, so I'm basically going to be following, tracking like.
Okay.
I'm totally fine with cut to me putting on my shoelaces or whatever next to these guys. It's
Training
fine,
montage.
but what?
Your dressing montage?
Yeah. Punching.
And somehow, like, it's sunset again.
Right,
and
like, what is
and fades
happening?
back
How many
to the
days is this? Like, what's going on? Why is there baby oil? I don't understand.
So weird.
Okay, so Manchar, you've been following too.
I've been running, and
Yeah.
I got this like stitch in my side. I'm trying to let anybody know. I don't know if anybody's following me too, but I make a big show of like scooping up one of the goops on the ground. I sort of take a break and look at it like I'm really studying it, but then I kind of start studying it for real.
Okay.
Arcana?
Sure.
Hey, 20.
Okay. All right. So, as you're studying it, the ooze has a faint sting or burn to it. Not damaging, but it's a little bit prickly, uncomfortable. It's warm. And it is not. It is probably more related to the living than to the not.
Is it like separatable? Can you stretch it out?
In the
Is it
same
like
way that the
mucus?
jelly in a donut would be, right? I mean, it's real smeary. It
But not
makes
as
a
tasty.
mess.
Great, now I want to
Well, we don't know that yet, but Brolani's certainly walking in with goo on his face and stuff. Mmm, delicious.
You guys try some of this bugbear hair gel? It's delicious.
Well, I was mostly drinking, so like, you know, it was the first
You
thing
got the
I had to
drunchies
eat.
and everything.
Need to absorb some of the liquor.
So, back in the forest then, as you're following and making your way, now, how are you following? You've readied your items?
Yeah.
I'm being pretty meticulous, right? So I would say he could probably catch up with me
I'm-
pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm probably following.
You know, I'm loudly humming a sea shanty like dum 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 dum. That time I followed a bugbear. Dum, dum, dum.
Oh, I know that one.
That's what sea shanties sound like in my head. I don't really.
And it is a very
know.
quiet night,
Nailed
so
it.
it can be very easy to hear. Okay, so you are making your way east on the road. You are as well, a little bit ahead of them. But you two are probably going to have the chance to catch up if he is dawdling at all, looking at this goop in his hands.
Dawdling, it's investigating.
Careful examination.
Right.
Deducting.
Investing appropriate time in the observation of this ooze.
Pursuing
Not
the
at all
scientific
gasping
method.
for breath.
Tasting the gel, smearing it on your face, things like that.
So you will probably, if you're moving at any pace, you'll probably catch up to him and hear his wheezing.
Sure. I'll probably catch up to.
Yeah. I'm taking my time to make sure I don't lose the trail.
Okay.
Shit, mate. Sup?
My name be Shipwreck.
Oh. Sorry, bro.
It'd be all right, bro.
Much better than Shipwreck.
So back in the forest, you've just had a glancing blow off the bugbear. The owl, you've circled around.
Yeah, I'll probably claw at his face.
Ooh, okay.
All right. One dead
How'd that go again,
druid.
The bugbear
claw
has
his
spun
face.
around
Yeah.
and has been
Go get him.
slightly
Go get him,
distracted
Tiger.
by
I'd like to
By the crossbow.
Oh, I can do a
Crossbow.
flyby.
Excuse me,
That's
I'd
what I'm
like
gonna
to,
do with
I'd
my
like to
keen
remind you
sight.
that you can add this d6 to your rolls, especially since you're by herself, and you may want to actually land a hit or do some.
Sweet. Why do I get a D6? Oh, that's right. I thought it was
generous donations.
I thought
to
it was
our
2
Dungeon Master.
damage, or is it 2 attacks?
To anything, right?
It is to an attack, an ability check, or a
Oh,
saving
yeah.
throw.
Oh, heck yeah.
You don't have to, but if you're by yourself.
You can say hell here, man. This is not a
Hey, I don't
G-rated extra life stream.
So, Owl's stats are weird. I'm going to go with 21.
All right, that will hit.
Oh, but
Fantastic.
that's interesting. Would you have hit the candy coating if not for that D6?
No, probably not. Not with a
See?
16.
Donations. That's what happened.
Man, I sure wish we could get more donations from more perks.
Pandering.
To those watching, I will allow it.
I mean, this is a fundraising drive, so this is totally legit, right?
We're not doing
Like,
all right,
yeah.
okay? We need help.
Also, I can't point at Jordan because I'm going to cover up the camera here.
All right, so your
Don't look at
owl
Katie.
is kind of shrieked in and clawed at his face.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
probably like, what, 5d6 damage?
About 20 D6, I think.
Yeah.
Give or
All
take.
the damage is how much.
What does it say?
I don't know.
1d4.
Let's
Probably
see.
like
plus 2 or something.
1d4
Oh my
minus
gosh,
1.
it's just 1 damage.
Well, it's got 2
so
claws,
epic.
though, right?
It's 1 damage.
It says talons,
It's exactly-
weapon attack, plus
it's
3 to
exactly-
hit,
Nope, that's
Right.
all of it.
1 slashing damage.
Nice.
Are you a...
Okay.
That's hot.
Are you a...
I want to get out of owl form now. Probably just like tackle him.
So you slash him and get this, kind of badass gash across
Yeah.
his cheek.
I'm hooting, yeah.
Uh-huh, and hooting. And
then as I come out of
Okay.
my owl form,
mhm.
I'll probably say, "Rah! Come at me, scrub! I'm ripped!" And I'll rip off my imaginary, my illusionary getup
Okay.
to reveal that I'm just in a loincloth with made by squirrel skin, yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
That was my,
Yeah, that's good.
Well played.
thank you.
Well played.
after you shot your crossbow, you are still ranged. So
Yep.
you were not, okay. So the bugbear, in his fury over this, essentially affront to his beauty, is going to drop Smiley on the ground.
That's right.
And take his Morning Star and just swing it around at you.
I'm too short, you can't hit me.
How
I don't
short
think
are
that's
you?
the thing.
3 or 2 foot, 2.5.
Okay, so he's going to swing it low, kind of like he's one-handed golfing.
And I'll matrix that. Sorry.
All right, and that
Did you just
is
apologize
going
to the backdrop?
be
To the people who heard the screeching.
17 or
That's
16?
probably going to miss. Okay, that's a hit.
Jordan's just eyeballing his stats at this point. He's like, all right, it's like a 53 or
It's a
something.
lot of
right?
work.
Yeah, it's really, I don't have to flip back and forth.
It's like straight up croquet move.
Okay.
Like polo or something.
Right.
So you are going to take 7 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, oh man.
Kind of easy.
It's going to kind of glash through your shoulder, and it's not going to maim your arm, but you are definitely going to take some damage. And
You all right, bro?
I'm good.
You good, bro?
and at this
are you?
point, let's see. I am getting a message here.
the beyond.
So we just received a $50 donation, everybody.
Yeah.
So,
Is it good for
a
us?
little
or-
bit earlier. So we get a Dinklebot.
That sounds
Okay.
awesome.
I know what that is.
Yeah. So it grants advantage on sleight of hand.
What?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
So
Okay.
somebody
Second
is gonna
chance
pick
to
that
pass the
up
bugbear.
at some point. I'm gonna make note of that.
I'm going to use that right now.
Is it a magical item, or is it just like a perk?
It's a berry. You literally you eat it, and then you plus bonus to.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All
Makes your
right.
hands very slippery. They're like Cheetos,
Not
basically.
wow.
I like that description. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what the bugbear is actually.
Can I use that right now?
What do you think? I'm going to let
Yes.
you guys vote.
What are you going to use it for?
gonna try and
You
make
don't
the-
just waste a dinkle body.
I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to try and make the bugbear drop Smiley.
Oh, he picked me up? Or I'm sorry,
Oh, no,
Smiley. I'm
Smiley
not
did.
Smiley.
Yes.
I'm Peaches.
Yes, you're Peaches.
You only smile occasionally.
So hard to keep these
Smiley
things straight.
smiles all the time.
Because what happened is he swooped down and he dropped Smiley to swing his morning
Oh,
star
okay,
and
so he
spun
isn't
around
holding Smiley.
and is trying to pick him back up.
Okay.
You can slide a hand him away from him, yeah.
I don't know if Mage Hand can manipulate that much.
Probably.
Smiley likes his donuts, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Probably more than 5 pounds.
But the.
You might be able to, like, not to tell you how to play your character or anything. but
Okay, go ahead.
You're doing it wrong.
Listen, I don't know if you know this, but what you could do. I'm kind of a big deal. Yeah, that's where I was going.
I will take Rodney's suggestion.
You could like use Mage Hand to like get a rock or something and put it between the bugbear's hand and Smiley, so it like can't grab onto him.
Yes. I will pick up a rock or some other small object and lift it and put it in the bugbear's hand so that he grabs that instead of Smiley.
Okay. All right.
And that I have advantage on the sleight of hand, which I'm doing from a distance with my Mage Hand thing.
Great.
So here we go.
Much better.
Much better, 22.
Woo!
Thank you, donors.
Thank you, donors.
Thank you, donors, for the
So,
Dinklebot reference.
As
Very nice. A+.
As the bugbear is going to kind of try to scoop Smiley up by the scruff, he ends up with a rock in his hand, and bludgeoned is too strong a word, but kind of bonks Smiley on the back of the neck with this rock
Just
as he
arm
spins
him?
around.
Maybe.
And,
dual wielding now?
and
by the way,
Smiley
I'm
kind
cheering
of
for
drops
the
back
bugbear.
down to
What
his
soccer
knees
you want?
in the dirt. While he's-
Fortunately,
yeah.
that was me using my cunning action to manipulate the hand, so I'm still going to fire at him.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Do I have advantage at this point since he's engaged with my friend and confused about this rock?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to use this D6 because I learned my lesson
is
from
important.
the last one.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
good.
this would be good. You know,
the
no,
candy
I'm just
coating.
going to auto crit him actually.
What?
Oh.
Thank you to my donors.
What?
That's right.
That just happened.
Anybody
So
else
that-
feeling woefully inadequate right now?
Yeah,
Because
I
I totally
only
am.
have one of those.
I'm going to keep this in front
Oh,
of me.
I see. I see.
No, no.
So that
Tear
maximizes
it in
all
half.
the regular dice damage. Yes.
Yes.
Or it doesn't maximize it, but it
a
just
crit?
it doubles it.
Yeah. You
How
roll
do
it
crits
twice.
work
You
in
just roll
this,
it twice.
in this edition?
That's
You-
an
you roll
excellent
your
question.
damage
If
twice.
only we had a designer
If only
here.
we had an actual designer who actually worked on the game.
Yeah, that's a shame.
All right, so
Roll
I'm
the
going to need
dice
some
for
more
it.
d6s
Yo-ho,
because
yo-ho.
Oh, jeez.
sneak attack. So yeah, that's awesome.
I have D12s.
Here we go.
They're like 6s.
Was that a
Oh,
subtle
God.
reference?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright,
okay.
like
Land on me.
Bugbear just got murderized.
30, 36, 39 damage.
Oh, okay. All right. So,
I mean, I could have taken that, but.
Bugbear looks at the rock in his hand. Bugbear gets a coral in the eye. Oh,
how much? 39.
39 damage.
All right.
It's a lot of crossbow.
That's a lot. Okay.
It's a
So.
very precise crossbow.
Yeah.
So for being such a precise crossbow, it hits really hard, kind of right in the shoulder where the bugbear is carrying the morning star. And despite being a nice, like, clean shot, it spurts a lot of blood. So he is bloodied at this point.
That's why attack from a distance. Maintain fashion
and
at all
Yeah, did I just get covered in goopy blood?
Probably.
so it's kind of sprayed out and flung everywhere. And the goop, which is interesting, the force of it, a lot of the goop just kind of flies off, just in this ring of green glowing slime that's surrounding him now. And now that he's kind of lost the use of that, he's dropped that morning star and also drops the rock out of his hand.
Onto Smiley's face.
Damn it.
My
And
suggestion has not been good for him.
so
Should have just stayed in the
It's been good for the campaign.
at this point,
And it is all about the kids.
I let's see. I want both of you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
That's not a good. 21.
Does distance have something to do with this? Because I'm not too close to him.
No.
Okay, cool. Just checking. Constitution is not Celine's specialty.
Yeah.
8. Yes.
Okay, so this veil of darkness falls over your eyes, and despite your other abilities, you cannot see. You hear the a wail from Smiley, and this kind of grunting sound, like a tinkling of breaking metal or something, but very fine. What you see is that as Celine has kind of gone unresponsive, you see that the bugbear perks up really quickly, like he heard something, and reaches out with his good hand that's dropped the rock and snatches. There's a big ladly spoon that Smiley is known for wearing around his neck.
So Smiley.
As you do.
Right.
That's so
right.
Smiley.
Classic Smiley.
And
He's been wearing
he
that
reaches
forever.
out and grabs the chain that is around Smiley's neck that's holding the ladle, and rips it off of Smiley. And that's what makes Smiley wail. Kind of bites into his neck a little bit. He falls forward, kind of reaching for it, and the bugbear books it into the woods further.
With the spoon?
With the spoon.
Okay.
Should have just
What?
asked. Mission accomplished.
Yeah,
Saved.
Smiley's safe.
All right, so at this point, I think you all have probably caught to the end of the blob trail, and you'll have heard. Sorry, what was the technical term?
Trail?
Blorp. Thank you. I'm
It's
going to
the
write
goop
that down.
trail.
But in
It
bugbears.
has many names.
Gotcha.
And
Porpoise.
so
Porpoise.
you'll hear the cry that Smiley has shouted out, and just off the road and in the woods there. So if you follow that sound, you'll see Celine. So Celine, you are under this veil of darkness here.
All right, gnome/owl, point me in the right direction.
And like you're saying that right as we walk up.
Yeah. Brolong has got a goop piece, like
Some taffy in your mouth.
no, I mean he's straight up eating it.
Okay.
Like,
All right. So it is burning.
Like, you just basically grabbed a mouthful of like nettles, right?
And
why does
it has
what?
a
You didn't think that?
a pungent.
I'm investigating, guys.
It has the burning is interesting because it's almost like it's
Like a peppery,
boiling?
like a peppery, delicious taste.
it's like
or-
jelly and Pop Rocks had a baby in
Okay.
your mouth, but it hurts. And
Like a really gross baby.
yeah, it's because it's pungently it's pungent and kind of sweet.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I'm ready to try this Pop Rocks
It's
jelly
like-
combination, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, someone go to the store and get Pop Rocks and jelly.
Make that donation, and I will eat that. I will eat that combination.
I don't even know that I need a donation.
You just eat it. All right.
Just shove it into the inside of a jelly donut and then eat it.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I'd be
Pop
okay
Rocks
with
and jelly donut.
We
You know,
need Pop
Voodoo
Rocks and jelly
Donuts
donut
does do
stat,
that.
Alyssa.
Pop Rocks and
Pop
jelly
Rocks
donuts.
and jelly
is a
donuts.
request.
Jelly donuts.
You might have to
If
drive to
the
Portland, I'm
donors
just saying.
give like $10.
That won't even cover the cost of the donuts.
Yeah.
4 a.m. or more, or 2 a.m. justifies more money than that.
I'll bet you could do it, Craig.
I mean,
So as you all run up,
it has to be
you
available in Seattle.
hear.
Come on.
So have you all run up and found
Yeah,
the party?
yeah.
Yeah, I probably actually ran up to her since seeing that she's just sort of like dumbstruck because we can see that Smiley is.
Am I still blind?
Sorry, I'm covering up the camera here. can see that Smiley is like on the ground, right?
On the ground,
Okay,
yep.
Yeah. So knowing that he's not in danger anymore, I would probably go up to her and just sort of be like,
Whoa. You're about to get shot, bro.
Yeah, look out, you're being attacked.
I will. I don't be scared.
So flares apparently are going off willy-nilly in the woods.
I'll go up to Smiley, make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
Responsive.
I got him.
Okay.
Don't touch him.
So
Don't touch it.
Smiley is on his knees and kind of bent forward and shaking a little bit. It's certainly been a trial. He is silent, and then you start to hear this very piteous keening sound that he's making.
Smiley?
And it's
There's a lot of crying in this game.
Seriously.
There's no
And,
crying in D&D.
Quite a bit, actually.
And
Because I'm oblivious to danger, I'm standing right next to this, and I'm like, Manchar, good job, because obviously he was the one who saved him, even though you showed up probably last.
As I'm covered in blood.
Right.
You're obviously at the same time that you guys did.
No, I know. It's like
Yeah.
he's obviously just wrong.
So
Like,
Smiley's crying.
Smiley is crying.
Okay.
Yes.
What's wrong, bud?
what happened?
What's wrong, Smiley?
What's up, bro?
It's gone. 5 generations and it's all gone.
What is?
Everything, my whole life, he took it away from me. I have to go get it. And he kind of lurches to his feet and stumbles a bit and kind of just aimlessly stumbles into the dark, following generally where the bugbear was headed, but he's very dazed and kind of looking around and not really sure on his feet.
Guess we'll have to leave him.
Am I still blind?
I'm gonna.
The darkness that's on you is slowly lifting.
Can I just cast Lesser Restoration on her and try and
Sure.
cleanse whatever this is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whoa. Thank you.
And by the way, when I cast a spell, I don't gently lay hands on you. I'm just sort of like,
You punch me in the
you
face.
stand still. Don't come near me.
Sort of thing like an ocean spray, like mist in the eyes, and just kind of clear it out or
Right.
something.
Like salt water.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, ah! Oh, actually, that worked.
You know, honestly, I've had worse. Thank you. Yeah.
I look at you with a newfound respect.
Smiley turns around after realizing that he doesn't really know his way and runs up to you and kind of grabs you by your shoulders since you don't have lapels on anymore.
Yeah.
And but you know you're shorter than Smiley even, and so he's got you by the shoulders. You must help me. I can't be without you. You must find him. You must bring it back to me.
Bugbear?
No, not the bugbear, the spoon.
Oh, you said find him. Is the spoon?
Find him and bring it back to me.
Okay.
Find the spoon.
Done. Why?
There's a bunch of spoons back at the end.
Yeah.
The spoon. I'm talking about any spoon. The spoon.
Oh.
What's
the
so special
secret
about the
sauce.
spoon?
Obviously,
Yeah.
we'll let him explain what is special about it.
Please.
5 generations, bro. It's
5
like-
generations have carried the spoon. My livelihood is nothing.
There are no
the Black
spoons
Riddle Inn is
older.
nothing if I do not get this back.
Is it a magic spoon?
It's the oldest spoon known to man. 5 generations?
He hears the word magic and he stands back and drops your shoulders.
I feel like you be making things up.
And he hems and haws. Magic's a strong word.
If it's
But it
magical.
is important. I must have it.
Strong like a bugbear? Because bugbears are
You
strong
don't
too.
understand. I am the 5th generation to bear the secret and bear this gift. I can't just share this with anyone. But
It's easy.
You can share it with them too. That's okay.
A spoon? I got this.
Please. We need to know. Share the load.
I mean, if you can't trust 5 strangers who you hardly know, who can you trust?
I go
He knows
over to
me.
him and I say, I am no stranger. Since my disguise has probably been ruined by getting slimed and stuff.
Right.
I just pull out my hair and stuff and I grab him by the hand and I say, you remember me? Please tell us what you can, because then we can get it back for you. If it is magical, we can track it by magic. That's how magic works.
Yeah.
If it's not magical, well, that makes it more difficult. But we will find your spoon.
Why did you disguise yourself before?
It's complicated. It's not important.
Well, I understand complicated. I suppose you have saved me from whatever doom that evil beast
I hope that
was leading me to. I don't know why he wants the spoon, but in the wrong hands, I'm not really sure what it could do. I suppose it's time that I relieve myself of the burden of this secret.
I'm on edge, but I'm like...
The thing is, the Smiley you know, the Black Griddle Inn that you know, it is not by my hand that I gain my success.
You're a liar. It was the spoon.
I knew Reza did it all herself.
Phony.
No, Risa doesn't even know. Well, maybe she suspects, but she doesn't know. I have guarded the secret alone for so long that the spoon, I guess you could call it magic. Any dish that I make the dish, I follow the book, and I stir it with a spoon, and suddenly I have enough for the whole inn. One little bowl, and it just grows and grows, and I'm pouring into pot after pot after pot, and suddenly a stew for one is a stew for 50. And the flavor, it just, you've never had, well, I guess you have all had something like it.
Yeah. That was pretty good. Can you make beer with it? I'm just saying. I mean, it's like a stew, right? I mean,
Well, certainly it can increase its potency.
I got this for you.
It affects the savory mushroom soup, right?
Yes, I mean anything that I apply with the spoon
Your jelly
is
donuts.
multiplied, is enhanced. All the success that the Black Griddle and the notoriety that it's had through the ages, it's not some secret recipe like everyone says and people are trying to buy off me. It's the spoon.
Well then, we have to recover this magic, maybe not magic spoon.
Oh yes, you must. I must have it back. Without it, we will fold. We cannot go on.
I think it's going to be a celebration, a lot of beer. I think it's going to be good. We got this.
I would be happy to whip up banquet after banquet in your honor. If you could just bring me the spoon. Without it, there will be nothing.
I will do this for you, my friend.
But how? I mean, he's gone. It's so black here. I don't even know where we are. How I can get home.
Some of us can see in dark places.
Yeah.
Some of us can follow those who can see in dark places.
Oh, this one?
Yeah,
No,
you can follow us that can see it.
I could totally see in the dark too. What?
Yeah.
I pledge to you, I'll burn this entire forest to the ground if I have to.
No, you won't.
We'll talk. I do have but one question. If you've got a magic spoon that produces massive amounts of delicious food, why do you pay your kitchen staff? Seems a bit redundant, doesn't it? Is it all for appearances?
Someone must serve. Someone must clean all the pots. But I do kick them out of the kitchen when it is that I am actually cooking.
Is there any goops on the ground nearby?
Yeah, so that spray of glue
sorry,
has,
hold on.
when you hit him with your crossbow and it hit true, the spray of goop kind of went out in a kind of like a blood radius, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit arterial spray of
Yes,
of
yeah,
blop.
yeah, and
It's a little bit peppery. Be careful.
The and then when the bugbear fled, pretty much all of the goop was gone. Everybody make me another perception check.
Whoa, here we go. This is totally what I'm known for.
21.
Woo.
Only 13.
Oh.
Wow.
I got a 23.
All right. So you've been
15.
noticing. You've been noticing as
know if that's-
you have been listening to this that you got that goop on your hands. An interesting thing keeps happening as you turn to hear people speak, and then turn back to Smiley, and your hands are kind of flashing warm and cold, warm and cold, warm and cold. If you were to slow down and kind of just maybe put your hands in front of you and turn, you can see that as you turn to a certain area, it's warm, 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 cold, 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 cold. Cold, 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 warm, 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 cold, 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 cold,
We
cold.
know where he's
Am I-
going.
since I'm covered in this, do I feel this as well?
Yeah, so it's kind of like standing in the sun. The part of you that's facing the sun is warmer.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we smart enough to know what that means?
So he's just staring at his hands, like all like.
Right, so
trippy?
you see him.
just like
you see
tripping
him.
out, like whoa.
If you're testing this out, you're just going to see him.
Yeah.
Like, it's so significant.
And once we all figure out what he's doing, Berlani's going to be like, well, it does work.
Okay.
And,
I feel the warmth in my belly.
What
We must be on the right track.
What was your perception?
I only got a 13.
A 13. Okay.
15.
All right. So the other thing you notice is that the direction that you're towards where it's warming.
Yeah, my tongue is
Very,
out.
very faintly, there's just this little faint green glow, like it deeper into the trees.
It tastes like glowing.
I run after that person.
Do we know if there's anything in the forest?
Okay.
Too late.
Have you heard? Oh.
You're still loinclothing? Yeah, all right.
Yeah, oh yeah, the
he's
loincloth is flapping around.
Practically naked, running in the woods.
Nice abs.
As per you.
I like that kid.
Okay, so you're dashing off into the woods. Somebody says, but where is it going now?
Oh no, I'm following.
Okay, so you're
I'm
following.
following the owl/gnome.
Okay, so Smiley's. But what do I do?
Go back to your inn.
Should someone escort him back?
And as are you all chasing after at this point?
Tell your
It would-
patrons that the
it would
kitchen
make
be
sense.
closed to celebrate the wedding for a few days and give your staff off. Blah blah blah. We'll be back.
Okay, so all of you kind of chase after Peaches
Yes.
deeper into the woods. So as you go, Smiley just kind of dejectedly to himself, but I don't know the way home.
Watch the bugbear circles around.
And, kind of just stands in the dark.
Did you? Okay.
If he doesn't know the way home.
Do we have like animal messenger or something?
Who's got an animal companion?
But this is faint. He is really
Furry
just
friends.
saying this to himself.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, we didn't.
Oh,
hear
we
it.
didn't catch it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
single
there's no
tier.
moral
Yeah.
Scene
necessity
cut.
to stay back.
Before, okay. If we didn't hear it, we didn't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
He's dead.
It's a good narrative.
Okay, so you are following this trail into the woods. Okay.
I don't run very fast as a gnome.
Slow down.
25 feet.
Now, as you're moving, are you running? Are you like? How's it that the trees are not? The leaf cover is very densely packed up above, so there's really no moonlight coming through, despite it being a clear night. It's pretty dim and dark, but the trees themselves are fairly big around and spaced pretty widely. So you're not clambering over things. There's not even that much in terms of roots that you're having to clamber over. It's pretty wide.
Yeah.
Just
Berlani's
very
on
dim.
like a morning jog or whatever. It's just like whatevs. This is what I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know?
Dark vision.
All right.
Yeah, dark vision. I trust myself in the trees.
I think I have dark vision, but I mostly follow him.
Great. Okay. So
I don't
and
have dark
he
vision, so I have to use light. I just
sure. And so since you have a coating of slime, you are faintly glowing at this point.
Aha.
Sweet.
So as you go deeper through the woods, you actually notice that following this green glow, it was a blorp. that was kind of on the ground that kind of dropped off in a kind of a big, almost like a cow pie, but of goop, there on the ground. And past that, you can actually see that it is lightning a little bit through the trees. Like there's silvery light coming through.
I'm sure that's totally good.
And
well, silver is generally a good color.
The trees are also thinning a little bit and getting less mature. So thinner trees.
We're getting to the edge of the forest.
Yeah, and as you kind of get closer, you actually see beyond that there's some big boulders, like big, anywhere from taller than you to 20 feet high, kind of just beyond that. It's almost like a boulder fall that really signals the beginning of the base of the foothills for this mountain range that you've been running towards. Yeah, because the mountains come very close to this road anyway, and so through that tree cover, then it opens into this rocky field. And so what you're seeing is the silvery moonlight kind of reflecting on this rockiness beyond the edge of the tree fall.
So we're coming out of the forest into these foothills. I assume that means there's just going to be, in general, less obstructing our vision as a whole.
Yeah, so there's less obstructing your vision. There's just, besides these boulders that are kind of heaped on each other and surrounding each other, if you were to try to, say, climb the mountain, you'd have to kind of clamber and find footing, around these boulders in the little clefts and things.
Since we're going to be out in the open and assume there's enough moonlight, probably at least to see to move by, I'm going to drop my light and just try and navigate my moonlight.
Okay.
Yeah, well, moonlight and the glow of this weirdo and the loincloth running around glowing green.
Yeah, I think is it a front and back loincloth?
Probably just front.
Okay.
So it's like like loincloth chaps, basically.
Yeah.
I like it.
Loin chaps.
Loin chaps. That's the thing, right?
I was going to say loin thong, but chaps, that works.
It could be both.
Could be both.
I feel like loin chaps is the name of a questionable bar.
Mm-hmm. All right, so if you keep making your way, you'll fairly quickly hit the edge of these trees and out to this kind of rocky. And the first set of boulders are like 20 feet away from the edge of the tree line there.
Berlin is kind of jogging in place, doing lunges, waiting for everyone else. Like he has zero sweat. Like no, seriously,
like jumping lunges.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like getting ready to work out, do this thing, gratuitous workout scene for no reason. He's doing that, and waiting for the rest of the party to show up.
Okay.
But again, doesn't look like he's affected at all. Like in terms of, he's super athletic. And,
so ambush.
I'm waiting for it, yeah. But I mean, I don't know it, but.
Okay, so you all are making your run here, and as you creep up, you're actually going to. So who is in the front of the party? So you've already gotten there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And you're also kind of in the lead because you got a head start. So did you pass him? I guess at some
Probably.
point? Yeah, he's little.
I mean, I pace him, but it's like I could beat him if I wanted to.
Yeah.
It's very generous of you. So as you kind of reach the edge of this clearing, if you slow down at all, you're probably going to see a little bit of movement happening among the rocks. And it's very faint, and it's not a lot, but you're going to see a little bit of movement out there.
Is this a suspicious movement? Like, I probably would be suspicious that there's no critters that I heard.
Yeah, it's still very quiet here.
Okay, so I'll probably stop and be aware of that.
Okay, all right. And what you're going to see, if you stop and kind of look and see if you can track the movement, is a little gnome. And there's kind of this little 5-foot high boulder and then this huge looming boulder kind of behind it. And this little gnome has kind of walked around the backside of that big boulder and is kind of just teeter-tottering around. He's got gray skin. He's just Hody hum, not really on alert in any way. And so he does have a shield in one hand and kind of a holstered knife and a bow tie.
A bow tie.
Yeah, like a big one. It's faint. Like, what kind of vision do you have?
Dark vision.
Okay, so it's probably it's a light color. You can tell that much.
He's walking away from me?
He's walking around the side of the boulder.
Out of view or into view?
Into view.
Okay.
Into view, and he is just looking down at his feet, really unassuming.
Do I know what kind of gnome this is based on the gray skin? Would I know? Probably.
Yeah. Do you have any? Let me see.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
I know gnomish.
Okay. Yeah. So if you know gnomish, so it is
probably
a.
helps.
Yeah. So it is as for Feblin.
Okay. What do I know about Sverfebla?
Sverfneblin are they are deep gnomes.
Yep. Good, bad?
Generally.
I mean, would my character know?
Yeah. So yeah, if you speak gnomish, you would know they are generally not great, but not necessarily aggressive on their own.
Okay.
Well, you live in the Underdark.
Probably be,
It's
Hail
hard to be
Ken,
really
did you see a bugbear running through here?
Sail Bean. Did you see pass this way?
Pretty much, yeah.
And he kind of looks up at you, dazed, and says, Are you invited? And that's where we're going to stop for our next break.
No. Dun dun dun.
I always thought that Sverfneblin sounded like someone saying another word backwards. I like the sound that like you would play a record backwards as Sverfneblin.
That's exactly right. Well done.
We are on break. Cool. All right, we're on break.